Hello, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, and dudes of all teenagers, as well as the gals. My name is Christian Chandler. I am here, and y'all are there.
Christian. Arguably the most documented person in history. His antics have been witnessed by millions, with many always keeping a close eye on him, waiting to see what he does next.
Because all you do is make me feel sad and depressed. He should love his mother. She misses him.
Hello, we're live on the internet. What do you want? Mom, hello.
I love the women outside.
Do not hate. Hate is not so good.
I want everything about my house off the internet! Don't call anybody.
What? I'm asked to shake. What are you gonna do about it? Yeah, whatever.
What made him this way? What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Christian. Christopher Weston Chandler was born on February 24, 1982, in Charlottesville, Virginia, to parents Bob, aged 54, and Barbara, 40. Bob had worked in the engineering field for Western Electric and later General Electric. The family held Bob's life accomplishments very proudly, as he had at least 7 patents to his name, including mechanisms.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, and dudes of all teenagers, as well as the gals. My name is Christian Chandler. I am here, and y'all are there.
Christian. What made him this way? What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Christian. In the year 2000, the Chandlers came back to their family home in Ruckersville. In August, at the behest of his parents, Christian began attending Piedmont, Virginia Community College, where the highest level degree students could attain was an associate degree. Perhaps spellbound by illusions of grandeur, Chris chose to study marketing, but Bob quickly transferred him to a computer-aided drafting and design degree, in the hopes that it would be a better fit for his challenged son and his future. According to the PVCC handbook of the time, this was a 2-year degree, worth 15 credits. In addition, he took English classes and even a tennis class. Apart from study, he continued to develop his Pokemon website and added more cards to his wall of originals, creating cards representing, among others, his beloved Sonichu. In October, he launched Quick's Sonichu site, a website devoted to his original character. Over the course of the year, the Sonichu family grew. He created Soni, Sonichu's pre-evolutionary form, and dedicated a trading card to him. He also gave Sonichu a female companion, Rosechu, based on Amy Rose from the Sonic franchise. After high school, contact with his gal pals was lost, apart from Kelly. He claimed to have called.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, and dudes of all teenagers, as well as the gals. My name is Christian Chandler. I am here, and y'all are there.
Chris Chan. What made him this way? What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan. On September 20th, 2009, the final part of Larry Bundy's interview with Chris Chan was uploaded onto YouTube. However, Christian took a dislike to Bundy's use of the Power Rangers Bulk and Skull theme music, so he requested that for the final part, it be changed to a theme song of his own choosing, his rendition of Dare by Stan Bush.
Dare to believe you can survive.
5 days later, he once again addresses the Chris Chan imposter on YouTube, re-editing his videos.
I wish to elaborate to everybody on the internet and everybody in my Sancho Rocio fan base. The true, only, sole, legitimate, official websites for Sancho Rocio and everything of that sort are Wikipedia and the Christian W. Chandler YouTube page that this video originated from. Now this Chris W. Chandler YouTube guy, he's an imposter. He's selling fake merchandise. Do not buy from him whatsoever. It's not official, and you are aiding and abetting an illegal guy, a guy who is committing fraud, a scam artist, con artist.
What made her this way? What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan. On March 8th, 2019, Brian Frogboy, author of the approved Chris Chan prequel comic, released a YouTube video in which she largely defends Christine and decries the people who obsess over her.
We need to stop talking about Chris like she's some wild fucking animal or a fugitive on the run. Chris can be both a person that disgusts you and a human being. Now there's a new form of entertainment through the likes of just reading quickie articles out loud or talking over videos that Chris makes. In fact, I'm actually looking at high schoolers right now making a living off it.
In it, he expresses that Chris is autistic and largely is not responsible for her occasional crass comments and foolish actions, and also complains about the relentless followship which continually observes, comments on, and infrequently intrudes in her life and those of her friends and acquaintances, such as himself.
And Chris isn't gonna get back into this pool of society in my mind if we're all gonna just document her like she's a wild animal. That would actually be a funny video, is someone doing a nature doc about Chris, but you're just making fun of the dude who's doing the doc, and then by the end you see him in his underwear at his computer. I'd watch that.
He also mentioned that former guard dog, Kiwi Farms member, the Captain, introduced himself to Brian and helped him and Christine make amends after a brief falling out.
You're not a hero for just being an asshole for the sake of being an asshole. It's not a good thing in my mind. And just to reiterate, if you're gonna mock somebody, at least have the class to do it in a comic.
Shortly after the video was shared on the forums, it was deleted. Also on this day, it appeared that Brian's Twitter account was hacked, as he confessed that Christian-focused YouTuber Gibby was in fact the captain, and was the person that had sent the Nintendo Switch console to Chris as a present. The hacker, as Brian, then confided that he ate out of Christine's taint and sucked her penis, before having his home address posted on the social media site. On March 9th, Chris wrote that while playing the mobile game Pokemon Go, which made use of players' real-world locations, she determined that her house, which she also claimed was Sonichu headquarters, was a compass, based on the fact that she was facing south as she looked at one corner of the house, meaning all other corners would point at the other 3 respective directions. The next day, Chris made a so-called deity-level wish and request to make the location of her house a Pokestop in Pokemon Go, a geographical location where players could claim Pokemon and other special items. On March 11th, Christine claimed on Twitter that her alleged husband, Magi-chan, had informed her that their alleged husband, the Pokemon Mewtwo, had come down with a bad head virus, and so she wished for her followers for prayers in his recovery. When confronted by a Twitter user who told her that Mewtwo was not real and that the dimensional merge would not take place, Chris wrote back, warning them that they would be blocked if they were to write once more denouncing her beliefs as hallucination, delusion, and illusion. Later that day, she boasted about her achievements in the mobile game Tetris after playing it over the weekend. On March 12th, Christine unveiled her new custom-painted yellow/blue Adidas brand shoes, and so put up her old, identical shoes with autographed insoles for sale on the eBay auction site for $200. When an individual complained about the expensiveness of the item, Chris stated that they were celebrity shoes, comparable to ones that may have been worn by noted basketball player Michael Jordan. Within a day, the shoes were bought by her avid follower, Jacob Sockness, who thought that they were the sacred shoes of Christine the Goddess, filled with her energy, which he was looking forward to wearing for the My Little Pony convention, BabsCon. Later on, YouTuber and artist Fallen Shadow shared her artistic rendering of Chris-chan reimagined as a so-called Amin waifu. Chris then declared that someone should print the picture onto a dakimakura, or large body pillow. Also on that day, she complained about the plot of the upcoming Sonic the Hedgehog movie, concerning the main character Sonic being a being from space. At around that time, Christine was filmed by a clerk working at the game retailer GameStop while she looked for a Pokemon accessory that could be used with the game Pokemon Go. The clerk later revealed that Chris was permitted to enter the establishment and that the employees were instructed to deal with her in a neutral manner.
Hey dude.
Hi, how you doing?
Doing okay. I am in the market for a brand new Pokeball Plus.
A brand new Pokeball Plus? Let me see if we have any. Yes, we do.
And I need a pre-owned, non-closing 2DS.
Pre-owned, non-closing 2DS. Let's see if we have any of those. I'm not sure we do.
Whim. Whim, whim. This Pokeball Plus contains Whim.
Yeah, it looks like the only DSs we have in stock are the folding ones.
Okay. Well, I was hoping to save some money, but that's okay. I'll just take the Pokeball Plus for now.
Cool. 52,
But
64.
something is going to happen. I'm going to paint it into a special custom Pokeball I designed called an S-Chew ball.
An S-Chew ball?
Yeah, hang on a second. Designed after the classic and most popular Sonic OC ever, Sonichu.
Yeah.
Especially used for capturing electric types.
Okie dokie.
So yeah, check me out on the internet. I've been famous for a long time.
Alright, well, that's cool.
Because guess who created that OC? Yo.
Let's print the receipt. Did you want a bag for this?
No.
Okie doke. There you go.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
On March 14th, Christine pleaded for people to nominate her house as a Pokestop in the game Pokemon Go, so that users could receive perks and bonuses at her residence. She also revealed that she had registered her home address as a business on Google, naming it Sonichu Headquarters, and set the business official website as The Quickie, though only temporarily until she found a more appropriate site. This resulted in many people posting fake reviews on the so-called business, usually featuring references to Chris's past. The business listing was then periodically taken down and then put back up again. On the 15th, Chris went back to Twitter to announce that her apparent husband, Mewtwo, was recovering from his illness. On March 16th, she complained once more about the Sonic movie, this time voicing her distaste for the redesign of the character, which was shared by the vast majority of the knowing public, and shared a fan redesign of Sonic in the more traditional form. Also on that day, Jacob Sockness received his purchase of Christine's old shoes, complete with certificate of authenticity. He claimed that the shoes contained cat and dog DNA, and he searched them for one of Christine's hairs so he could implant it into an amulet of serious power to manifest one's dreams. He then made a YouTube video opening the box and assessing its contents.
Here it goes. First seal. Seal is cracked. Let's see if it smells anything. No. It smells like bubble gum, actually. Here it goes. That is so weird. I don't know why they smell like bubble gum. There's no foot odor at all on these things. They've seen a little bit of repair. There's duct tape inside of these. But this side has... Ooh, there's hair in there. Ooh, she did leave some hair sample, so send that to the cloning lab. So this is what she's been walking in for a year. Not bad. It'll be in front of the merge. It's all her characters and you can see the shoes on her feet in one of these videos. Let me get this off of here. I actually have a photo that has her shoes on and she's wearing them. And you can see the shoes are right there. And now they're right here. In my house, in my temple, the sacred temple.
On March 17th, after one of her followers tweeted at her about Sonichu's birthday, Chris tweeted that she almost forgot that the date marked 19 years since she created Sonichu, posting a photo of her recently painted Pokeball Plus and 3 works of fan art depicting Sonichu and Rosechu. When asked if she would credit the original artists, she replied that she would love to, but the tweet was done on impulse, and she had difficulties in remembering names. The next day, after being prompted by a comment from a follower, Christine claimed to have been inspired to elaborate further on the gender differences of different types of Sonichus. In addition to her tweet thread describing their biological features, she drew diagrams, first depicting a male Sonichu and a female Rosechu, and then depicting a rare female Sonichu and male Rosechu. When a commenter noted that Sonic the Hedgehog did not canonically possess toes, in contrast to her be-toed Sonichu depictions, Chris clarified that the Sonic creators got that detail wrong and that Sonic did in fact have ties. On March 20th, during a string of random access humor tweets, Chris posted an audio file of what she dubbed a melodic burp. On March 22nd, Christine met up with YouTuber Kopets, with whom she had met and filmed a video before, along with a couple of his friends. Together, they filmed a video in which they went to search for ghosts within the abandoned mental hospital Desjarnet Sanitarium in Staunton, Virginia, which was founded by Joseph Desjarnet, a staunch advocate of forced sterilization of the mentally ill and others he deemed defective.
What's up, guys? We're here at the Desjarnet Sanatorium. I'm here with Christine Weston Chandler.
Yo. Yo.
AKA Chris Chan, and we're going to be exploring this place, searching for ghosts. And it's going to be... You think you can squeeze through here, Christine?
I think I can manage.
All right. Nice job. So there's a bunch of different levels to this building.
Why is she dead, people? I think the ghosts are coming after me. I got a lightning quartz on my wrist, It might take more than one try, but I'm able to do it on the first try oftentimes, but I'm gonna make it right in here. What?
Should I stand back?
Alright, sometimes it makes one. There it is.
Oh, nice. It's where Joseph DeJarnette did his work. He's known for being a pretty famous eugenics doctor, and he's known to still roam the halls as a ghost, obviously.
What was his
Closed
name?
down way long ago. His name was Joseph DeJarnette.
Joseph. Hello, Joe. What do you know?
You believe in ghosts?
I've met ghosts, so yes.
Lots of people.
Hello?
Hello?
We're friendly.
Yeah.
Alright, whatever. I think we're ghosts.
Don't worry,
I
guys. If
still hear
anything,
'em.
Magic Chance Sanchu has us protected. Ooh. Don't worry, we mean you no harm, spirits. As long as we don't bother them, they won't bother us. That's my mother. Heyo. Bye-bye. It's okay.
Definitely
That
before
was
6.
just my mother calling me. Y'all's mothers were concerned about yours as well. Y'all, when you were... I mean, no offense. Thank you. Had some fun hunting around the spooky trails.
Humping around the spooky trails.
Boo-ba-da-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-da-doo-doo-doo.
I wonder who those people were.
Yeah, I don't know. We might have scared them off because they didn't say anything to us.
Yeah, I thought we were ghosts.
That's the difference between knowing and not knowing. Hi, Mom. Checking in. I don't know if you wanted to wait till after I got home to fix dinner or whatever. We'll see you later. Love you.
When do you think the dimensional merge is happening?
It's very soon. Within the coming days.
If you wanted to access the, what's it called,
C197.
C197, if you wanted to access that right now, could you do it?
Oh, yeah.
Would you like to try it? I don't know if anybody's ever seen you do it before. If you...
Okay, well, hang on.
Christine, can you still hear us?
Yes, I hear you.
Are you in C197?
Yep.
Do you think I could have a conversation with one of them through you? Like you can tell me what they're saying and you can tell them what I'm saying?
Well, Sabrina is telling me. Say hi to...
Hi, Sabrina. Tell Sabrina I said hi.
Oh, she hears you through me, so it's like a conduit.
Oh, okay. Could I speak to maybe like Lisa Simpson or somebody?
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to move my soul all the way over to Springfield. Well, I'm talking with Homer right now. She's not home right now.
Can I speak to Marge?
Oh, she's coming in. Hi, Marge. She doesn't want her speech put on the internet.
Oh, okay.
But she will say, for everyone to remain on their best behavior and to be kind to each other. She will not stand for crass and rudeness.
Oh, of course. Yes. Wise words, Marge. Thank you.
I'm tired. I gotta come back here. Well, I have to come back. I got my brain got worn out.
On March 23rd, Kopitz uploaded the video on YouTube and Chris shared it on Twitter. In addition, she shared a drawing she had made earlier in March commemorating those with impairments like autism. I felt inspired to draw this after hearing and reading the history of #DeJarnette and his sanitarium. Joseph's ideals and methods offended me. Everyone has the right to reproduce. No one should be forced to not, regardless of mental status and health. And I remembered that, including myself, we all each have a soul, and how we each are able to communicate in this world. And the worse the mental handicap, the more difficult a blockage that individual has to get their thoughts out. Every soul is intelligent with their lives worth of wisdom and education. And with that, I am more than proud to tell you all, everyone has a soul of hope. Guest stars in this piece, Mitch Sonachu, formerly Asperchu, and @Lucky the Gator. The youngsters were inspired from a Google image search for the faces, as detailed as possible. They have been drawn and colored variably and different from the various source photos. Thank you. On March 30th, Chris returned to the sanitarium by herself and filmed a video for YouTube.
Hello, everybody. This is Christine Chandler coming to you live from within the first floor area of the DeJarnette Sanitarium, where I come here of my own volition and goodwill on a mission of peace and goodwill. I'm here because recently I've made a drawing inspired by what happened here in Desjardins and the innocent children and adults who were robbed of their rights, and they suffered from the mental scars and all that. Anyway, I am leaving for them this photocopy of the lovely drawing, and I wrote a lovely message on the back so that hopefully those who find it in the future, and I do pray that these halls, this building, will one day become renovated, restored. This will become a good, positive mental health facility, or otherwise a general or children's hospital. That is my hope and wish for this sanitarium, and also for peace and goodwill and the freedom for all the lost and trapped souls in here to feel free to leave and move on. I leave this in humble goodwill for all of you. Please enjoy. Not only good karma points for me, but just leaving an awesome memento. Thank you all, and y'all have a good and lovely day.
About 4 hours after Chris uploaded the video, QB Farms user Vicodin traveled to the Desjardins Sanitarium and retrieved the picture. He later posted the backside of the image with a handwritten message in a YouTube video, which mostly reiterated her wishes for the souls to find their way out of the sanitarium and hopes for the building to be re-established as a kind mental hospital. Possibly a short time after, as recounted by his girlfriend at the time, Vicodin invited Christine for lunch and agreed to pay for her. When he and his then-girlfriend picked Chris up, the Chandler's beagles bellowed loudly. While in the car, Chris continuously loudly sang along with the songs playing on the radio and announced that the dimensional merge would take place soon, and that she could speak with the dead. When they arrived at the restaurant, Chris took out a customized duct tape phone case that held 2 phones, which could enable her to play the game Pokemon Go on 2 devices simultaneously. She spoke very loudly about all topics, and at one point convinced Vicodin's girlfriend to put on her sonotry medallion, asking if she could quote-unquote feel the power. On the final day of March, Chris revealed that the combined dimension of 1218 and C197 would be called 1C-211987. On April 2nd, one of her supporters on Patreon, who had been her patron for 3 months, notified on her page that they had yet to receive any copies of her Sonichu comics that they were supposed to get in return for their patronage. They wrote they would withdraw their backing if Chris did not respond. On that same day, Chris was sued for unpaid debt by Portfolio Recovery Associates, and her next court hearing was set on May 15th. On April 3rd, Christine uploaded a curious YouTube video in which she films a masked man reading from a script. The player's identity was never determined.
Hello everyone, far and near. I have something you want to hear, so please use your ears before I disappear. Let's make something clear before we start. I have a good purple heart that won't fall apart. We are all about to take part in a new event segment, which will indent what you call a cement. My intent is to present the news, which will eliminate the torment of discontent.
Just keep reading.
I am that supplement to a lesser extent. Christine has been hell-bent on being a parent, so she made a pleasant investment and got my mother pregnant. I am a fluorescent adolescent, a direct descendant and not the only attendant. There is one other, Crystal, and I am her brother. There is much you don't know unless I show, but that is a no-go. Right now I am here solo, but soon I will have my shadow, a lovely combo. There will be no tiptoe around the tempo. I must let go of my manifesto and go back to the golden, below Babylonian weeping willow, below the Jim Crow plateau. I hope I have walked this difficult tightrope well, under your light microscope. Nonetheless, God bless. Thanks for working with me in this process. More or less, it's still a work in progress. I hope to bring happiness for all parties, and please don't sniff those gnarly Sharpies.
On April 4th, Chris unveiled her 6 new Pokeball accessories that could be used with Pokemon Go, which she painted to appear like Eschew balls. She defended her purchases, stating that apart from one she bought new, the others were second-hand, and purchased at a discount of up to $15. Some Kiwi Farms users calculated that her Pokeballs cost a minimum total of $225. During this time, Christine played Pokemon Go constantly, updating her Twitter with frequent updates about her playing habits and achievements, allegedly walking significant amounts to catch Pokemon around her locale. On April 5th, she shared a short trailer for a documentary film titled Chris Chan vs. the Internet, which featured new footage in the form of in-person interviews from Chris and her mother, Barbara.
At first, he couldn't talk. So he was trained with a speech therapist. His behavior was not normal. I wasn't aware of all that was going on at first.
The film was created by a film studies graduate who at first learned about Chris from the Chris Chan: A Comprehensive History YouTube series by Geno Samuel, and had taken time off work to spend about a week with Christine, filming her throughout the day. The trailer also notably hinted that the documentary film would feature Chris's former friend, Megan Schroeder.
Now he seems like a totally different person to me.
The filmmaker did not have much knowledge about Christine's followers and trolls, and did not use social media, so he asked his friend to set up a fundraising campaign for it on the site Kickstarter, with a goal of $20,000 and the hopes of having it shown in film festivals. When the Kickstarter was shared on Kiwi Farms, the project was near unanimously condemned for the brevity and vagueness of the fundraiser's description, high goal, and poor tier choices, and was quickly labeled as a scam, reasoning that there were other documentaries available for free on YouTube. The friend, who was user CMCW on Kiwi Farms, elaborated that the description and funding tiers were copied from other Kickstarter pages, and that funds would be used to pay for interviews with YouTubers who had made Chris Chan documentaries, such as Geno Samuel and Sachimo, and to retroactively pay for travel expenses during filming. CMCW went on to try address many questions from forum users, though could not answer adequately, which resulted in more ridiculing. After reviewing negative feedback on the farms and poor communication with interested parties on the social media site Reddit, the Kickstarter was cancelled after 1 day, and upon witnessing the backlash, Megan asked to be removed from the final film. The documentary was later completely abandoned by the filmmaker, who went on to endure online bullying and trolling, and was under so much stress and paranoia that he eventually felt compelled to physically destroy the hard drive containing the footage with a hammer. On April 5th, Christine notified her followers that she managed to have her amethyst high school ring successfully repaired by Herf Jones, the makers of the ring, after cracking it by striking it with another stone in an attempt to make it spark. The next day, she drove 150 miles to visit a trusted online friend and fan, along with her husband. The friend later wrote that she got to wear Chris's Sonichu medallion. The three spent the weekend together, and Chris and her friend exchanged artwork. Chris drew for her Sonichu hanging a spoon off his nose, and her friend offered Chris her drawing of Chris Chan's Sonichu and Magi-chan embracing. On the way back, Christine lost her wallet, and she had her friend and husband prepare for her a temporary driver's license. On April 13th, Chris watched the video that major YouTuber PewDiePie made about her some years prior. She felt that he accentuated her negatives and was triggered by being reminded of the trolling sagas and was called not amongst the greatest of people. She felt offended but did not think he deserved to lose his channel over the video. On April 15th, Christine notified her Twitter followers that her missing wallet had been found safely, so she drove to retrieve it, claiming to have been accompanied by her husband Magi-chan and Inuyasha, the Pokemon Blaziken, which she had caught in the game Pokemon Go, which she believed was the same Pokemon that she had possessed in the game Pokemon Ruby in the early 2000s, that she named after the protagonist of a Japanese manga series of the same name. She soon after posted a photo taken in-game which showed the Blaziken seemingly defending Ruckersville, Virginia, in front of the sign denoting its entry. Also on that day, a user of the site Reddit posted a photo of Chris walking through the department store Target, who was claimed to have been muttering loudly to herself. The next day, she elaborated on what she was doing there and commented her opinions on the recent burning of part of the French cathedral, Notre Dame. Taking a break at the nearby at Target, having some pasta and at Mountain Dew in its cafe, and luring Pokemon at its Pokestop with Magi-chan, Grizel, and my Blaziken, Inuyasha, at the table. I saw and read the first notification from the @NBC News app on my phone, stating that Notre Dame was set ablaze. My initial thoughts were, oh, the humanity. Grizel and Inuyasha were both shocked with me, and Magi-chan, a bit career-fallen at the event, had foreseen its happening long before. He assured me that many people would be safe, and that the cathedral would be quickly restored. I even saw a retweet of the footage of its spire falling and the smoke puffing out from the blaze. I saw a legendary bird Pokemon flying there, and its head shape forming in the smoke shown in that video clip. Accident or not, this blaze was fated to happen to the cathedral. If y'all can take anything from my tweets here, is the assurance from Magi-chan Sonichu and I that Notre Dame would be quickly restored, and it will be a fateful and magical sight to behold, especially in how quickly it happens, and my thoughts and prayers go out to everyone who was affected by the tragedy. Be safe and well, and have a good day. On April 20th, it appeared that Google finally acknowledged Chris's application to make her home the official Sonichu headquarters labeled as a business. She also asked for advanced players of Pokemon Go to vote for her residence to become a Pokestop in-game, for they had the ability to do so. She claimed she would rearrange the front garden and add seating amenities if her house became a Pokestop or a Pokemon gym. To make an official announcement, she made a YouTube video outside her home.
Hello everybody, this is Christine Weston Chandler Sonichu coming in late to you live from my faithful and loving home in Ruckersville, Virginia, which has now been correctively and recognized officially by Google. This is officially Sonichu headquarters. This is not only my home for me as the creator and author of the books and artworks and other featurettes featuring Sonichu and Roschu, the electric hedgehog Pokemon, and their evolution families and all the other special Sonichu and Rosechus aside from that. But also, this is a loving, fairly well kept home. At least my father, the late Mr. Robert Franklin Chandler Jr., has kept it up well. We had a daylily garden, but yeah, it's a mess. I mean, I'm not going to show the mess, but obviously what was daylilies is now a bunch of forest during the summertime that I would not advise going through whatsoever. Believe it or not, I am a CPU, a console patron unit, a goddess of the Commodore consoles. At this house, this home, even messing y'all becomes an official Pokestop, or even better, a Pokemon gym. I'll definitely set up benches for everyone's comfort so they can enjoy the Pokestop and gym challenges and the raids and all that good stuff. Now, one more thing I will mention for this introductory video for this thing. the haters. I've been followed for years by internet trolls and cyberbullies, and definitely worse among them, the haters. They're gonna leave a whole bunch of negative comments and low ratings. So I just, in the final decision making, just ignore all hateful comments. People who make the Pokemon Go app and people at Google, because I do as well as I can with my art and books and everything. I'm just one individual with superpowers still in development, with only my loves nearby. Imagine Chance Sancho, my blaze again. They will be fully visible soon after the dimension merge. Mrs. Christine Weston Chandler Sancho, the CPU Blue Heart of the mighty nations of Quickville and Kama. Yeah, everybody be safe and have a good, safe day. Thank you.
On April 22nd, Chris wrote a 16-tweet thread explaining the reasoning behind the Pokemon type classification of her character, Blake Sonichu. The next day, her 2018 Fashion Square Mall trespassing charge was dismissed after she successfully completed a satisfactory number of therapeutic sessions. Later that day, she posted a video on Twitter asking for gas money.
Hey everybody, got a little situation here. Less than an eighth full of gas in our one tangible vehicle here, and in pocket money only, as well as a little bit of petty cash. Anyway, I need like $20 for gas, please. Please help me out. Really need it so we can use this van before our money, some more before our money comes in by next week. It's like next Wednesday or Thursday. Thank you.
Twitter user Nintendo notified her that they would donate if she wished them a happy birthday, promising to be more generous if Chris made a video. Shortly after, Chris made a video for Twitter wishing them a happy birthday.
Hello, Nintendo Merd. It's a happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, have an awesome one, yay!
The user then allegedly donated to Chris $20 via Patreon. She then wished Maker Nightvie a happy birthday in a Twitter video.
And also, a very sweet happy birthday to my friend MKR. So awesome, she is really awesome. You're awesome, Megan, so happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, have an awesome day. Good enough to you.
Chris afterwards addressed a troll who had sent her a box that was filled with glitter.
Hey everybody, Christine Chandler coming to you live from home, and we just received a lovely little gift box. But my psychic powers are deducing and very good, because I actually was able to sense foresight. Before opening or even cutting the tape that this box is open with, foresaw gummy candies, shape of penises. Nice. It's okay. I'll enjoy those. But also, I sensed the glitter bomb. Glitter bomb. Yeah. No. I opened it all slowly. And no mess. Look, no mess at all. All the mess is inside this one Ziploc bag that I put it all into. Yeah, you're not fooling me. You're not fooling me. You're not fooling any of us. Have a good day.
On April 25th, Chris updated her Sonichu headquarters business listing on Google with 2 new photos that featured her mother, Barbara. 2 days later, Christine took a number of photos in her backyard that featured Pokemon placed into the scene as seen within her gameplay of Pokemon Go. On April 30th, she reacted to the revelation of actor Jim Carrey's look in the upcoming Sonic the Hedgehog movie, who would be playing the villain Dr. Robotnik. Okay, I've just been offended by the new movie. Ugh, Robotnik. Not to be a hater, but this, simply put, no at Sonic movie. No, 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 no. Hell f***ing N. Oh. She then shared a realistic rendering of how Robotnik may look if he were designed to appear more like the character as seen in video games and animations. As the first official trailer for the film was released, the people on the internet at large widely ridiculed Sonic's appearance. On May 1st, Chris wrote on Twitter that the 2013 fan-made Sonic movie was superior to the studio-produced film, and begged for the film studio Paramount and Sonic creators Sega to fix the perceived errors of the movie. A couple of days later, it was announced that the movie's release would be pushed back in order to change Sonic's in-film appearance due to the overwhelming international negative reaction. Chris then thanked the film's director, Jeff Fowler, for listening to her and fans like her. On May 6th, Portfolio Recovery Associates filed a second lawsuit for unpaid debt against Christine, with the next court date set on June 19th. On the 10th, she notified her followers that she went to see the film Detective Pikachu, recommending others to go see it in theaters. The next day, she revealed that her mother had found an old drawing made by Chris's half-brother, Cole Smithy, when he was a child, and also shared a childhood photo of him, commenting that he had been a handsome boy before he became a closed-off, distant type of movie critic. Chris then wrote a 30-tweet thread concerning the backstory of the Sonichu villain, Reldnak Natsu Natsirk. On May 13th, she posted a rainbow-colored throw blanket for sale on eBay for $200. When asked about the high price, she wrote that it was her mother's idea. The blanket was quickly bought by Jacob Sockness. It had been suggested that the money for the purchase was used to prematurely pay for their property tax bill. On the 16th, Chris unveiled the description of a new pony character she allegedly discovered, a distant cousin of the My Little Pony character Applejack, A.J. Farton, whose specialty was farting with the aroma of apple juice. On May 19th, Chris announced that she felt the cosmos, fate, destiny, and all else in their progress around her. It was at around this time that private messages between an unknown Twitter user and the enablers Sarah and Steve, who had gifted to Chris a Nintendo Switch and donated at least $100, were leaked on the QE forums. They wrote that they believed Christine was a goddess, and that they understood that being in contact with her would bring them nothing but negativity, but they accepted that fact. They were at the time saving up money to move to Virginia, after which time they would be making videos and running a new website for Chris, revealing their true identity. They claimed to only want to help her and be her friends, encouraging and enabling her to do what she liked since she could not get a conventional job. As debt further mounted, Christine found comfort in the people that followed her, for she could almost surely depend on someone to financially help her when needed. In her world, helping hands were always within reach. With such a life, there was no need to try, to improve, or to change. What made her this way? What is the attraction? what keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan. On May 15th, 2019, YouTuber Nick Robinson uploaded a video in which he discusses Pappy Van Poodle, a character from the Nintendo 3DS game Rusty's Real Deal Baseball, about whom next to no information existed and was difficult to encounter. According to a certain commenter, they claimed that Christine was the first person to have discovered Pappy Van Poodle. To confirm who was the first to have found the character in the game, Nick Robinson uploaded a follow-up video on May 25th, which featured a brief interview with Chris.
So I'm making a video about a 3DS game called Rusty's Real Deal Baseball. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I played it.
Oh, awesome.
It was, yeah, free to play, but yet pay to play also.
Yeah.
I remember playing a bunch of mini games within it. And making a deal with Rusty.
You remember like there was like a haggling thing where you could negotiate with Rusty?
Oh yeah.
Did you?
He's like, you're really making me lose my whole profit margin. You make me go below even breaking even.
So somebody told me that you had played the game and that when you had negotiated with Rusty, did you haggle with him? You haggled the money down?
Yeah, way down.
Oh, got it. I'm trying to track down who originally discovered this character for the first time, and somebody in a YouTube comment said that you had encountered this character or that you didn't negotiate, but I guess that's not true.
Yeah, not quite. Sorry.
It's okay. What are your main memories of Rusty's Real Deal Baseball?
The back and forth between me and a wabbit. Because Rusty was a wabbit. I just like saying that.
Wabbit.
I'm Lucas, I was a wabbit.
I actually, you might be thinking of Nintendo Badge Arcade, because that was a rabbit. I think Rusty was actually a dog.
Oh, okay, well, my mistake.
It's okay.
At around the same time, Chris's debt repayment case with Midland Funding was updated to a garnishment case, meaning that if ruled in favor of the debt collectors, it would be required by the court to pay back the debt by forcibly taking funds available to Chris. On May 25th, Chris wrote a 20-tweet thread describing her new technique of falling asleep and lucid dreaming, or becoming aware that she is dreaming while dreaming. She afterwards added that her friend, Maker Nightfee, had apparently discovered the technique before Christine, but unlike Maker, Chris was able to describe it. If the sleep/meditation technique were to be scientifically studied, she hoped it would be named the Maker-Chan meditation/sleep technique. On May 26th, it appeared that the enablers Sarah and Steve cancelled their plans of moving to Virginia and personally helping Christine in her artistic and business endeavors. Some hints at what occurred could be gleaned from their updated public Twitter profile description. Just a couple of idiots who assumed they could help Christine, swindled out of hundreds of dollars, and were treated as subhuman. Should have listened to warnings given. They soon after changed their profile biography to a crying face emoji. Through private messaging, they elaborated that they fell out with Chris because she failed to acknowledge them for extended periods, while she posted extensively on Twitter about the dimensional merge. Thus, Sarah and Steve feared of being shunned for weeks after relocating. After a short while, Sarah and Steve admitted on Twitter that they were giving Chris a second chance, hoping she would reply to their messages more quickly. On that same day, a user on the social media site Reddit posted in the devoted Chris Chan discussion group, or subreddit, that he drove through Ruckersville, Virginia and made a detour to quickly visit Christine, posting a selfie he took with her. He noted she shook his hand for an extended period of time and was wet, possibly after having gotten out of the shower. On May 31st, Christine reflected on finding out that the Dean of Student Services for Piedmont, Virginia Community College, Mary Lee Walsh, with whom she had a noted history of conflict, had retired 2 weeks prior. I wish to offer kind words of her and the work she did there, regardless of what had happened between her and I in many years ago. She had her occupation. She performed to the best of her ability and judgment over the years. I do not recall much about her, and I have personally apologized to her for the mishaps and what had happened to her self-counterpart in Dimension C-197. I never knew her beyond acquaintance and professional boundaries and distance. I have never heard of her direct thoughts on the portrayal of her character, nor on the fame and fandom she had acquired from my own hand, psychic links, and so forth. My one grievance with her being of her uncharismatic and anger-induced attitude and behavior when it comes to dealing or communicating with those who are only trying to find their own way in life. In my case, I submit the constructive criticism that I was unable to speak to her way back then would be the calm, level-headed, direct statement with no intent of personal space and personal property destruction nor malcontent. Mary Lee Walsh should have said to me upon the first encounter, "This public advert is most inappropriate. It portrays you as a sexual solicitor. That is not a way to make conversation with others. Please put this advert away and never pull it out again. If you need help in socializing and talking with others, I can recommend some social skill courses and support groups for the very shy. Is that clear to you?" We probably could have avoided the tons of awkwardness and emotions looming over our shoulders, especially hers, had she been simply direct and civil like that back in 2003 with me. Regardless, what happened to and with her has long passed. Move forward and onward, and I humbly and sincerely wish Mary Lee Walsh, here in Dimension 1218, only the most comfortable and blessed years in her retired life until her time of passing. She had suffered enough, and I leave her to live on in peace of mind and forgiveness. Have a nice life, Mary Lee Walsh. Lightning, blue heart, lightning emojis. Sincerely, Mrs. Christine Weston Chandler Sonachu. Okay, DUMB question. Has Mary Lee Walsh, here, ever made any personal recorded statement about her thoughts and feelings about me and all of this since after I delivered the apology drawing to her and then received a freaking trespassing notice from her in 2009? Now that this can of worms has been opened yet again by someone who texted me earlier asking me what my thoughts about her retirement were, and I would be remised and dogged if I had not tweeted the set just a while ago. I feel need to know what she had thought of it all. Tal as Knacht, people. Had to add this back onto my pile of stresses, didn't y'all? Also, please never ever remind me of Michael John Snyder, or even inform me at all whether or not he had died. I had long moved forward from that jerk, way in the past, and no need to do that to me either. To me, that jerk has been dead since I found the game and hobby place has been long gone, out of business, and replaces by a chocolate store. Leave that be with me, please. Kristen posted an animated GIF of meditative deep breathing to possibly calm herself down. On June 6th, in reply to a challenge from the official Pokemon Twitter account, Chris took part and assigned people on Twitter to be characters in her fictitious Pokemon journey, selecting the first account that automatically was prompted to her, which included US President Donald Trump and some of her online friends. When an individual told her that since her account was protected, no one who did not follow her would see her tweet, asking when would she learn, Christine wrote back, "Never," promising to continue tagging accounts as necessary, closing with ALOL, an acronym which stood for Actually Laughing Out Loud. On June 8th, Chris found out that the free encyclopedia, Wikipedia, had an article about the Kiwi Farms forum and requested for her to be omitted from the written history of the site. In addition, she wrote she would like to have her own Wikipedia page created for her, written in a positive light without any hate. Finally, she said she did not condone the role of Kiwi Farms in their so-called top 3 planned scandals, which left many people dead or injured. On June 12th, Christine wrote an extended Twitter thread explaining that she won't settle for a regular job because she was, in a sense, employed by deities to manage the dimensional merge. She also wrote the same message on her Patreon page to explain why she was unable to send the Sonichu comics to her paying patrons. On June 13th, Chris reflected on his graduation from Manchester High School in the year 2000, regretting that during the ceremony he showed his anger at not being recognized for his artistic efforts by snatching away his diploma and storming off stage without shaking anyone's hand. She wished for people to identify those who were on stage so she could apologize to them. As an addendum, Christine wished for the domain of the Christian Wiki, the Quickie, to be changed from sonichu.com to quickie.com so she could eventually claim the Sonichu domain for her own website project run by a trusted friend. When a Twitter user asked her why she couldn't use her superpowers to track down the people from the ceremony, she answered that she was still getting used to her powers, which remained unpredictable and wild. Later that day, Chris wrote a tweet thread in which she revealed that Jesus Christ allegedly told her that he and his mother, Emmanuel, have been working really hard in the dimensional merge, which was in its final stages and would take place in the coming days. Jesus was reaching out in all of the real-world dimensions churches, holy spots, portals, Pokestops, and Pokemon gyms, but also asked Christine to extend the reach of his message and tell everyone to believe in the original characters created by themselves and others. Also on that same day, she wrote on Twitter that her mother, Barbara, had been badgering her for damned money again, so Chris advertised a quilted throw blanket for sale on the auction marketplace website eBay for $225, including shipping. In addition, Christine made a YouTube video addressing troublesome mail she had been receiving, which was jokingly addressed to major YouTuber PewDiePie. She claimed in the video title that PewDiePie did not live at her address, and instead lived in Sweden. Though born in Sweden, PewDiePie, in actuality, lived in the United Kingdom.
Hello everybody, Christine Chandler coming to you live from home once again, and today I'm setting something straight. Every so often, and this ticks me off because not only does the actual person does not get the mail, but to forward it is impossible for me. I don't have his address and he lives in Sweden. Felix Arvid Kjellberg, also known as P-E-W-D Pie, does not live here at Rockville, Virginia 22968. And I never, ever want to see another piece of mail addressed to him sent to me here. And PewDiePie, please put a mailing address on your YouTube channel to where your fan mail and everything can actually be sent to. Please. Thank you.
Chris then went to Twitter to post a photo of all the hate mail that a single person sent to her multiple times per month. She wrote that she did not open the envelopes, as they were transparent both to light and her psychic powers, and would be sending them all back. Afterwards, she notified PewDiePie's Twitter account that she would be sending back all mail addressed to the YouTuber, and asked for him to make a public address to let his fans know the correct address to which they should send fan mail. Finally, on June 13th, Chris posted a video in which she asks for people to believe in the original characters, or OCs, and deities in regards to the dimensional merge.
We have a bit of a situation. Turns out, while we do have a good number of believers in the OCs, CPUs, deities, and everyone between our sister dimension of C197 and their surrounding dimensions, and right here dimension 1218, we could do a whole lot better in the believers. Even Jesus Christ himself came to me earlier today, told me so, asked me to relay the message. Everybody believe in the OCs, and everybody, the dimension merge is happening.
And we could definitely make the dimension merge happen a whole lot faster and over with. Definitely for the better benefit of everybody. Everybody! Within both our dimensions and the combined dimensions. Just give them a thought. Give your OCs a thought. Any of them. Whether they be branded, not branded. Your creations, someone else's creations, so forth. Sanchi wrote you. The CPUs, anime characters, and Magic-chan. If you could see him right now, he's literally sitting right here. Anyway, Jesus Christ himself and our God Emmanuel, they're OCs too. Though they literally are those that have worked here. Like, your Lord Jesus Christ sacrificed himself for real here. He's an OC. I'm an OC. If anything, between you and yourself counterparts, every one of you is an OC as well. So, if anything, you believe in everyone else, you believe in yourselves as well. Alright? And more importantly, don't hate. Alright? We don't need any hate, any more haterade, especially freaking cyberboys and bad internet trolls. But aside from that, believe in the OCs. Believe in your OCs. Believe in yourself as an OC. Believe in Jesus Christ, Emmanuel. Who Emmanuel, by the way? God is a woman. And I have personally met them face to face. And if you don't believe me in that, I've literally touched Jesus' hands. I cry every time I feel that scar in his hand. Cross when he did that, but still. Anyway, as a guy as myself, I am unable to worship Jesus or any of the other deities, but I am friends with Jesus and all the other deities, including CPUs, so the least I could do is support them and be a friend. That's what I do to the best of my abilities. Everywhere. My soul, my brain, my body. Literally working round the clock. Everywhere. And I'm flying by the seat of my pants by each thing that comes in, so I can relay it out to you via my Twitter or whatever. But in the meantime, believe! Believe in all of us OCs. And everything. And the dimension merge. It's happening. We're approaching our end game. And we are destined and fated to win. So, follow my motivational speech, please, and follow our lead. We will complete this merge. We will all be existent and coexistent with each other. And we will be able to hang out fully with our own creations. I'm very serious about that. It's happening! It's happening! Believe! Thank you. Have a good day.
On June 14th, Chris listed the complete set of Sonichu comic books for sale on eBay in a single $170 bundle. The bundle also included the Chris-chan prequel comic by Brian Frogboy and Rose Chew's story, which apart from the Chris-penned front cover, was entirely written and illustrated by QB Farms user Tricky. Christine further wrote on Twitter that all orders would be directly shipped from the book printing company, and so would not include any custom orders or autographs. She realized that the rewards she listed on Patreon, such as custom book orders and autographing and shipping them herself, cost her extra time and money, which she could not handle because of her dedication to the dimensional merge. The next day, Chris's avid follower, Jacob Sockness, received the blanket, which he purchased from her eBay account. He proceeded to announce that he asked a hypothetical mirror who was the sexiest artist, and it allegedly replied that it was Sockness. The tweet also included 4 photos of Jacob laying on the blanket and posing seductively in an array of revealing clothing. On June 16th, she dedicated the year's Father's Day to her father, Bob Chandler, posting on Twitter a photo of a newspaper clipping of her dad being celebrated for his contributions to General Electric. Chris celebrated his patents and achievements, which apparently directly led to many technological advancements, such as 3-dimensional printing. She reflected that Bob told her to live her life to the best, and that he was currently a very intelligent man/Sonichu, who after the dimensional merge would be able to hug Chris's mother Barbara once more. Christine shared a picture she drew of Chris-chan Sonichu with her father in Sonichu form, saying that since that drawing, her father had allegedly changed his fur color from plaid to almost all red, because it was hard for her to color a plaid pattern. It was at around this time that Chris's eBay account was restricted and all her listings were removed, likely due to her overall positivity rating of 85%, an exceptionally low figure for the site. On June 17th, she tweeted asking her followers if they also felt like it was the same day for a number of consecutive days, or when a day has passed, though it felt like a whole week. On June 19th, Christine finally acknowledged that her eBay account had been restricted and that her PayPal account was in debt. She stated that every direct $170 donation to her PayPal account would function as payment for the Sonichu Comics bundle and will order the set of books for the donators. Jacob Sockness did not entertain the idea of using the financial company to purchase the comics, for he did not trust Chris to fulfill orders on the count of her failings with Patreon. Not long after her announcement, someone presumably donated the aforementioned amount, bringing her PayPal account out of debt, and notified the unknown buyer that their book order would soon be shipped out after printing. When someone accused Christine of setting the $170 price to allow for herself $100 for shipping and profits, she clarified that printing cost $110, $30 for 3-day shipping, and the remaining $30 for her personal profit. Also on June 19th, Chris and her mother attended their scheduled court hearing in regards to 2 cases of debt owed to Portfolio Recovery Associates. QB Farms user Sigay Spurgnik personally attended the hearing and later on gave an account of what they witnessed. 11:03 a.m. Chris and Barb arrive. More accurately, I hear Chris sighing, squealing, and whining as he sets off the metal detector at the main door of the court, repeatedly. They come into the courtroom and sit down in relative quiet. 11:05 a.m. Chris starts playing with a fidget spinner. 11:07 a.m. Chris starts making ridiculous noises, raspberries, light shrieks, grunts, etc. Barb shushes him. Chris replies to her discipline with, "We're taking a break so I can make a little noise if I want." This was delivered in the tone of voice of a smug yet pouting 6-year-old. 11:12 a.m. Chris starts making whoop whoop noises and singing a childish tune that largely consists of him going la 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 in yet another 6-year-old's tone of voice. Strangely enough, the first time I ever encountered him in public, late last February/early March, he was singing something virtually identical as he was walking down the street. The fidget spinner is still going. 11:22 a.m. 10 minutes of relative quiet are broken by another of Chris's noise-making fits. This time, it's a giant hiccup, followed by sighs, squeals, and more fidget spinner as he grunts at no one in particular. 11:23 a.m. Chris tears himself away from the fidget spinner long enough to make a comment to Barb about something to do with hairy legs. Couldn't make out the first part of it due to the acoustics, but she shushed him again. The 6-year-old voice came out again to say, "But they are hairy legs," followed by something else unintelligible and more fidget spinner. 11:27 a.m. Judge sits down again, starts getting the 11:30 session underway. 11:33 a.m. While that's going on, Chris starts babbling very audibly. The judge glares at Barb. Barb shushes the man-child. Unsettlingly, it was a near glossolalia level of babble. The fidget spinner has finally been put away, thank God. 11:50 a.m. Chris and Barb left the court with the judge's permission to speak with the prosecution attorney in private room, re his case. Barb wasn't allowed in and hung around in the foyer waiting for him. A few things that should be pointed out. Barb's looking worn out. There's no good way to describe or emphasize this adequately, but it's worse than I can ever remember seeing her. Her hair is completely white. The hollow-eyed, thousand-yard stare is now going out even further than that, and her general demeanor is that of someone who has taken all they can and has retreated into a shell that they only emerge from to shout out something vitriolic once in a while. She's getting around okay physically, but functionally reminds me of an edamame pod. Chris, honestly, not too much change there, at least physically. Behaviorally, however, he basically seems to be seriously sliding down the slope into trying hard to revert to childhood. At present, this is likely his strongest defense mechanism against Barb's decline, real-world responsibilities, like creditor judgments, and his lack of social skills bearing down on him. Granted, this is an assessment being made from a completely non-professional standpoint, but it's also not the first time I've seen something like this, and he's exhibiting the signs. The case was finalized that day, and Chris was ordered to pay back a total of $2,681.70 to Portfolio Recovery Associates. On June 23rd, Christine wrote a tweet thread reflecting on the Sonichu comic that was heavily influenced by the idea guys Joshua Wise and Stephen Boyd. Everyone, I am in agreement with @Magichan111448 that the adequate minimum number of peoples of this world, so far, have had a chance to read the book that I had written during the time of, and a bit after, when I was awakening as a CPU, also known as the time #IdeaGuyJoshWise. Totally tried to screw and mess up C197, the other CPUs, themselves, everyone else, and me from October 2017 to April 2018. For now, for those of everyone who have yet to read it, I leave the highlights of the book I ended up drawing and writing of the true events that all literally and actually took place during that time, and the negative effects of #IdeaGuyJoshWise and his OC, #JohnsonWiles, put us all through. It is likely that during that time, simultaneously, here in 1218, other people and individuals have felt some of the side effects along with us, so please feel free to share your respective stories. And if y'all would like the full printed copy of the book, it is free with purchase of the other Sonichu books in the set at this time, and the direct way to get the set quick for yourself is to send to me no less than $170 directly via PayPal. After receiving the monies, and be sure to include your address when sending the funds, I shall swiftly order the books and have them shipped to you directly from my printing company. My personal takeaway from the book is that I, personally, feel better keeping the back of the book facing forward, because I like and appreciate how it completed and came full circle. I also do appreciate the circumstances that introduced me to it all, including calling my very own @Sega Dreamcast that literally turned out to be this dimension's counterpart to the Spiral console that kept Uzume, the CPU Orange Heart, confined for years. While my Dreamcast only had the seal, but I still ended up with a direct link and close friend link with her for 2 weeks. That was really wild, epic, and totally cool. #IdeaGuyJoshWiles shall pay for his crimes of extortion from me, and then some, because his damage was dimensions damaging that only I had the ability to undo, with the help in being guided to do so by @Magichan111448, and our friends and allies who are mildly to not affected by the effects of the month's worth of, well, the worst parts of it, to say the least. That is all for now. Thank you all for your support, interest, and sincere kindness. Alongside her tweets, she shared a selection of preview pages from the Awakening of a CPU comic. On June 24th, Chris wrote that she considered selling the Awakening comic for free, but decided against it because it cost money to print it and ship it, and that the money was needed in the house, hence why she bundled it with the complete Sonichu collection bundle, though mentioned that she was not getting orders. She wrote she would autograph one Sonichu comic per person at the upcoming My Little Pony convention, BronyCon, limiting fans to only one book, since she wanted time to enjoy the convention herself. On June 25th, Chris made her restricted Twitter account public, meaning it was from then on visible to everyone. The next day, she liked a tweet about being kind to one another from illustrator and voiceover artist Doopy Doover, who had years before blocked Chris due to her overbearing attachment to the artist. Later on, Christine wrote on Twitter that since many things were going on, she was apparently feeling the psychic brunt force of it, which included chest tightening and other feelings. She asked her followers to say a prayer for her. She then went to her Magichan Sonichu Twitter account to write under the guise of being her alleged husband that Christine recently had a heart attack in relation to events happening between dimensions, and so asked followers to pray to and for her. The alleged Magichan soon after wrote that Christine apparently went to the emergency room of a hospital after the attacks and has since stabilized, though the chest tightening continued intermittently. She was taking medicine in the form of aspirin and Tylenol and was resting in bed as her alleged spouses Mewtwo and Magichan himself looked after her. Later that day, Chris added a YouTube video to a custom playlist, a 5-hour-long video featuring binaural beats, or special sound frequencies, advertised to invoke lucid dreaming in the listeners. Later again, she uploaded the uncolored front cover and the first 8 uncolored pages of her proposed Sonichu issue 14 comic, also known as Awakening of a CPU, Book 2. Among the new pages, she mentions that she allegedly suffered 3 heart attacks in a single minute, before writing further about her hopes for the expeditious completion of the dimensional merge. Chris wrote that her uncontrollable, long, loud belches and frequent moments of déjà vu were signs that the merge was still progressing. On June 27th, Christine uploaded a Twitter video in which she balances a My Little Pony USB flash drive on her fingers until it wavers and falls to the ground, believing this is the result of her psychic powers. The following day, Chris updated her Patreon with new pages for Sonichu issues 14 and 15. The vast majority of pages were only visible to patrons paying at least a certain amount, though a few individuals, like Kiwi Farms user Sturbanchu, became patrons in order to leak the new pages to the interested public. Chris also added 9 new monthly Patreon payment levels, or quote-unquote tiers, which incrementally increased in single dollar amounts ranging from $1 up to $9. The so-called tiers did not offer any additional perks, except for thoughts of thanks from Chris. Some observers speculated that for Sonichu issue 15, which would function as a reboot for the series going back to the origins of Sonichu and Rosechu, she was plagiarizing from the fan comic Rosechu's Story by Tricky. On Twitter, Christine defended the similarities between the comics by claiming that she and Tricky had discussed years ago that it would be fine for Chris to reference Rosechu's story in her own comics, and that since Sonichu and Rosechu were mainly her property, haters and trolls had no rhyme or reason to shit on her. Tricky herself later confirmed on Twitter that Christine had her permission to use as much or as little of her comic for reference as she liked, as long as she did not use Tricky's artwork. However, when comparing new Sonichu pages, readers believed that Chris was likely tracing over Tricky's original panels, though Tricky herself did not think this was the case. On June 30th, Chris asked on Twitter if anyone, preferably famed lucid dreamers, could help her regain her abilities to lucid dream, which she had lost over the past week. She then shared an article from the NBC News network describing scientists entertaining the possibility of a parallel universe and claimed this was evidence of the dimensional merge. Chris also attached 2 uncolored pages from Sonichu issue 14, one of which describes the conclusion of her supposed heart attack episode. She wrote that on June 28th, she went to the doctor to discuss her possible heart attacks, which the doctor determined was a gastro-related problem and recommended that she take the antacids Tums when necessary. Chris also claims to have wowed the doctor with her psychic powers. Based on the illustration on the page, it appears that she demonstrated the so-called rubber pencil trick for the doctor by holding a pencil on one end and shaking it up and down, creating an illusion of a bendy pencil, which rendered the doctor speechless. She further elaborated that she had a goddess-level quest to complete in the Dreamverse that required her to be in a deep sleep dreaming level. When a Twitter user asked her if she would consider therapy, Christine answered, "Been there, done that. Therapy is beneath the high level this is, and I have been to plenty of therapy and psychologist sessions before. They lack the sufficient knowledge that is beyond what was printed in their textbooks." On July 1st, Chris posted another video on Twitter of her demonstrating her supposed psychic powers, in which she balances a large amethyst stone in her hand and slowly turns her wrist until it falls down, writing that her powers were growing since amethyst has weight, unlike the plastic USB stick. The following day, Jacob Sockness walked in the San Francisco Pride Parade, wearing a shirt reminiscent of Chris's The Classic, a replica Sonichu medallion, and also the shoes he bought from her on eBay. Also on that day, the debt garnishment case with Midland Funding was closed, ruling in favor of Christine, meaning that her funds would not be taken to pay back her debts. She afterwards went to Twitter to express her enthusiasm at the announcement of a soon-to-be-released remake of the vintage computer Commodore 64, hoping it would include floppy disk and cassette tape drives, since she still possessed games made for the computer in their original state. Chris then posted a photo of her collection of Commodore 64 games and programs. On July 3rd, the Sonichu official merchandise Twitter account posted a photo of Christian in the early 2000s, posing in his classic shirt, along with one of Jacob Sockness imitating his pose in a similar outfit, asking readers who wore the outfit better. Christine questioned whether Sockness's shirt was originally produced by Ralph Lauren like hers was. Chris later suggested that Jacob should lose some weight in his belly, and that his suggestive profile banner was unsettling for her. Jacob himself soon responded, mentioning his so-called teddy bear softness in an attempt to sexually tease Christine. Sonichu official merchandise wrote back that he should hit the gym if Sockness was to get Chris's affection, referring to her with male pronouns. Chris then corrected them. On July 4th, Christine angrily addressed the lax Google moderation rules which allowed anyone to edit her Sonichu headquarters business listing. Many people uploaded pictures referencing Chris's past trolling sagas, poor living situation, and her penchant for begging for money. Also on that day, Chris went to Patreon to update her supporters with new pages for Sonichu issue 15 and blamed the idea guys for the delay in the completion of the comic. Realizing that it had been quite the while since I resumed a few days ago, and when I ended up stopping in book 15, thanks to the events involving Idea Guy and Johnson Wiles, I ended up messing up on Rosie's young and short bosoms. I could kill them both after they and Boyd extorted $6,000 from me during those developmental and very eventful months, in full, plus interest. She then wished on Twitter a happy birthday to the United States of America, as it was the date of the nation's Independence Day, and wished a very merry unbirthday to everyone else, a birthday-like celebration occurring on all days apart from one's birthday, first mentioned in the 1871 novel Through the Looking Glass by Lewis Carroll. On July 8th, Christine announced on her Patreon page that she would be attending the upcoming and final BronyCon convention. But thanks to bills and things, funds for her travel and attendance have been slipping out. She pleaded for people to join her Patreon, as she was still busy coloring new pages and providing her supporters with new exclusive content, in addition to her work in both dimensions. She also wrote on Twitter the reasons why she needed funds. And if you must know why, room accommodations. My main plan with 2 friends who had reserved a room for us 3 and had their passes, they fell off the communications map on me. So I am in a major bind. Please, hashtag help Chris Sonichu get to BronyCon. Chris then shared a link for her PayPal account, stating if anyone were to donate to her $600, she would deliver them a personally signed and bagged complete set of Sonichu comic books. When asked on Twitter why would she consider going to BronyCon when she had money troubles at home, Chris replied, "I'm going. I must. Alright? I have my reasons. Besides which, people want to see me and meet me, and they want to see me happy. I want to meet and make my fans happy. I want to partake and enjoy the panels and events and share in everyone's happy feeling. So, help me help you feel more content and happy in the moments during BronyCon. Please." As BronyCon soon approached, Christine clamored for any hope of recapturing the perceived love and acceptance she felt during the previous convention. For her, it was an escape from a world of bullying, demands, responsibilities, and accountability to a small part of the world where she would have freedom and not be judged and ridiculed. She would do all she was willing to in order to achieve that release, if only for a moment. What made her this way? What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan. On July 9th, 2019, in response to Christine's recent pleas to acquire funds for her trip to the My Little Pony convention, BronyCon, the Sonichu official merchandise Twitter account suggested that she should start selling her bathwater, referencing the recent marketing campaign of social media star and erotic model Belle Delphine, who sold vials of what was purported to have been her used bathwater. Chris rejected the idea because she was not perverted and did not find buying used underwear appealing either. In addition, she could not sell bathwater since she took showers instead. After a short while, according to leaked private messages, Chris seemingly reconsidered and directly messaged the Trollsome merchandise account, asking if they would be willing to sell jars of her bathwater on her behalf, since she could not use her restricted eBay account. They declined her offer. On the social site Reddit, her devout follower, Jacob Sockness, revealed that the Sonichu merchandise account had falsely told Chris that he was interested in buying her bathwater, which Jacob at the time had no financial means of purchasing. He elaborated that it was instead necessary for Chris to send him some custom-made holy water infused with her own juices, which Sockness would use in his magic rituals. Upon believing that Sockness was interested in financially helping her, Chris finally followed his Twitter account. On July 10th, Christine declared that if 10 people were to buy her complete Sonichu comic book sets at $170 each within the next day, she would definitely be able to afford the accommodations during her BronyCon stay in Baltimore, Maryland. She then went to her alternative Magichan Twitter account and posed as her supposed husband, Magichan, writing that Christine knew more about the dimensional merge than any troll who criticized her, and boasted about her growing powers of moving objects with her mind. Also on that day, Chris updated her Patreon supporters with altered pages from her Sonichu issue 8 comic, mostly changing the birthdays of the Sonichus and Rosechus to match with the information that was dictated to her by the idea guys. On July 11th, Chris posted on Twitter 2 photos from 1993 that her mother Barbara had found. One of Christian with his father Bob accepting the letter which awarded him a $1,000 shopping spree at the KB Toys toy store after winning a competition from the Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon, and another of Barbara taken at around the same time. On July 14th, Jacob Sockness tweeted, with Christine's approval, that he decided to create an eBay account on her behalf and would use his closet as a storage warehouse for all of her products and sell them on the auction site, splitting profits 20-80 in Chris's favor. When members of the Kiwi Farms suggested that Jacob would simply use unsold items for his own personal gain, he denied this claim on Twitter, calling Christine a true friend. Not long after, Sockness started a campaign on the fundraising site GoFundMe, aiming to raise $300 to kickstart the necessary funding for the purchases of boxes needed to contain Chris's sold items. On that same day, Chris announced that she received a generous donation from a fan and was able to book a room for the weekend she would spend at the convention. The next day, the Sonichu official merchandise Twitter account trollishly claimed that they would have a merchandise booth at BronyCon where they would sell Sonichu merchandise and give 100% of the proceeds to the Organization for Autism Research. On July 16th, Jacob Sockness revealed that he was in the process of crafting a golem, or a living entity made of inanimate substance that would be brought to life via a 9-day sex ritual from the most evil book in his possession, which required semen. 2 days later, Christine updated her Twitter followers with a new colored page from Sonichu issue 15, a remake of Sonichu and Rosechu's first kiss, as seen in Sonichu issue 0, which upon observation seemed to be heavily referencing the poses of the protagonists as depicted in Tricky's fan comic, Rosechu's Story. Also on July 18th, Christine elaborated on the updated canonical history of Rosechu's genitalia. For everyone who was asking about Rosia privates as they were back in 2003, she had both sets of parts, but all of the female internal parts functional. The female update happened when she had transformed from Raichu to Rosechu, though she still had the dick. As for other details, I have typed up the following before today to elaborate a bit further. She then shared screenshots of private text messages. Hey, another let you know, help me remember. Rosie kept her penis until early 2008. During 07, she found her dick beginning to become unnecessary and functional, so she decided to schedule to have it removed by Dr. Silvestrichu, one of the special Sonichus who is a very well-practiced, read, educated, certified, and qualified professional in as many medical fields possible, 2 days before her birthday in 2008, allow a day for initial recovery, so she would enter her day anew as a full-fledged woman. This is an important detail to know because I have been updating Book 8, where in the early part of the book, they have sex on the night of November 3rd, 2007. Her dick had become more dormant beforehand, while still being existent inside her, practically not coming out to play or becoming erect at all anymore. And, thus, her ability to photograph herself the following day in response to the trolls who were doing all that shit against me and my Sonichus and Rosechus and so forth. So, yeah, not even Jason Kendrick Howell was getting free cock when she pounced at him when she did after he flung a pickle at the back of her head. On July 22nd, the former enablers Sarah and Steve announced to Chris that they apologized for letting her down and hoped that the three could spend some time together in the future. They later on defended their previous actions, denying claims that they were quote-unquote fucking with Christine, and that they genuinely only wanted to help her and become friends. When asked, one of the pair answered that they lost their job, which put their proposed plans to move to Virginia and help Chris on pause, which upset Christine, in addition to their failure to respond to her messages, in a similar vein to how Chris had ignored Sarah and Steve before. By July 23rd, she had been updating her Patreon supporters with daily updates of at least one new page from Sonichu issue 15, with many suggesting that her seeming improvement in art style and high output of content was due to her tracing the panels from Tricky's Roast Shoes story comic. Chris denied the claims on Twitter. She admitted to using Tricky's art as reference for her own work and wrote that it helped her muscle memory greatly by copying the fan comics panels, her improve her own drawing capabilities. She commended Tricky's art style and that Chris's own dialogue-heavy comics were defensible since she had a ton of wisdom and thoughts to share. Tricky then addressed these claims on the Kiwi Farms, declaring that she knew for a fact that Chris was simply referencing her comic. She provided a still image from a video chat they had, which demonstrated how Christine had the Roast Shoes story comic next to the new pages she was drawing, hence referencing the artwork and not directly tracing, which was allowed under the terms of their agreement. On July 25th, Jacob Sockness revealed that Chris included the demon Jacoba, who he allegedly knew, in her Sonichu comic, depicting his death at the hooves of her pony characters Mary Sue and Gary Stu. On that same day, Sockness wrote a vague tweet concerning a perilous quest, accompanied by 2 photographs of smoky apparitions caught in his apartment. Chris replied, hinting that the two communicated in length concerning Jacob's possessions at the hands of demons and extraterrestrial entities, and his knowledge of the Rokat alien civilization from the Andromeda galaxy, taking Sockness's claims as truth and valuable research. Soon after, Jacob claimed to have shared a dream with Chris during a failed ritual wherein he was with her in Quickville's mayoral office along with Magi-chan. At around the same time, Sockness revealed that he was planning a several months visit to Chris's house sometime in early 2020 when they would perform the ritual which would complete the dimensional merger. Also on July 25th, the Sarah and Steven Twitter account asked observers what they should do to help Christine if they had the power to do so, positing that she would disown them if they were to question her beliefs, and indirectly asked Chris if she really would. Around 2 hours later, they confirmed that possibly after seeing their recent tweet, Christine unfollowed Sarah and Steven on Twitter, with the pair concluding that her mental health was too far gone to accept any form of doubt in her thoughts, though within a day, she refollowed their account. Later again, Chris shared a newly released album for which she drew the cover art by EDM artist Easy K, who interviewed her on a podcast along with artist Merriweather in 2017. In addition, one of her patrons, who ardently defended her and allegedly paid her $200 to order the production of a custom Sonichu medallion, was blocked by her on Twitter, and so then called Chris a repulsive person after all that they and others had done to support her mentally and financially. On July 30th, Christine uploaded to YouTube an announcement of her upcoming attendance at BronyCon.
Hello everybody, Christine Chandler coming to you live from home once again, and yes, I'm going to BronyCon this weekend from August 1st to the 4th. All 4 days. Getting there Thursday morning and so forth. But let's be real, alright? I mean, I'm not going to be welcoming of hatred or malcontent, and you're going to get reported to security by me personally if you do anything bad. And I'm not going to do anything bad, so don't make any stupid false stories about me or shit, or try to set me up even. That's plain stupid. Alright? Anyway, you know me better. I'm more pleasant, I'm more kind, I'm more honest and sincere and everything. Approach me kindly and it's all good. Approach me badly and... Anyway, hope to see all the good people at BronyCon. Be respectful, be kind, be positive to each other. Have a good, safe day.
On August 1st, Chris declared on Twitter that she was currently driving to BronyCon, located in Baltimore, Maryland, some 140 miles from Merkersville, Virginia. She photographed herself wearing a handmade tiara made of wire in the shape of the Commodore computer logo to signify her supposed significance as the goddess-like console patron unit of the Commodore consoles. Soon after, she tweeted again to say that she had arrived at the convention center. From the very start of the day, she was greeted by many people who identified themselves as her fans and asked to take selfies with her. For that day, she dressed up in costume, or cosplayed, as Chris, also known as Crystal, the playable character from the game Pokemon Crystal.
Hi Jacob, this is Christine Chandler coming to you live from BronyCon. Here's to you being a good fan of mine. Cheers with a whole mug of sarsaparilla.
Also during the first day of the convention, she met with webcomic artist and YouTuber Ben Saint, who in 2016 made a popular video in the form of an educational lecture on the storyline of the Sonichu comic book series. On the morning of August 2nd, Chris posted a photo of her hotel room and commented on her positive experiences of the first day of BronyCon, which included meeting with many kind fans and internet celebrities. For day 2, she donned her pony ear hairband, strap-on unicorn horn, and pink wings, which she first utilized during the 2017 BronyCon. Early on, she was filmed wishing rapper and YouTuber Billy the Fridge a happy upcoming birthday. The video was later included in a special YouTube compilation video to celebrate the rapper's birthday.
Hi Billy, this is Christine Chandler coming to you live from BronyCon. You're an awesome dude and you have an awesome day. You're better off than Billy Woodstock.com. He don't like giant chicken.
In the evening, Christine attended the From the Matrix to Silence of the Lambs panel, which featured My Little Pony-themed YouTube voice actors performing famous movie scenes as MLP characters, during which she placed her Nightstar pony plush doll in the seat beside her, as if to allow it to observe the panel itself. She also met with MLP artist Choco Pony, complimenting his comic, and gifted him a copy of the MLP-themed Sonichu issue 12-9. Later that night, Chris went to the Grand Galloping Gala concert, performed by costumed singers and dancers, where she and all other attendees witnessed two convention-goers getting engaged. After the show, she took a photo with the cast for a set fee. On the third day, Chris attended the TF2 Analysis Anarchy panel, chaired by a number of liked bronies with history concerning her, including Dr. Wolf, whose YouTube videos were the basis of a short Sonichu comic and Lego counseling video. Towards the end of the panel, Mad Munchkin, who had blocked Chris on Twitter, was proposed to by her boyfriend. A video of the event was filmed by fellow panelist Lightning Bliss, who had also blocked Chris on Twitter. Afterwards, Christine went to the Pony Origins panel, hosted by Bonnie Zachary, the designer of the direct precursor to MLP, the Hasbro-produced My Pretty Pony doll, and Lauren Faust, the creator of the latest generation of the MLP animated series, Friendship is Magic. During a question and answer session, Chris got the chance to ask Faust a question.
My question began from G1 about, the human characters, especially Megan, and the relationship between the humans and the ponies. Did you think about wanting to do that originally for G4 in the earlier phases? Or did it just kind of it was rejected initially, or not presented at all, and then later figured out for Equestria Girls?
I early on in the development process, I had considered that Hasbro might ask me to bring in Megan. They never did, like not even once, but I did have a little snippet of an idea, but I didn't need it, so I didn't really flesh it out.
Well, at least it all brought down the question, girls. Thank you.
Sure.
Chris afterwards gave to Faust a copy of Sonichu issue 12-9. She then met and photographed with Princess Celestia voice actress Nicole Oliver. Christine soon posted the photo of the two on Twitter, and many people in the tweet's replies alerted the actress of Chris's past deviancy. Oliver quickly went to Twitter herself to deny support or involvement in any disrespectful behavior. It was likely during this time that Christine was exposed to the fan-made trading card game Twilight Sparkle's secret shipfic folder, influenced by the internet-fueled concept of shipping, or imagining hypothetical relationships between fictional characters, and pondered creating custom Sonichu-themed cards for it. On the night of Day 3, Chris attended Bronypalooza, a concert featuring musicians from the MLP community. She took pictures of her Nightstar plush doll, seemingly enjoying the show. On August 4th, a couple of convention-goers joined Christine in her car and drove together to a burger restaurant for lunch, where she talked about the dimensional merge and a new supposedly magical crystal she acquired, and showed off the binder filled with hand-drawn Sonichu comic book pages. On the drive back to the convention center, Chris played the mobile game Pokemon Go on both of her phones simultaneously while stopped at traffic lights. Upon the conclusion of the convention, she reflected on Twitter that she may have been recognized and approached by around 200 individuals, and thanked them all for allowing her to see sincere kindness and appreciation from everyone. Later on, she retweeted a post commanding fans of the My Little Pony Friendship is Magic TV show who would still continue to love it even after it concludes upon the completion of the current 9th season. Christine though added that the animated series would not end until season 14, as was apparently told to her by the actual characters of the show. She soon after shared photos of her purchases, which included autographs from many creators and actors present. Some Kiwi Farms members suggested that Chris spent over $1,000 during her stay at BronyCon. On August 5th, Chris wrote a multiple tweet thread regarding her difficult day. Okay, the following I will only say and type one time, so listen up, everyone. I had a rough outing today, and on the way home, after starting the van, I'm whammed in the face with a sulfuric odor. Ugh. Silvana and I confirmed that there is now something wrong with the air conditioner, so we will have it checked at the local auto repair soon. Also, while hardly any noticeable damage has occurred, I hit the bumper of a parked truck in a parking lot while I was thinking about the next stop in our set of errands. I promised my mother pizza, so rather than risk my life with the van, I go onto my Papa John's app and order a pizza. Guess what happens? 20 minutes later, no delivery, and the tracker confirmed that the order was cancelled, and we had the cash to pay for it, so I try a second. Time, 5 minutes later, cancelled! Then on the third time, I used my debit card and put a note on there that it really was me personally making the order, and I gave them my new phone number that time. They called me, and the manager of the local Papa John's where the order was placed, he informed me that there was no way that they were going to come to this address to deliver ever again. Hangry, I felt like I needed to sort this out in person and face to face on the matter of principle. I start to head out, and what happens next? Albemarle County police car drives in. This was in response to the minor damage hit. There was no visible damage at all on the other vehicle, and yet this happens, making for whipped cream and cherry topper to the set of torture I have had to endure. I told the guy what happened, and my mother, being more calm than I was able to be at the time, we sorted it out, gave him our insurance info, and he went on his way. But I vented loud and proud, and after the damn unrequited arrests and dogpilings I've had to also endure from Albemarle County Police, I kicked his car 5 times. I have always wanted to do damage back at them for years, and it finally happened, and it felt so karma level zen and good. But I digress. After the cop left, I made my way to Papa John's and told him about my day and being hangry. He showed me something revolutionary. Page after page of calls and orders from people pretending to be my old phone number and my home address, and all of them voided. I risked my life in the van at this point going out now. But, do you all know what this means? This address has been food blacklisted because of you bored pranking trolls and haters. I can only imagine and theorize how far this goes. I'll even bet that no matter from who or where I order from, even if I paid personally and in full, no food will be delivered here ever again. Even in times when I don't have an available vehicle at all, or even able to use at Uber, which, by the way, they suck. Their app sucks. It does not work for me. You haters may laugh at yourselves now, but you all will be laughing out the other side of your face when fate, destiny, and karma smacks you hard and rough. Even possible, I'll have a tangible lightning bolt in my hand, and we'll see if you survive being paralyzed or worse. But, again, I digress. Despite what has happened, I actually feel like things are coming full circle. I feel successful. I feel like I was well heard and listened to. Oh, bonus! People saw Sylvana Rosechew and Crizel Rosechew fully visible and tangible by my side today. And the fact that we'll never ever receive any prank order pizzas here again. Yep, I feel successful. As for you prankster and hating a lot, I hope you feel proud of yourselves. I could be without a vehicle, and no food will be delivered here, thanks to you lot, you cruel, dirty scum. Deep breaths, calm mind, and meditate. That is all I will say. I feel like I got out a lot of stress today. Thank you. Lightning bolt, blue heart, lightning bolt emojis. Not long after, Chris updated her followers writing that she ended up receiving the pizza she had paid for with her debit card and returned home safely. From August 8th, Christine began uploading new Sonichu issue 14 pages, which largely functioned as an embellished, lightly illustrated diary of her experience at BronyCon. She highlighted that she was accompanied by her alleged spouses, Magi-chan and Crizel, with whom she danced at the Grand Galloping Gala, as well as an unknown guy and gal. Also on August 8th, the former enablers, Sarah and Steven, made their presence known on Twitter again after a lengthy absence, entertaining the idea that the dimensional merge may necessitate certain rituals to be performed in order for it to commence. Jacob Sockness agreed, revealing that Magi-chan needed to transfer into a host body with the help of Sockness's alleged magical powers. The next day, Chris tweeted a dream-inspired musing. I'm just putting this on here. Just heard in a dream. What do you call a Happy Meal served on Monday? Cold bananas. On August 11th, Jacob closed his previous fundraising campaign and launched a new one with a $3,000 goal to support his trip to Christine's house, where they would complete the merge, canceling his previous eBay scheme for the moment. Jacob wrote in the description, I'm planning to visit Christine and need to fund the trip and actually have some fun over there. I have big plans for my BFF, Christine, and the dimensional merger. There will be some fur flying for sure, but let's hope not. I have dreamed of meeting my true idol of worship and finally be able to assist her at the peak of my occult power. Stockness also hinted that Sarah and Steve could also join him on his trip, a proposition to which they were open. Also on that day, Christine wrote in length on Twitter that during BronyCon, she supposedly met with one Grizzly the Medic, a member of the Brony community who was recently revealed to have been a sexual predator preying on minors. She elaborated that he was cosplaying as a BronyCon security guard and identified himself to Chris as a big fan of hers. They took a photo together, even though she did have a bad feeling about Grizzly the Medic's demeanor. Further on, Since Grizzly was 20 years old when he sexually conversed with a 14-year-old, Chris questioned the rightfulness of outlawing sexual relations between an 18-year-old individual and someone under the legal age of adulthood. Now, I am not by any means standing up for or defending Grizzly, but think about it. You're in high school, senior year, you've just turned 18 years old, but before. Then, it was okay for you to date that hot 15-year-old cheerleader or jock, as you had been doing for a few months beforehand. Now she/he is super off limits. You turn 18, regardless of gender or gender identity. Everyone begins to see you as an adult. There are factual case points where mentally you are still a teenager, not yet fully into adulthood until 21, where that mindset is where everyone puts you at when you turned 18. I empathize the transition from going from dating most anybody within your classroom range, not counting the faculty, to where you may as well be having a difficult time finding your new sweetheart/soulmate. I never got to date or experiment like that with anyone during my high school years. Hell, I still wish they'd offer a dating education class alongside sex ed, but that never crossed my mind. I was naive. But in this later age, I can empathize and compare with those I had witnessed from others around me back then in person, as well as what was heard of in televised media. It makes one feel like in these states there should be a grace period from after the day of turning 18, like wait until high school graduation before you would have to ditch that cheerleader or jock's phone number for good, or something. Pondering it further, the suppression that gets instilled upon us at the numbered age date, and those of us who missed out on being amongst the popular ones who honestly were able to brag about, I made out with Jeremy under the bleachers during the big game against Milwaukee. Or, Jessica and I enjoyed a Pepsi and a couple of chili dogs before hitting the showers by my room and making passion behind my lenient parents' backs. Essentially, missed opportunities! Doing things in efforts of fitting in and finding your place in the social hierarchy that was limited within the high school walls and zones, which all are super bogus to everyone. Feeling like you needed to have sex before turning 18, or some local talk crap like that, just to feel popular like the hip crowd there, or some Sigh. It's with the few people who feel so deeply missing out of these things from their respective pasts that they feel needlessly urged to make up for lost time by rocking the teenage cradle, or something. Frustrating? Yes, just frustrating to everyone. Again, I'm not standing up, defending, or even remotely condoning what these pedophiles have done. I'm just offering empathized perspectives that puts forth a few points on how they can come to be flawed in this way, also realizing and taking into account the possibility of local family history that might have scarred them for life, that hit them later on, and similar. These situations can be prevented to help these individuals find solace and ease into taking on their new age-restricted norm they are forced to endure upon turning 18. Because when you think about it, we all wish we got a chance to do what we wanted to before hitting the big 18. The age of consent system on that is not perfect, and now we have the responsibilities to catch these few people for the future of the communities and the kids. Also on August 11th, Christine posted 2 photos of herself and a new kitten that had entered her life, naming her Posse. She soon elaborated that the kitten wandered into the home from the leader of cats in their backyard, while Chris's mother was washing the dogs. Some concerned individuals who knew of Chris's living situation and past deaths of her cats allegedly reported this latest development to the Madison Green Humane Society, a no-kill shelter for abandoned and homeless cats. On August 14th, through her alternate Magi-chan Sonichu Twitter account, Christine announced, playing the part of Magi-chan, that he had successfully made his way fully into the real-world dimension of 1218, promising to release a video update soon. Magi-chan soon clarified for a curious follower that the video address would be recorded after certain confidential circumstances were taken care of. The next day, when a Twitter user asked Christine what she did all day, Magi-chan replied on her behalf, stating that Chris took care of the household, went out as needed, and did a bunch of heavy lifting, in addition to her brain working between dimensions and worlds. He also wrote that Chris kept herself clean and proper, making sure to deal with her excessive perspiration when it arose due to tense situations. The artist, Ben Saint, then posted a tweet with a photoshopped image of Christine wearing a t-shirt designed by Saint in support of the 2020 US presidential election candidate Andrew Yang, with Magi-chan denying the endorsement. Saint afterwards asked Magi-chan to consider voting for Andrew Yang, as this policy may increase Christine's monthly payments from the government and enable her to leave Magi-chan. Magi-chan wrote back that he was not amused by Saint's so-called meme, and was confident that Chris would never leave him, and that the Simpsons cartoon series character, Lisa Simpson, would become President of the United States. Chris then went to the online chatting application Discord to change her username from Chris-chan Sonichu 1982 to Magi-Chris-chan Sonichu 1982. Over on Reddit, Jacob Sockness wrote that Chris called him while her body was allegedly under the control of Magi-chan and sounded fatigued. On August 16th, the supposed Magi-chan wrote a tweet thread reflecting that upon reflecting on Christine's past tweets, he concluded that the numerous brony analysts who blocked her in early 2019 did so on the basis of misunderstanding her past posts on Twitter as being malicious. He claimed that he personally spoke with TF2 Analysis YouTube series member Dr. Wolf, who agreed to allow Chris to become a member of the show for a short while. She drew a picture celebrating her achievements, which Magi-chan believed was seen by the analysts in the wrong light, and so promised to ask Chris to make a new apology to them upon her return from Quickville. He also urged the brony analysts to go to the Quickie and read through her archived past tweets starting from August 2018, linking to the Quickie article noting the events in Chris's life in the year 2017. After Christine supposedly returned from Quickville, she went to her own Twitter account to address the fact that the MLP creators who had blocked her at the start of the year apparently feared her and thought that she had malicious or even murderous intent, and denied she ever thought this way. She apologized to the creators for all she had said and done to have made her seem malicious, and promised to not talk about the matter ever again. Chris prayed that at a possible future convention, they could all meet on mutual good vibes. Also on that day, MLP voice actress Andrea Libman shared a section of the illustrated children's book Love You Always by Robert Munsch and Sheila McGraw, writing that she considered the part of the story where the elderly mother still loves and holds her adult son like her baby to have been creepy. Magi-chan agreed with her sentiment. Further on, still posing as Magi-chan, Chris wrote that he helped her color in new Sonichu pages, and revealed that Christine was working on a Sonichu expansion pack of cards for the Twilight Sparkle's Secret Shipfic folder card game, for which Magi-chan allegedly contributed artwork of himself. On August 17th, Jacob Sockness tweeted that he wished that Christine would manifest herself in front of him during his rituals and see how their relationship will develop in person, revealing that since her energy has hugged, touched, and tickled him, Sockness wanted to be able to tickle her back. He attached a doctored image of mid-2000s Chris laying on his bed as Jacob hugged him from behind. He also showed pictures taken in his dimly lit apartment, showing himself performing a ritual and what seemed to be apparitions of alien beings observing from a distance. Later on, Sockness went to Reddit and made a post in his personalized form, or subreddit, dedicated to worshipping Christine's message, Cult of Quick. He wrote that he had performed a ritual with the attempt of summoning Chris's soul into his self-made golem and protecting her with his powers, which included dripping his own blood onto a photo of Chris that was placed on top of the golem. He purported to have felt her energy peak in his apartment and gave the golem a kiss. Over on Twitter, Jacob elaborated that the summoning ritual did not successfully cause Christine to materialize in front of him, but the doll did have an alive feeling to it. He vowed to sleep with it to see if anything further would happen. On August 18th, the alleged Magichan, claiming to be in control of Chris's body, uploaded his first YouTube video on Chris's YouTube channel, recorded 3 days prior.
Good day, everyone. It is I, Magichan Sonichu. I have taken possession of Christine's body, as we have swapped bodies. Her soul is in my body, as you can see right behind me, on the opposite side of the dimension curtain. I am recording this today, as definitely backed up by Christine's second phone. It's August the 15th. Which, on that note, should be the day I have uploaded this video, originally, long before I made it public. You could definitely tell that it is I as opposed to Christine, not only in the vocal tones, but also my behavioral patterns. The dimension merge continues to progress. An event will happen very soon where my body fully comes into this 1218 dimension. And I will be swapped back with Christine, and everything will definitely further progress from there. It is quite different being in a human body as opposed to my Sonichu body. Especially in the brain. My brain works a lot better. This brain, it needs work, but I am working on it. I am improving.
Magichan procures a fidget cube and holds it in her palm. It wobbles as her hand moves slightly, but ultimately fails to fall out of her hand.
Well, that aside anyway, still working on it. She's got power. I'm helping her find it. And she's borrowing my power too. She'll be making a journey very soon to progress everything there is. We will all be able to see and coexist with each other very soon. At least at this point, my wisdom, intuition, and other thoughts are able to be shared in this realm. So take that as you will. Be good. Be safe. Be kind and take care of each other.
As the prophesized dimensional merge continued to elude her in her time of need, and used by those with ulterior motives, boosting her beliefs so as not to break the bond. After years of being tricked into believing alternate realities, it seemed that there was no one who could break the cycle and bring her back to reality. The stage was set for new players to enter and perform the roles that only Chris wanted to see. What made it this way? What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan. On August 18th, 2019, Christine, while masquerading as her supposed husband, Magichan Sonachu, who had supposedly possessed her body, shared on his Twitter account the word of focus, according to her Word of the Day app. Luminary, defined as a person who has attained eminence in their field or was an inspiration to others, claiming that he and Christine were such luminescent individuals. Magichan instead could have inspired others to check out this video's sponsor, Atlas VPN. The virtual private network is running an amazing campaign where you can get a 3-year subscription for only $1.83 per month, plus an extra 3 months for free if you visit the link in the description. One of my favorites out of Atlas VPN's many features is it allows you to access geo-restricted content on the likes of Netflix, Hulu, or HBO Go, which will differ or may not even be available depending on the country you're physically in. So with just a click on their simple user-friendly interface, I can change the location of my IP and DNS addresses. And Netflix thinks that I'm suddenly in Japan, so I can enjoy the hottest content Japan has to offer. What's more, Atlas VPN also protects you from privacy snooping, as well as blocks links, ads, and trackers of ill repute from trying to steal your data, allowing you to explore the internet safely on an unlimited number of devices of any kind. This is a limited time offer, so check out the link down in the description to get a 3-year subscription to Atlas VPN with another 3 months for free and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Special and sincere thanks to Atlas VPN for sponsoring this video. On August 19th, comic artist and YouTuber Ben Saint, who had previous links with Christian lore, asked Magichan about an alleged city in Dimension C197 that was harnessing the power of slime for endless gang violence, a concept Saint created and used in his own comics and online community. Magichan took his concerns seriously and quelled his troublesome worries. Magichan claimed that there will not be any post-apocalyptic scenario caused by the slime, for he had foreseen, checked, double-checked, and rechecked all possible timelines. On August 20th, Magichan wrote that there was a falsified death certificate for Chris's mother, Barbara, that should not be trusted, for she was still alive and well. He later posted a new photo of Barbara to validate his claim. When a Twitter user inquired whether Barbara had been told that Magichan had allegedly taken over Christine's body, Magichan wrote that she had, and had taken it very calmly, without any emotional outbursts or stress. Another user commented that her reaction may have been due to her suffering from dementia, a claim that Magichan refuted. When asked if Barbara could swap bodies before she passed away, Magichan replied that it was possible, but she was instead fated to have a quote-unquote dip in the fountain of youth. On August 22nd, he tweeted about the Japanese concept of otaku, or people who heavily invest in their hobbies and have very little social life. Magichan admitted that despite the messiness of Christian's room prior to the house fire of January 2014, in his own way, he made being an otaku cool for present and future generations. However, unlike other otakus, Christine was able to become a social butterfly in recent years. He further wrote about how Chris was an accidental trendsetter, as seen for example in her Nintendo game Animal Crossing documentary video from 2003, which may be considered as one of the first ever Let's Plays, and also her dance with Magichan at the 2017 BronyCon. Magichan applauded those who lived their lives while changing from introverts to social butterflies. On August 24th, Chris, under the guise of Magichan, wrote on Twitter that he was listening to the YouTube video series Christian: A Comprehensive History, made by Genosamuel 2.1, which documented Chris's life in detail. He alleged that according to the information in the videos, Christine successfully predicted the conception of Sonic the Hedgehog games that were solely released on Nintendo consoles. Later that day, Magichan wrote on Chris's behalf that she was currently watching Part 4 of the Comprehensive History series, which addressed Christian's friendship with Megan Schroeder. He corrected the claims made by Geno Samuel that Megan had introduced to Chris My Little Pony and Sailor Moon, and that in actuality, Chris had watched those animated series during his childhood and teenage years. The next day, Null, The administrator of the QB Farms revealed that Chris had suddenly messaged him. The contents of her texts were not revealed, but Null claimed that Chris became upset because he refused to refer to her as Magi-chan. Chris's thoughts and actions made Null sad because it reminded him of the mental decline of Terry A. Davis, a computer programmer with a strong following on QB Farms who suffered with schizophrenia, who after struggling with homelessness had apparently committed suicide in 2018.
I'm a white man, I wrote my own fucking compiler, I'm not a nigger like Linus.
On the 26th, Christine briefly returned to her main Twitter account to reply negatively to a Twitter user with a protected account who posted about the final episode of My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, the conclusion of which Chris rejected. Members of the QB Farms theorized that it was because the protected account had approved Chris to follow them and not Magi-chan, hence why she had to switch accounts to relay her message. On August 27th, the supposed Magi-chan revealed that he had finished watching Geno Samuel's so-called chronological history series on Chris-chan and wrote a tweet thread regarding some past events which allegedly involved him. I will attest in those moments when she played split personality. Back then, I was in her mind. I was trying to talk to her, including, "I want out, Christian," and "Christian, we both know what we want. We should let us out." The comments under that video, as mentioned in part 17, I typed those, personally, while in mild possession of her at the time. I was the Christopher in that back and forth in those few videos. Also, when she was younger than 7 years old, I talked to her through her nose talking, working as her vocal conscious. I have always been ever present and as guiding and helpful as I could possibly be from the C-197 side of the dimensional curtain. I could not get through all of the time though, and I knew she was. Fated to learn the difficult way through the many trials and tribulations with the online ships she had. I felt crestfallen every time when she recorded herself gay-shaming, and I cried when she used the Bible verses to back it up. I tried to tell her then, "It was a freaking parody, Christian. You were not supposed to take it serious," on the Leviticus quote inspired by the Family Guy moment. When I typed in the comments of that music video, I was feeling frustrated. I have always known she was a bisexual. I wanted out in being free to love her as she was then, as well as being fully in Dimension 1218. She subconsciously knew she was bisexual, but she had felt really upset and adamant about herself back then. And the fact that the haters were throwing various labels upon her, aside from and including gay. Had no one called her any of the gender identity terms alongside the other negative adjectives, at CPU_QuickSonichu would have more likely realized, understood, accepted, and come out as bisexual and trans woman a lot sooner. Clear a throat. Deep breaths. That is all for now. Thank you. Purple heart. Lightning emoji. Later that same day, Chris as Magi-chan joined the dedicated Christian worship forum or subreddit, Cult of Quick, on the site Reddit as a moderator, asking other members to share their stories of how Christine had positively affected their lives. The next day, Christine returned to her own official Twitter account to retweet a tweet from philanthropist Bill Pult, who voted to grant $2,700 in cash to a random person that retweeted his message. Later on, she went back to her Magi-chan account and followed the account representing Jabba, an agency serving elders, caregivers, and their families. A Twitter user then wrote to her that it was acceptable to admit that she no longer believed in things she did as a child and did not have to make up justifications for her changes of thought. Magi-chan wrote that Chris realized this and would make sure she addresses this topic once she returned from California. When asked, Magi-chan elaborated that Christine was in Magi-chan's body in California, accompanied by her alleged spouse, the Pokemon Mewtwo, completing more events regarding the dimensional merge. Also on that day, Magi-chan, while possessing Chris's body, wrote on the online chatting application Discord to Chris's supporter, Jacob Sockness, that he thought Jacob looked sexy while wearing a certain one-piece pajama. They went on to discuss a proposed trip to California, where Chris would meet up with Sockness. Finally, the supposed Magi-chan privately messaged genosamuel on Twitter, letting him know that the 20-part series at the time helped not only Christine, but Magi-chan himself in better recollecting the events of the past, and letting go of the negativity associated with the trolls before 2014. Magi-chan reflected that she has come a long way in her character development and thanked Geno for his work, looking forward to future videos. On August 29th, when an inquiring Twitter user asked for an update of the new kitten Posse that had wandered into the Chandler's home about 3 weeks prior, Magi-chan revealed that in spite of their best efforts to take care of her, the kitten passed away. Barbara and Magi-chan cried for her, even though he apparently foresaw that the kitten would not survive for very long. Soon after, Magi-chan posted a drawing he apparently made of Sonichu and Rosechu playing the MLP card game Twilight Sparkle's secret shipfic folder. On the final day of August, Magi-chan shared a new fundraiser on the site GoFundMe, made by one Alan Christopher, a fan of Chris and romantic admirer of Jacob Sockness, who resided in the United Kingdom. The $5,000 goal fundraiser was apparently to fund Christine's participation in Christopher's book series that would aid charities and programs supporting people with learning development problems. Part of Christine's duties in the project were set to be travels to the UK and Japan. Throughout early September, Magi-chan continuously posted new custom cards that he and Christine made for her upcoming expansion deck for the card game Twilight Sparkle's secret shipfic folder. Some of the artwork was credited to Chris, while the others bore Magi-chan's signature. On September 2nd, the supposed Magi-chan shared another fundraising campaign posted on the site Just Giving that was also created by Alan Christopher, which purported to be collecting funds for Christine's trip around the world with Christopher and his friends, in addition to creating more comic books. The next day, Christine resubscribed to the Patreon page of noted My Little Pony creator Dr. Wolf. This drew the attention of some of Christine's own current and former Patreon funders, who criticized her for spending most of her time conversing with Jacob Sockness and even contributing to other Patreon creators, instead of paying attention to her own financial backers. On September 6th, Magi-chan reported that Barbara had her van checked and found that it needed repairs that would cost them $1,000. He asked for people to donate to Sockness's fundraising page for his proposed trip to Chris's house, hoping to use the funds for the Chandler's personal matters. Jacob agreed on the arrangement. This tweet raised the attention of one Righteous for Quick, a Twitter user purporting to be a supporter of Chris Chan, masquerading as the feminine LGBTQ-inspired take of the Halloween movie franchise villain Michael Myers, who warned Christine to be wary of Jacob Sockness. Righteous would also post edited videos on YouTube praising and seemingly deifying Christine.
She's smiling quite comforted. She'll be making a journey very soon to progress. Everything there is. We will all be able to see and coexist with each other very soon.
In order to encourage people to contribute to Sockness's GoFundMe page, Jacob shared a 4-month-old Reddit post that he wrote, purporting to be a transcript of a channeling session during which Magi-chan was said to have been controlling Jacob's body. Followers dismissed the conversation as a forgery solely conceived by Sockness, as Magi-chan's speech patterns did not match those as seen in his tweets or YouTube video. However, the purported Magi-chan on Twitter denied that during the session he was calling Christine her hubby, but rather her honey, but forgave the misinterpretation, as channeling and telepathy were tough skills to master. On September 9th, Magi-chan, allegedly controlling Chris's body, joined the private Discord group for Sonichu Mania, devoted to a team of amateur developers who sought to create a mod or downloadable feature to be implemented into the game Sonic Mania Plus, which would allow the character of Sonic the Hedgehog to take on the appearance of Sonichu, amongst other proposed additional cosmetic alterations. Magi-chan proceeded to answer questions from some of the members of the Discord, with one commenting that the concept of all original characters existing in the alternate universe, even if they were simply thought of by the creators who did not commit their creations to the physical realm, and that infinite universes contained infinite universes themselves, defied the laws of physics. Magi-chan told the Inquisitor that it was best for them to throw logic out the window and to not overthink the details of how and why. On September 13th, in response to a Twitter user asking others if they had any guilty pleasure waifus, or fictional typically female characters that one romanticized despite some glaring negative traits, Magi-chan wrote that Chris's parents, Robert and Barbara, while they were still developing, were his waifu. He singled out Barbara as having been a guilty pleasure waifu, while Bob was said to have been a successful model in Dimension 1218. On September 14th, Magi-chan declared that Christine had just returned from California with Mewtwo and would regain control of her body soon. Shortly after, Chris returned to her own Twitter account to announce that she had regained of her body. She then posted a lengthy pre-written account of her travels, noting that while in Magi-chan's body, she ran from Virginia to California. Along the way, she met up with her old friend, Anna McLaren, who initially was startled at hearing Magi-chan's voice telepathically. Afterwards, Chris and Mewtwo traveled to Jacob Sockness's home, who was said to have been civil and kind. Christine admitted to have been horny and sensual, and so she leapt into Jacob's body pillow fashioned to look like her, which allowed the two to hug each other. Chris then recounted her further travels and adventures, which included fighting off demons summoned by Jacoba, the demonic entity introduced to her by Sockness. Also on the 14th, the Sonichu Mania developer group held a 3.5-hour livestream on YouTube discussing the game Sonic Mania Plus and their development of the Sonichu mod. Christine joined them 44 minutes in.
Well, I've been here. I'm here. Hello, hello.
Howdy.
I'm fun.
Howdy.
So, Christine, how have you been?
Been doing pretty good. Been doing all right. Magi-chan and I have been swamped and been in each other's bodies the past month. I just got back from California, and boy, is my soul tired. Tell you what, here's a voice. Tell you what. Sanchu just completed a level. Here's your sample from me, just a direct thing. All right, zap into the extreme.
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world.
No, you belong in Minecraft dimension. You're a creeper.
That's actually pretty good.
Do you refer to him as Dr. Eggman or Dr. Robotnik?
Most of the time I go with Robotnik, because that's what I grew up with.
Yeah.
If you want to call him Eggman, that's fine, but also, just in jest, spell his name backwards. Kento Borer, nah, I'm gay. Nah, I'm gay. You say it slowly, that's what it sounds like. Nah, I'm gay.
Do you have any preference on for the Sonichu Mania mod? Do you have any preference on who you would want to take Tails' place?
You take me, my Sonichu form, Chris Chan Sonichu. I'm replacing Tails. I got the psychic power, so I can levitate.
Okay.
People in the stream chat are like, "Yo, Blue Spike's in the call."
It's like he time traveled.
This is not Blue Spike. This is not Blue Spike. I personally confirm it because Blue Spike is dead. Good night, everybody.
Does this sound like a dead man to you?
Can we get a shout out to Geno Samuel?
Geno, I liked your series. Through Magi-chan watching it and me catching up with it mentally, it's a good series and it reminded me of the Bad Troll. Worked well. At least you didn't offend me too much.
Yeah, I think he's just doing the series for documentary's sake. I don't think he doesn't want to be mean or anything. Geno Samuel's a really nice guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I see that. He is. Mm-hmm. Oh my! Now the brain's trying to remember one where it said something. Where Geno Samuel had said something. I think he was stiltily singing a song, and I think it was one of the more recent videos, not number 21. Although that was a fun epic burn from my father when he answered the phone in part 21.
They weren't expecting my daddy, but they got him.
Oh, speaking of your family, how's Barb?
He's doing very well. He's actually quite capable for her age and everything.
The Sonachumania group then quickly deleted the stream and abandoned the project, but Kiwi Farms members managed to archive the stream in time and soon re-uploaded it onto YouTube. It was at around this time that Chris joined The Place Discord group, populated by a small number of enablers who vowed to win her trust by encouraging her beliefs and would in turn aim to protect her from malicious outsiders. The Discord included Chris's online friend, Maker Nightv, Not, an alleged longtime minor troll of Chris, Kyle, also known as Nova, a worker at a suicide hotline, and YouTuber The WCT, invited to join by Not, who is making a multi-part series covering YouTuber and mass murderer Randy Stair, inspired by the Chris Chan, a comprehensive history documentary series by Genosamuel 2.1. Other members who held a less active role in communicating with Chris were Kiwi Farms moderator, the American Hedgehog, and Quickie administrator and former man in the pickle suit troll, Marvin. On September 16th, in response to Ben Saint's musings, Christine wrote a series of tweets reflecting on her infamy. Everyone seems to be compelled by me, especially the Christorians. Any outsiders, and I, being meta, end up wondering why. My earliest online content was a fan at Pokemon website, Quick's Pokesite, mostly my more than 2 cents on Pokemon and the TCG. Eventually, I added my Sonichu book pages online. The drama happens with me. The locals take observation and later tell the stories and comment online. Before even the Yep, I'm on TV DVD on February 24th, 2007. The video content was light and spontaneous, and most of the future uploaded videos I made end up featuring rants, shoutings, and crap that would frighten anyone shitless. I recall that there was a mythos about me online. Myself, Chris Chan, I was an OC in my own stories. Was I real in this reality that is Dimension 1218? And then I was confirmed in late 2007 with that blurry photograph of me in a moment of great shock and stress. And everyone ended up making fanfictions about me, my family, my peoples, city, nation, and my Pokemon, including Sonichu and Rosechu. In a sense, while I already had my own chronicler, my DC superhero self-counterpart in Metropolis, the Quick Cyclite, everyone here in 1218 was all up in fanficking me, indirectly and directly attempting to alter my own life and decisions, as well as those around me who mainly originated here. Why is everyone compelled to follow me? The answer simply is that you all just do, in fated events, destiny, or whatever. Me? I have known all of my life I was special for some reason, counting being first-person perspective camera 00000000001. I'm awakening, I'm learning, I'm developing, I keep getting stronger, better able, smarter, and powerful, and out of all the fanfic chaos of me up till now. Is it any wonder, as some of you put it cleverly, that Magichan, I, and everyone else of C-197 needs to do a bit of retconning? Just something to ponder over. Lightning bolt, blue heart, lightning bolt emojis. On September 18th, Magichan apparently returned to Twitter to inform his followers that he was continuing to converse with other people, many of which from the Kiwi Farms, and vowed to visit the site's administrator, Null, soon. 2 days later, Jacob Sockness wrote that Christine was allegedly planning for a lot of fun for the occasion of his supposed upcoming visit, and that Barbara's birthday during the trip would be better than all 77 that came before it. A seemingly concerned Twitter user urged Christine to wake up to Jacob's arguably manipulative tactics. He denied manipulating her, but admitted to telling her lies that made her feel good, looking forward to write on whatever may transpire in his book series concerning his experiences with channeling sessions and knowledge of demonic entities and alien civilizations. Later on, after Ben Saint began featuring Chris's unicorn self-counterpart character, Nightstar, in his comic, Christine acknowledged that Saint's storyline concerning Nightstar and Maleficent Slime in New Milwaukee in the dimension C-197 was actually happening. Over in his private Discord, Ben Saint revealed to his followers his plans to keep Christine satisfied with the way he incorporated her characters into his comic, hoping to eventually lead to Chris drawing characters or elements related to Saint's comic as part of Sonichu lore. Later again, in response to a tweet reply thread featuring people seemingly fetishizing people with autism, Chris replied that she was taken aback by the tweets, but also not surprised by it, given the average and not average traits of people on the autism spectrum, and that she foresaw the tweet coming. On September 20th, Chris wrote a lengthy tweet thread explaining why Nightstar in Ben Saint's comic behaved villainously. 2 days later, Saint shared 4 new panels for his slime-focused comic, depicting an attack on what appeared to be the World Trade Center Twin Towers of New York City that were destroyed on September 11, 2001. Chris reflected that 9/11 was not fun at all, and reminded Twitter readers that the images were in fact of the Twin Towers that were in New Milwaukee in the C-197 dimension, which were fortunately completely devoid of people. Christine then joined Ben Saint's Discord server, which also included Maker Nightfee. Also on September 22nd, Chris shared an online petition calling for the production of My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic Season 10. On September 23rd, during Ben Saint's livestream on the streaming platform Twitch, members of the Place Discord strongly discouraged him from interfering with Chris's life and attempted to blackmail him.
I get it. People are mean to Chris. That's
Chris
it.
Chris is very malleable. Chris
Sure.
has real friends. The less people that know about Chris, the better. To be honest.
Cat's out of the bag, my dude.
Yeah, I get that, but it just doesn't help.
No, I don't want to do anything to hurt Chris. I promise. That wouldn't be funny. Okay, these people on Twitter, they're in there and they're like, "Oh, Ben, quit playing along with Chris's bullshit. She's delusional. She's crazy. She needs to go to a therapist. She needs help. I'm here trying to give her tough love because I'm gonna fucking fix Chris and make her sane again." And these people are fucking monsters. These people are nightmares. I hate them. They're just there to abuse Chris. I'm just trying to have a good time. All right? I think Chris is fun. I like her. Sounds
Honestly,
cool.
prefer that you not do it at all because Chris is a person and doesn't deserve to be trolled constantly.
I'm
but
not
that's just
trolling.
my
I'm not trolling. Chris explicitly told me that she liked the crossover. She liked the idea. She wanted to see it. So I'm making it. How is this trolling? This is nuts.
It just sounds really manipulative and not very nice because the way you're putting it anyway sounds really douchebaggy and I don't like it.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
He claimed on Twitter that their intimidation was for naught since he had no money. During this time, Saint was continuously posting new panels for his comic story, which notably featured Nightstar. This drew criticism from Jacob Sockness, amongst others, who felt he was using Chris's intellectual property for profit. Christine, however, told Jacob to settle down, since Saint was doing no harm. On September 25th, Jacob Sockness posted on Reddit his itinerary for a one-way trip by train from Oakland, California to Charlottesville, Virginia on an undisclosed date in the year 2019. Accompanying the picture, Sockness wrote that allegedly both he and Christine were tested negative for sexually transmitted diseases, and that he planned to video record themselves having sex and keep it private, vowing to destroy Chris's ass like carpeting bombing Germany in World War II.
Tell me a bedtime story. Christine.
Members of the QB Farms managed to match up the arrival and departure times of the connecting trains on the trip to a specific route that would bring Jacob to Charlottesville at 7:01 p.m. on Saturday, September 28, 2019. Forum users debated whether or not to inform Chris or the relevant authorities about Sockness's arrival. Sockness then privately messaged Christian-centric YouTuber Gibby, revealing that Chris said she loved him and possibly wanted to be his girlfriend. When Christine heard that Jacob was likely already on his way to her via train, she was convinced by members of the Place Discord to ask him to turn back, and then recorded a voice message for her followers.
Okay, this is Christine Weston Chandler Sonichu, and I extend this message out to all the individuals who are actually not just all bark and no bite, wanting to intercept Jacob Sockness on his trip to Virginia, or at this point possibly back to California, because I'm pretty much going to tell him that the visit is off. I want you all to intercept and talk with him. Thank you.
Chris then shared the recording along with a series of tweets. I'm just beating myself up over this, but I feel compelled to say something now. Yes, I did indeed tell Jake to return home. And yes, I made the following recorded statement. I have had a really rough day yesterday. My soul, aura, vibrations, and psychic senses were hopping the walls with me. I even fainted, and Mewtwo had to possess my limbs to get me from my desk to bed. I crashed and slept for a few hours. And then to hear the more recent statement of him, and my body just extensively heating up, counter-arguing. As I could, but I just could simply no longer overlook the red flags of faded warning. When your body gets hot like a macargo, and it hurts, you do not ignore it. Besides which, my senses and psychic links have been seriously going off and on like crazy recently, so mainly, on that, I ultimately chose to send Jake back home, and I made the statement to make sure he gets the message. I'm really sorry, Jacob. As much as I do love and care about you, it is simply too soon. Not long after, Chris wrote that it was fated and decided that Jacob return home to California, and that there would be someone waiting at the train station in Chicago to hand him a return ticket. Sockness afterwards claimed that the itinerary he shared was faked, and that he was in fact coming to visit Christine around Halloween time via plane. On September 26th, Chris wrote an alleged message from Sockness's alter ego, Michiro, directed at Sockness. Michiro stated that even though the journey to Chris's Sonichu temple was an escape from the evil influences of the demonic Jacoba, his alliances with certain nefarious characters served as a reason for his need to return back to California and to rethink his decisions. Christine then relayed to Jacob that she felt terrible for telling him to go back home because she loved and cared for him. She added that she was not in the best health situation to take on a guest, and that even though she was immortal, she could still feel pain. Jacob then tweeted that he would terminate his Twitter account since his involvement with the dimensional merge ended in failure. He then turned to Twitter user T. Gasper, who practiced dark magic, and proclaimed that he would be Sockness's mentor. Jacob then sought to summon chaos in the aftermath of Chris's rejection. The following day, Sockness confessed that he was in no position to cause any harm to Christine. He admitted he got angry earlier because he tried hard to prove to her how much he loved her, such as spending $1,500 of his own money and losing 30 pounds of weight from stress and exercising, only to be rejected because of the actions of a troll. He promised to try reach her again with a friend at some later point. Chris then confirmed that Jacob was on his way back home to San Francisco. On September 28th, Christine wrote on Twitter that she was feeling better, but still very vibrational and psychically sensitive. She added that she was aiming to attend the unofficial My Little Pony convention, BabsCon, with undisclosed friends, set to take place in San Francisco, California in April 2020, and was estimating the total cost for the journey to be $2,000 to $3,000. She added that an official donation link would be later posted, and shared her personal PayPal donation link in the meantime. Jacob Sockness reflected that her attendance at the convention would fortunately allow the two to meet. A concerned longtime follower of Chris wrote that she should instead focus on paying off debts and saving up money instead of begging for it from fans. Chris then logged into her Magichan Sonichu Twitter account to write that the family were paying off debts the best they could, and that Christine's attendance in BabsCon had been fated to happen so they could use the financial help. Another individual tweeted that they had allegedly conversed with Magichan, who told them that the funds Chris received should instead be used to contribute to a certain fundraiser to aid a baby's medical treatment. Chris replied, still under the guise of being Magi-chan, but mistakenly on her own personal account, writing that they should not say that they've talked to Magi-chan if they did not in actuality, insulted by the trolling but not malicious habits. The user wrote back that they did not realize saving a child's life was a troll move. Christine in response then donated $10 to the baby's fundraiser. Also at around this time, the Magi-chan account began acknowledging one Helena G. Fiorenza, who would post photographs with her drawings of Magi-chan placed into the scenes, posting as if she was interacting with him. Magi-chan confirmed that Helena did, apparently, meet with him. On September 29th, Ben Saint continued to draw more panels for his comic, which he colloquially referred to as the Night Star comic. Members of the Place Discord then confronted the alleged Magi-chan controlling Chris's Discord account about the comic, asking if Saint was paying her any royalties for using her character. Magi-chan then revealed that she was working on a 15-card expansion pack for the Twilight Sparkle's Secret Chipfic folder card game, which chronicled the events of the slime invasion in Arizona, as written about by Ben Saint. When accused of theft, Magi-chan defended him, given that he shared the panels for free on Twitter, but he had a Patreon which Magi-chan claimed was meant to fund a different comic project, even though Saint explicitly stated in the Patreon page's description that it was meant for the crossover project, combining his own and Sonichu's universes. On September 30th, Christine was witnessed arguing with a bot, or user-like automated system on Ben Saint's Discord server, which would output written outcomes relating to Saint's comic's malicious slime entity based on other members' commands. Finally, Ben Saint posted further comic updates, to which Magi-chan responded, reminding Ben and his readers that the comic was not a Night Star comic, and branded Saint's depiction of deaths and abuse against his own original characters, Phantom Horn and Strawberry Milk, as madness and cruelty. He felt that the slime was badly affecting Saint's judgment. Ben replied, writing that after peeling back the veil between dimensions, he was simply depicting actual events, regardless of how violent they were, but was confident there would be a happy ending for his characters. On October 1st, Chris wished her mother a happy and safe 78th birthday, posting a recent photo of her. They celebrated by eating at the Wood Grill buffet chain restaurant. The next day, she posted new artwork featuring Ben Saint's characters, Phantom Horn and Strawberry Milk, mentioning that Saint's chronicling efforts were falling behind those of Christine, who, with Magi-chan's help, had just completed the Arizona Slime expansion pack for the Twilight Sparkle's Secret Chipfic folder card game. She proceeded to post the artwork and description for her original cards, focusing on Night Star and Christian Sonichu's involvement with Saint's characters, and the complete and peaceful cleanup of the malicious slime in Arizona via rains of bicarbonate of soda and sugar. On October 3rd, the supposed Magi-chan asked users of the Place Discord whether Ben Saint was making his comic featuring Night Star for financial gain. The others told him that he was. After listening to their input, he decided to then message Ben privately on Twitter, letting him know that the slime had been cleaned up, and vaguely criticized Saint's use of Chris's characters for financial gain. In return for his greed, Saint was asked to send at least $300 to Christine's PayPal account to help fund the printing and sending of the Arizona slime-themed Twilight Sparkle's Secret Chipfic folder expansion pack. Magi-chan closed by writing that he and his alleged spouse Chris were expecting a large donation from Ben within the coming weeks. Saint then shared these messages on his Twitter account and added new comic panels, claiming that the people needed slime to survive, and what Chris did was akin to genocide. Christine wrote back that the people would instead simply return to being human. After receiving numerous messages from other users, Saint made a post crossly ordering everyone to refer to Chris with she/her pronouns. Also on that day, Alan Christopher founded another fundraiser to help Christine get to BabsCon, with a goal of £4,000. On October 4th, the conglomerate toy and game-focused company Hasbro announced a 10th season of My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic, continuing the storyline of the cartoon series, though as a comic book-only iteration. Christine expressed her displeasure at the news, demanding that seasons 10 to 14 have to be animated for TV. as the protagonists of the show apparently commanded, and that the next generation of the show could not air until the completion of Friendship is Magic Season 14. Later on, Ben Saint, in a possible attempt to antagonize Christine, continued to post new images of the characters in his comics, suffering and dying from slime eliminating rain that Magi-chan and Chris created, pleading for her to stop it from falling. Chris, mistakenly writing as Magi-chan on her own Twitter account, clarified that the rain had stopped falling and everyone was recovering, and acknowledged that those that had died were the worst individuals. Magi-chan told Saint to stop his memeing and harping on the subject, because his attempts at toying with Magi-chan's emotions did not work. Ben also tried to provoke Chris on his slime-focused Discord server, in which Christine was a member, role-playing as his alter ego, the Cop Killer, claiming that the rains had killed over 70,000 people and that Chris was spreading propaganda denying wrongdoing. On October 7th, she updated her Patreon supporters with new custom cards for the Twilight Sparkle's Secret Shipfic folder card game. Several patrons were angered by her first significant update in a long while, which consisted of cards that were only played by a minor subset of the Brony community, and were not updates to the Sonichu comic books like they were expecting. Also on that day, Christine took an online personality test, both as Magi-chan and as herself, and found that they were both protagonist personality types, though Chris was found to be more turbulent. On October 9th, Chris responded to a work of fanfiction concerning Sonichu and the character SNT, created by artist and YouTuber Project SNT, which was written by OpusGone789, who was also Kiwi Farms user SomethingRandom987. After Project SNT streamed herself reading through some of the story on YouTube, Chris and Magi-chan finished reading it themselves, and reflected that the events in the story in fact happened in dimension R687, and criticized the author of the fanfic for failing to understand Chris's intentions, taking things out of context, and grossly exaggerating. OpusGone789 also needlessly warped the minds of SNT and her creator, but as Solace was recognized for their talents in seeing into other dimensions. For the reckless actions involving OCs from dimensions C197 and 1218, Chris declared that karma would bite their sorry ass for the great amount of damage they had wrought, noting that dimension R687 was a great mess, where DC Comics superhero Batman laughed at everything his arch-nemesis, the Joker, said. Christine closed by noting she would not sue OpusCon789. Instead, fate and destiny would complete and supervise over their punishment. On October 10th, after spending several days of drawing and scanning original Sonichus and Roastchus based on her online friends, Chris combined them all into a single doctored picture, depicting the supposed launch party for her new deck of cards for the game Twilight Sparkle's Secret Shipfic folder. 2 days later, she addressed her haters who criticized her for making custom trading cards instead of the Sonichu comic books that people on Patreon paid her to continue. Chris wrote that people should be glad that she was making canonical Sonichu merchandise in the meantime before she resumed making more comic pages. Christine continued to live in her own world of idyllic illusion, though supplanting her famed comics with trading cards, perhaps to harken back to his younger years of playing trading card games. But now, instead of seeking the thrill of winning matches, she was enacting fantasies of matchmaking and romance with characters of her own design, controlling a game of love over which Chris herself had no control. What made it this way? What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan. On October 15th, 2019, Christine shared a link on Twitter to a page on the fundraising site GoFundMe, which aimed to gather funds for her trip to the My Little Pony-themed convention, BabsCon. A Twitter user asked why did she not get a job instead to make money, to which she wrote that she was unemployable because of online haters, and that she was already constantly employed as a goddess. The Twitter user returned to reply that she would be fine if she left the internet and got a job pushing trolleys at a supermarket, and that she was not unhireable, but lazy instead. Chris wrote back that she was not lazy, but busy instead. Kristen blocked her critic. At the same time, artist Ben Saint continued to develop his comic story to focus on slime and slime-based characters, much to the dislike of Chris, who told him to go back to making stories about Saint's original characters, Phantom Horn and Strawberry Milk. On October 16th, Chris's devout follower and love interest, Jacob Sockness, proposed that she should remove all tiers on her Patreon, wherein people paid less than $20 per month, because it was uneconomical. He then vowed to pay for the orders himself, disregarding his trip to her house to instead try help her get the household out of debt. Later that day, Christine notified her paying supporters on Patreon that she managed to catch up with back orders of Sonichu comic books to be sent to patrons, though she skipped the personally signed requests. As recompense for those who had paid for signed copies of her books, she would send to them her custom-made Sonichu-themed expansion pack for the MLP-themed trading card game Twilight Sparkle's Secret Ship Fic folder. During this time, Christine continued to busy herself creating more original cards based around the Sonichu universe, including one dedicated to Sturbanchu, a Sonichu created by the Idea Guys, and Robert Chu, the Idea Guys influenced Sonichu incarnation of her father, Bob Chandler. On October 19th, Chris commented on an update to a comic created by one of her enablers, Rosie Lilichu, which focused on Lilichu's original character, Liliana, writing that she would prefer to see more than the 1 page per month of the story as was declared by the artist. Also on that day, a user on Reddit posted about his and his brother's experience with meeting Christine when they surprised her with a visit to her home, posting a photo they took together. He mentioned that she smelled a little like marijuana, though it is unconfirmed whether she was partaking in the substance again at that time. The Reddit user later posted an audio recording of their meeting on YouTube.
Hey, you Christian Chandler? Yes. Hello. We live in the area. Sorry to bother you, but we've been fans for a few years and stuff, and
Thank you.
thought we'd kind of give some gifts.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
That's very nice.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you, dude.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anyway, how you been?
Been doing all right.
That's cool.
Been doing very well, you know, just having to cope with the events at the event and everything.
I heard about the situation with the guy. I'm sorry to hear about that.
Oh, well, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's all cool.
We're all looking out for your best interests, and you definitely had our support, so.
Thank you. I love your blue eyes.
Oh, appreciate it. I like your blue and green eyes. They're really cool. That's awesome. Yeah. So, anyway, is it cool if you get a selfie or something, or?
Later that day, according to messages she sent to her friend via Discord, Chris's mother, Barbara, began experiencing high blood pressure and asked to be taken to the emergency room of a hospital, where it was determined that there was nothing wrong with her. Chris believed it was a combination of stress and the incoming magic energies of Dimension C-197. Also on that day, Jacob Sockness wrote that he was not destined for a normal life, as he was currently chasing after his love, who was also a goddess, over the internet. Chris wrote that she too would not have a normal life, asking what normal truly meant. Jacob then shared a photo of two individuals cosplaying as the Marvel character Deadpool and horror movie icon Michael Myers respectively, asking if he and Chris could kiss like that during their attendance at BabsCon. Christine replied that she did not want to cosplay as Deadpool or a zombie, but was open to kissing Sockness in the future. Sockness then posted photos of certification certifying that he was free of sexually transmitted diseases for her. At around the same time, Twitter user Righteous for Quick, a supporter of Chris, posted a combined photo of himself wearing a Michael Myers mask with makeup on and Christine standing against the transgender flag, taking part in the Twitter hashtag campaign to declare that trans rights were human rights. Righteous later created his own card for Twilight Sparkle's secret chipfic folder depicting himself and directed Chris to it on Twitter, but did not receive a response. On October 25th, she received her new custom-ordered decks of cards for the MLP-themed game containing the cards she designed. Also on that day, she discovered on her front porch the book The Legend of the 10 Elemental Masters by Alalilia, a game developer who had gained online notoriety amongst forum subcultures some 10 years prior due to his eccentricities. Finally, on that day, Chris criticized Matt Groening and Seth MacFarlane, the creators of the animated series The Simpsons and Family Guy, respectively, for maintaining the unaging and youthful appearances of their characters when they have in fact grown up since their conception. Lisa Simpson, for example, was allegedly an adult by then who was set to become the next president of the United States in 2020. She claimed the creators were doing so for monetary gain, and it was criminal of them to mischronicle their OCs. Chris admitted that she used to act the same, but was reconciling, making amends, and dealing with many original characters across dimensions. On October 26th, Christine livestreamed on YouTube for 91 minutes, playing the card game Twilight Sparkle's secret chipfic folder, utilizing her own custom-made expansion decks of cards.
It took me a long time to set all this up, you know, so yeah, as you can see, I have a few lovely big boxes for my secret chipfic folder cards now. That's how tall this pony deck is gonna be. The 1 out of 3 decks, it's gonna be this big. Now that's a mighty meaty sandwich. But yeah, I'm pretty much gonna demonstrate a game of Twilight Sparkle's secret chipfic folder, albeit played solitaire, which I have been able to figure out recently. And in case you're wondering what that was, that's our cat, Baby. Our gold cat, Baby. He has a bit of a nasal problem. We're taking him to the vet. He's alright. Okay? We're taking care of him. So, don't ask about that. Don't troll me about that. Do not troll me about that. Oh, wait a minute. That happened. There's one. Oh boy. Okay, let's do a shotgun wedding now between Romeo and Sturdy. What? Oh, why not? Hello, Sylvia. There's our cat, Sylvia. Stay off the table. Maybe you can see how big this shipping grid can get, and this is why you need a card table, or, you know, where the center point is an arm's length. Hi, Lucy. Stay off the table. Thank you. Yay, game over. Of course, this is more fun when you got more than one player, and you're essentially clearing ships off of the board. Especially when you got one this full. This is full.
I have a heavy bag here for you to put in the trash.
I'll get to you in a moment, Mom. I love you. And I love you all. Be safe. See you next time. Bye-bye. Boop.
At the same time, QB Farms user Duff conducted an interview with Ellie Hirschberg, who had created several fundraising campaigns to fund Christine's travels. Hirschberg wrote that he loved Jacob Sockness and was waiting on Chris's permission to engage in a 3-person polyamorous relationship involving himself, Chris, and Jacob. Ali said that he was banned from QB Farms for his dedication to Christine, and that he fully believed in the dimensional merge after Christine gifted him with special powers, which allowed his third eye to begin opening. Publicly, Hirschberg hoped to save enough money to attend BabsCon in California and meet with Christine, calling her his friend who gave him his psychic abilities. On October 27th, a Twitter user whose original character was made into a Twilight Sparkle's secret chipfic folder card revealed that they had played the card game in person with Christine, who gifted them a selection of the cards. Chris also sent cards to other Twitter acquaintances whose OCs were depicted in her custom decks. This included Jacob Sockness, who received 2 cards for the game, as well as a greeting card proposing her love for him, in which she wrote that her mother, Barbara, was holding onto a dolphin necklace that Sockness had sent to her, and that his donated money was used on fresh food. The next day, Chris shared the discovery of a convenience store called 812, riffing on the 7-Eleven convenience store chain. Since it was located in Jersey, the purported location of Gotham City of the DC Comics universe, she took it as a sign of the oncoming dimensional merge. She then went to her Magichan account and posed as her supposed husband and shared the recent convenience store tweet Chris wrote herself, confirming further signs of the merge. Christine then reasoned with a Twitter user who reasoned that Gotham could not be merged because it was not located in Dimension C-197, since she had mentioned the World Trade Center Twin Towers existed in the aforementioned dimension, yet were not referred to in any work from DC Comics. Chris argued that the Twin Towers in the alternate dimension fell long before, and that they were not mentioned in the comics because they were not properly chronicled. She then took back her previous claims and stated that the Twin Towers never existed in C-197, attributing her misspeaking to everything happening that day, making her mind, body, and soul busy. The enablers, Sarah and Steve, then proclaimed that they were frightened after Christine's recent posts regarding the coming merge. She came to quell their concerns. Jacob then wrote that he dreamed of Christine, the most heavenly goddess, and his beautiful one true love, every night, for she was the only one who could soothe the soul of a fire-breathing dragon that was himself. Chris admitted that she may have the power to tame such a dragon god, but confessed that Jacob was not one, and merely a sorcerer and channeler, closing by telling him she had a rough and active day, and was too tired to think. At the same time, Righteous for Quick posted a short looping clip of himself feeling cute, after sending prayers to Christine. The next day, a user on Reddit posted a drawing that Chris made of her alleged neighbor and his cat on September 1st, 2018, claiming to share it online for the first time, though it had been posted on Kiwi Farms shortly after its creation. On October 31st, Chris noted for her followers that it was Halloween, writing that the dimensional iron curtain between dimensions was really thin. During that same day, her online friend and enabler, Maker Nightvy, argued with Ben Saint about his continued use of Chris's characters and using his comics to mess with her. Saint angrily rejected Maker's claims, writing that he was writing an important story. Christine came to Ben's defense, revealing that even before he began writing about the events of the comic, her character Nightstar had already met with Saint's characters Phantom Horn and Strawberry Milk and sent them to investigate the slime situation. She elaborated that herself and even her family were already involved with the situation, and Ben was only drawing and sharing the events as he was fated to do, though he was criticized for deviating into an alternate timeline where he explored other themes she didn't like. Nevertheless, those events too were apparently fated to happen. Later on, Sockness tweeted at Chris a photo of a significant collection of free condoms. Chris did not respond. Maker Nightvy asked her directly if Jacob was visiting her, as he had previously pledged he would. She replied that he was not coming to her house at that time. On November 1st, Righteous for Quick posted a doctored photo of himself in full Michael Myers attire and another individual at a Halloween party, with Christine photoshopped in to stand beside him, wishing that he could meet her. Chris did not respond to his post. Also on that day, Sarah and Steve publicly defended Jacob Sockness, as he had confessed to saying threatening things while angry and was ultimately not a risk or danger to anyone. Chris agreed with their statement. Sarah and Steve then suggested that devoted followers and believers of Christine may call themselves Quickens, who practice Quickenism. Chris commented that like archivers and students of her activities, or Christorians, her religious-like followers should also have a dedicated term to call themselves. She reflected that Christians and Buddhists were named after the leading figures of their religions, but in Chris's case, she identified as many things, such as console patron unit, possible goddess to the Sonichu and Roschu species of Pokemon, as well as a possessor of a slew of other powers in dimensions 1218 and C197. After thinking about the topic further, she concluded that Quickenism did not sound right for her, eventually considering the terms followers of Christian Sonichu, Fox, and Fockwix as possibilities, but felt that her followers could come up with something better. She soon after checked the thesaurus and found devotee as a suitable synonym for worshipper, thusly creating the term devotees of Christian Sonichu, or docs. On November 2nd, Christine tweeted about the vision she had in which her mother, Barbara, was not part Sonichu or Roschu, and that after a few years she would pass on and be reincarnated as a special female Roschu. Also on that day, Kiwi Farms user The American Hedgehog posted 3 newly made Twilight Sparkles secret chipfic folder cards that were shared with him by some unknown Twitter followers of Chris. 2 of these featured photographs of interiors and exteriors of her house with drawings of her alleged spouses, Sylvana Roschu and Mewtwo, superimposed over them. The third featured a background image of Barbara standing in a room with her past husband, Bob Chandler, in his Sonichu form, seemingly standing next to her. On November 3rd, Jacob Sockness shared an article which claimed that the Kiwi Farms willingly hosted future killers and had led to the suicides of 4 individuals, branding Joshua Moon, or Null, the site's administrator, the possible devil in the flesh. Chris then responded to Sockness's claims regarding Kiwi Farms, noting that not everyone on the site was evil, and there was some genuine good among the remainder. However, she did apparently recognize that there was evil in Null's eyes, and thought it best for people to begin to take down the Kiwi Farms permanently. Sarah and Steve then attempted to create a rift between Christine and Maker Nightv, after Maker asked Jacob about Null's actions, conceivably as a means to develop a closer relationship to Sockness, who was being encouraged by Maker and others to be thought of as an untrustworthy individual. Jacob further wrote that his cross-dimensional alter ego, Michido, proclaimed Maker Nightv was worse than the evil demon, Jacoba, acting like a manipulative demon. Christine wrote that she understood the claims, and that Maker's future actions would determine her true intentions. Her recent comments drew concern from Maker and her other online friends, who were cautious of Chris being manipulated into thinking certain detrimental things, like during the Idea Guy saga, and being driven away from the people who had her best intentions at heart. Christine claimed to understand their concerns, and only wished for them to denounce Kiwi Farms and escape Null's deceptive grasp, though her friends stated that most of them did not have any connection to the farms, and only wished for her to willingly see that she was being manipulated by someone who was driving her true friends away. Sarah and Steve then posted screenshots of private messages they had with Chris to prove that her account had not been hacked, which featured a new photograph of herself, solemnly looking at the camera, with her signature lightning bolt, blue heart, lightning bolt emoji insignia lightly drawn onto her forehead. The enabling pair commented that there appeared to be sadness in her eyes. Christine wrote back that she had just woken up for the day, making the post at 12:51 p.m. local time. Later on, Maker Nightv denied supporting the Führer of Nazi Germany, Adolf Hitler, as alleged by Sockness, accusing Sockness of believing such things. Her followers proposed that Jacob was trying to create a divide between her and Chris so that he could control and exploit Christine. Chris wrote that Jacob did not make those previous statements himself, but rather the demon Jacoba speaking through his body during a channeling session. She stated that Maker needed to affirm her good intentions by working with Sarah and Steve. Jacob joined the discourse to state that he was archiving the religions and history of Kidasuna, the alien world purportedly located within the Andromeda Galaxy, the texts of which contradicted each other often, and that he was using quotes from them while addressing trolls. Maker replied that he created Kidasuna himself, based on pre-existing ideas. Chris defended Jacob by clarifying that Kidasuna was in fact real in Dimension 1218, and that he did not invent the individuals who lived there, but merely discovered them and established communications. Maker rejected the claim, with Christine further clarifying that Sockness did not create the Andromeda Galaxy or the individuals who lived there, and that many times his tweets were the result of nefarious characters from Kidasuna channeling through him. Asking her why was the concept difficult to comprehend. Sarah and Steve separately told their followers that Maker Nightfee was being manipulated into turning against them and Christine, writing that people did this to everyone who supported Christine. They warned others to recognize the signs and not fall for their tactics. Chris retweeted their message, reminding her audience that people should keep their common sense, wits, and instincts sharp, clear, and calm as possible so that they would not fall for the haters' mind games. Later again, Righteous for Quick posted another doctored image of himself along with other members of the LGBTQ community, with Chris inserted into the group, depicting his supposed dream of himself and Christine the goddess, forming an alliance. On November 5th, Christine went to vote in elections for the Virginia Senate and House of Delegates, posting a photo of her sticker signifying that she had voted. Also on that day, Ali Hirschberg claimed that he was bullied and allegedly beaten by trolls who tried to manipulate Chris and turn her away from him. Their attacks seemingly included beating him up to the point that he required hospital treatment, receiving prank calls, and getting death threats on his social media accounts. Hirschberg was willing to save large amounts of money to ensure that Christine could attend the BabsCon convention so she could meet her love, Jacob Sockness. He wished Christine and Jacob the best. Also on that day, Chris wrote a series of tweets hoping to rectify the rift that was developing between her most trusted supposed friends. Listen, everyone, please. I am very well aware of Jacob and Maker. They both are good people with the same goal of concern of my own health and well-being. Jacob is his own individual, but he is presently still easily manipulated by Jacoba. Magi-chan and I have been working tough and hard to remedy that. We know everything about all this, and we have plans for counter-defenses and measures should anything bad happen. But know this, I, Christine Weston Chandler Sonichu, CPU Blueheart, am not being manipulated by anyone. I remain grateful and most appreciative of everyone's continued concerns, kindness, and support. But we all need to stop fighting each other, especially in defending our Earths in due time. She further wrote that she was not going to break up any of her friendships or allyships, and highlighted that they should all agree that they needed to defend their Earths from the likes of Null and Jacoba. On November 6th, Chris remade the tweet directing business inquiries to her business email that was being managed by Null to instead ask people to contact her personal AOL email address, and also encouraged direct messaging via Twitter, as well as receiving mail at her home or even personal visits. Sockness replied with his personal PayPal donation link, asking for donations meant for Christine to be sent to him to assure proper use. Sarah and Steve then asked Chris for advice on their Sonichu OCs, Sarah Chu and Steven Chu, only to be surprised by the revelation that Christine recalled the characters through shared memories and that they in fact existed in Dimension C-197. On November 7th, Ben Saint posted an illustrated image of his characters Phantom Horn and Strawberry Milk, deceased and corroded from the slime eliminating rain that was falling on them, implicating that Chris's actions caused their demise. Chris wrote that the picture was from an alternate timeline, while the two in the main timeline were safe in Quickville and then in the My Little Pony world of Equestria during the rain, so they were not affected by it. Also on that day, Righteous for Quick posted a curious photo on the subreddit Cult of Quick, of which he was the head moderator. It was taken by a supposed fellow worshipper of Christine, which depicted a seeming sermon in a church-like setting, showing three individuals deep in prayer, as the video in which Magi-chan purportedly speaks through Christine's body is projected onto the wall behind the podium. Later again, Chris posted newly created Twilight Sparkle's Secret Shipfic folder cards depicting the main characters of My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, describing their future actions and achievements as was to occur in her foretold seasons 10 to 14 of the TV series. Chris commented that she had not watched the 3-part final episode of the show and would only do so after season 10 would air on the Discovery Family TV channel in the year 2020, and when Hasbro and the cast and crew of the series would confirm the news of the new season. The next day, spurred on by Jacob's proclamations of an oncoming war, along with deadly diseases and nuclear attacks between the two dimensions, Chris confirmed that bad things would happen to only the self-counterparts of haters and really bad people of the Earth in Dimension 1218, as they were all isolated to a certain troll city in C-197. However, the idea guys, Joshua Wise and Stephen Boyd, would survive because they still owed Christine $6,000. Null and his pony persona, on the other hand, were fated to die. On November 9th, YouTube channel 3GI, which had previously organized the multi-creator created Shrek Retold video, which had featured a contribution from Christine, released a trailer for their upcoming collaborative remake of the 1996 original video animation Sonic the Hedgehog movie, which also would be comprising of contributions from various creators. The trailer featured a short clip from Chris's input, seemingly showing Sonic transforming into Sonichu. Later on, after Christian-focused YouTuber Gibby began posting video updates concerning Chris and the actions of Sockness and Sarah and Steve made their Twitter account protected, so only approved followers could view their posts. Jacob then threatened to release Gibby's private information to the media and declared him an abuser of quote-unquote retarded people and transphobic because he did not address Chris by feminine pronouns. Sockness proceeded to post many short tweets, ranging from expressing his lust for Christine, who he found to be a mother-like figure, to voicing his disgust at Gibby, announcing him as his enemy. Also on that day, Ben Saint expressed his annoyance on his private Discord server after he ended his most recent comic on a cliffhanger, which placed his character Phantom Horn in a perilous situation. To which, in response, Chris intervened in his storyline and drew a new trading card depicting them being rescued. On November 10th, Saint hosted a 4-hour-long livestream with Chris on the streaming site Twitch, during which they mostly discuss their respective comic universes, My Little Pony, politics, and religion.
Should I name a couple more mods? I feel like the chat is blowing up with some randos, some jerks today.
Mr. Christian, you and I?
Yeah, Keyblade Spirit asks, I've got a question about the themes of your work, Chris. I found that Sonichu deals a lot with collision, both literally and ideologically. There are all kinds of collisions, all seeming to lead up to one final collision in the dimensional merge. Do you agree with that interpretation?
Collision. I'm gonna say among which, yes, since we do break the fourth wall a bunch of times.
That's true, and you have to collide with the fourth wall in order to break it.
Yep.
Yeah, alright. Okay, Chris, I don't know if you remember this, but years ago, I commissioned you to draw me something. Do you remember this? You probably don't, but it's actually, you can see it right here, where my finger is pointing on the stream. It's hanging up in my room, and I have kept it ever since.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, essentially what happened to Liquid Chris.
Yeah, because he got pulled down the hole by the devil trolls, and then we never heard anything more about him. And I just really wanted to know what happened to him down there. And you answered it. I think this was like $50. This was like the best $50 I ever spent. I really appreciate it. Oh, Kazi Snap asks, are you doing No Nut November?
That's news to me. I have not heard that before.
Oh, you don't know about No Nut November? It's is in you just you don't have sex or masturbate through November, and that's it. You don't nut.
You know what? That's every month out of the year for me, so it's a moot point.
Oh, Ali Banjo Twitch asks, how are your psychic abilities coming along?
Very well. I'll eventually be able to show a better example, but they're really progressing very well. I'm beginning to levitate things much better.
Really?
At least I'm making objects light, very lighter.
Magi-chan is he living with you right now?
Yes.
Okay. How's he doing?
He's working very hard. He's making sure everything progresses in the merge and everything goes smoothly and accordingly.
Good, yeah.
On November 12th, Jacob posted a transcript of a supposed conversation between Magi-chan and Jacob's alter ego, Michiro, in which Magi-chan apparently foretold that in order to conceive Chris's daughter, Crystal Weston Chandler, Chris was supposed to have sex with and impregnate her recent fundraiser organizer, Ali Hirschberg, who was female to male transgender. Christine wrote that Hirschberg was not likely to be the father of her destined child, and that the posted conversation was said to have been confirmed by Magi-chan to have taken place, though noted there were some discrepancies. Makers suggested that Magi-chan did not sound like himself in the transcript because Sockness made it all up. Chris rejected the claim, citing that Jacob's way of typing made Magi-chan sound different. The next day, Hasbro revealed their plans for a My Little Pony spin-off series called Pony Life, which Christine rejected, demanding seasons 10 through 14 of Friendship is Magic instead. In a plausible attempt to irritate her, Jacob theorized that Pony Life was actually the destined next 5 seasons of the show that Christine had foretold, a thought she angrily rejected. On November 16th, she posted a declaration rejecting Pony Life in favor of seasons 10 to 14 of Friendship is Magic to several different Twitter accounts that posted fan art of the new series, which she dubbed Go Pony, comparing it to the stylistically similar animated series Teen Titans Go. In addition, she posted a selection of new Twilight Sparkle's Secret Chipfic folder cards depicting seeming protests at Hasbro headquarters, attended by Chris-chan Sonichu, Nightstar, and the main 6 protagonists. One card in particular tells the story of Chris and Nightstar confronting the showrunning executives and demanding that they continue Generation 4 of Friendship is Magic, demands to which they heed. On November 19th, Chris's second garnishment case with second-round sub for unpaid debt was filed, setting the next hearing date for January 15th, 2020. On that same day, Christine posted on Twitter that it was once again time for the Chandlers to need more money, posting a link to her PayPal donation link, asking followers not to tell her to get a job or some shit like that. She added that it wasn't easy completing the dimension merge, with the restrictions and limitations of the real-world dimension, writing that if it were easy, she would have fully entered Dimension C-197 and completed the merge over a year ago, so called for a stop to the hating and bad trolling. She soon after posted a photo of her mother, lying down and vacantly staring upward, claiming she was giving Chris grief regarding finances. One user criticized her for showing an ugly side of her personality, to which she apologized, citing her being tired and overworked as the cause. She returned to reveal that she managed to get enough donations to keep the family stable for a while. Later on, after an inquisitive Twitter user asked her about the C quarters and W quarters as seen in the Sonichu comics, Christine elaborated that it was an idea conceived by the so-called Christine Chan, Chris's self-counterpart in Quickville, and the coins both equaled 25 US cents. Chris called it a crazy idea from Christine Chan among many, but admitted that she worked very hard to defend Quickville. On November 20th, Chris tweeted that she completed making the Nightstar and Friends expansion pack for the Twilight Sparkle's Secret Chipfic folder card game, which featured a card representing herself, Chris-chan Sonichu, the so-called OC of OCs, depicting her drawing of Chris-chan Sonichu with a new photo of herself imitating her character's power pose. On that same day, Jacob Sockness confessed that due to poor advice from his sugar daddy, or elderly sexual partner who also provided him with monetary supplements, he did not have enough money to pay rent for his apartment in the near future. and also likely could not save enough to attend the BabsCon convention in 2020 and meet with Christine, who also seemed to not have enough money to attend either. The next day, Kiwi Farms moderator, the American Hedgehog, noted that the title of a 2010 Chris Chan YouTube video was cited in the Cambridge University published book Colloquial English, Structure and Variation, which listed Christian's quote, "Tito got no luck against we Brits, Irish and Scots," as an example of using the nominative pronoun we in an accusative case. On November 22nd, Christine shared a link to her new website, quickvilleshopping.com, where she sold her custom-made expansion decks of cards for Twilight Sparkle's secret chipfic folder. Twitter followers complained about the high cost of the cards, but Jacob defended her, claiming he was going to use them as tarot cards, or a means of gaining insight into one's past, present, and future by drawing and interpreting cards. On November 26th, Chris livestreamed herself playing a solo game of Twilight Sparkle's secret chipfic folder for 1 hour and 36 minutes.
I am not reading your comments, so your hate is not being heard at all. Hey, Maker, shout out to you, Maker. Here's your knifey. He's a good boy. And there's a cat. Off, boy. There she's our little baby. Get off the table. But without further ado, let's get to shuffling.
I'm not reading your comments. So, fooey on you, haters.
Yeah, for why not? Since this is a gender change card, we'll just say the wild goes to his male now. We have Jamsta. There's another jerk up. Sandy. There's Walsh. There's Walsh. Okay? There's the epic online bully.
The remnants of fucking Bruges, bud. Fuck.
Fucked. No. Method acting. Okay. Don't hurry, girl. When this go when 3 male-on-male ships have been played in a single turn? Okay, so anyway, after this also, I'm thinking my brain is going out of order. Essentially what's going to happen is I'm going to be talking with vendors and online sellers and who sell secret shipfic cards, and I'm going to talk with them, and I'll let them sell my deck in expansion packs between their websites and at conventions, including BabsCon. So
at around that time, one of Chris's paying patrons stated in a Discord conversation that they still had not received any Sonichu issues as promised. They also noted that their boyfriend had sent Christine a letter telling her to stop trusting Sockness, attempting to bribe her with $9 and some magic cards. On November 27th, after reading Jacob's most recent tweets, she confessed that even though she loved and cared for him, she could not be close to him due to unknown reasons caused by the merging of dimensions. She added that people should stop bullying Sockness for the things he said while under possession by Jacoba, after declaring news of a great struggle that was to take place between the Earths of 1218 and C-197 and the evil Rokot Empire of Kidasuna. She reiterated that she could not be Jacob's sweetheart and pleaded once again for people to stop bullying him. The following day, Jacob created a new Twitter account, Goddess Emmanuel, playing on Christine's belief of the feminine god creator, and shared with her a falsified direct message from YouTuber Gibby he made himself, which purported to show Gibby's communications with Null, revealing that he lied about Sockness in his videos, was part of the Idea Guy saga, and was directly involved with stopping the merge. Chris replied to Goddess Emmanuel, claiming that she knew of Gibby's vicious intentions and manipulations. However, her decision to push back Jacob's advances was not caused by Gibby's videos, and it was largely because Sockness had for the moment expended his usefulness. Chris remained confident that the merge would not be delayed and would not fail, in spite of Gibby's bullshit. Also on November 28th, she made 2 tweets to commemorate the American holiday of Thanksgiving, writing that she was thankful to be in better communication with her supposed spouses and new people she had met over the year. Furthermore, she was thankful for her growing powers and the dimension merge coming closer to fruition, and her abilities to discern the legit from the bullshit. After a decade-long cycle of bullying, mistakes, and ill-judgment-ridden adversity, Christine found solace after rejecting the reality that treated her so harshly, greatly aided by individuals seeking some semblance of internet notoriety, driven by the misguided belief that they were contributing to a story of historical note. Chris's life was one that no one should envy, nor influence, for if left to her own devices, she may not believe it was possible to escape her consequences in search of a better life. What made it this way? What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan. On November 29, 2019, after Christine told Jacob Sockness that she could not be his sweetheart, Jacob ordered her on Twitter to wipe the Twilight Sparkle's secret chipfic folder expansion deck commemorating his imagined world of Kidasuna from her mind, since he claimed copyright over the stories and characters she used, and would only let her use the cards if they got married. Chris conceded, but alleged that she experienced the slavery in Kidasuna herself, and that her memories could not be copyrighted. Sockness, however, persisted that he owned the names used on the cards, and that she could not sell them without his permission. Over on the online conversing application Discord, in the Arbitrage Quick Alliance server, where members of the Place Discord server roleplayed as their CPU personas, Chris confirmed that she had reserved a room to stay in while attending the My Little Pony-themed convention BabsCon that was to take place in early 2020 in California, though she still had to plan the train trip to get there, among other details. She admitted that she did not include Jacob in her plans at all. In the server, Chris also revealed her daily schedule, which included taking medicine in the morning, followed by meditating while playing the game Tetris 99, and going out on errands while walking at a brisk pace, with occasional bursts of fast running speed on impulse. On November 30th, the enabler Righteous for Quick posted a photo of a custom-made Henshin device inspired by the Japanese franchise Kamen Rider, which purported to grant its users temporary powers of a CPU or a Sonichu or Rosechu. He then posted an animated GIF of a transformation initiated by such a device as seen in a Kamen Rider game. Chris responded, expressing her interest in the device, and asked Righteous to discuss it with her through Twitter direct messaging. On December 3rd, YouTube user The Sergeant at Arms, a seeming fan who exclusively archived Chris Chan-related videos and collected Chris Chan memorabilia, uploaded 2 videos showcasing his own custom-printed Twilight Sparkle's secret chipfic folder cards, which depicted the villains throughout the Sonichu storyline. After watching the video, Christine emailed the Sergeant at Arms, informing him that his cards were not perfect and let him know the correct image format to use. She added that she wanted to use the expansion pack for herself and offered to help him make the cards better for the game. Soon after, Chris sent to Sargent direct messages via Discord to let him know that she was happy to be of help and approved of the expansion pack. On December 4th, she returned to tell him that from the information she gathered by watching the videos, she remade some of the cards after making some improvements, providing him with the files. After another day, Christine advertised on Twitter that, with the permission of the Sergeant-at-Arms, she recreated the full pack and made it purchasable on her new quickfillshopping.com website. The Sergeant-at-Arms later revealed that he did indeed give permission for Chris to use his card ideas. On December 6th, YouTuber and artist Project SNT posted a video of her illustrating her reimagined appearances of the chaotic combo troupe of characters from the Sonichu comics. Chris wrote vaguely of her irritation and dislike of the redesigns, being unable to justify her aversion to Project SNT's drawings. She left a comment on the YouTube video, claiming that a lot of the redesign choices triggered her bad, accompanying her comment with a slew of emojis representing shock and disgust. The next day, Christine dramatically confessed that she was in pain. She further elaborated that she was dealing with a urinary tract infection, writing her thoughts and feelings via sentences constructed with words out of order. She also hinted that she had sent Project SNT, or Courtney, an email concerning the chaotic combo redesigns. She later revealed in the Play's Discord group that the email she sent was impulsive and rash. In addition, in response to watching Project SNT's video, Chris began developing a strong interest in the tabletop game Dungeons & Dragons, which was cited by Courtney as an inspiration for her redesigns of the Sonichu characters. On December 8th, Chris showed off her newly created expansion deck featuring lore and artwork created by her Twitter enabler, Helena G. Fiorenza, who often posted composite photos purporting to show her spending time with Magi-chan. One Twitter follower ridiculed her for a card that showed a still frame from the video taken by the so-called Teen Troon Squad, wherein Christine seemingly embraced and kissed her supposed wife, Chriselle, with Helena's drawing of Chriselle placed into the scene. Chris defended the moment, stating that it actually happened, and that her teenage friends did not mind the interaction, calling anyone who mocked them neurotypically hindered. Another Twitter user declared her former friends to have been trolls, to which Chris wrote that she allegedly knew they were trolls, but added that they were also kind individuals with good intentions, telling the user that she would not listen to their bullshit. When other users pointed out that she may be sued for selling cards using the My Little Pony name Twilight Sparkle, amongst other critical remarks, Chris called those critics neurotypically hindered as well. Christine then advertised her complete set of all her custom decks for sale for $330 in time for the Christmas season, with many followers complaining about the seemingly unrealistically high price. In response, Chris listed a breakdown of the printing and shipping costs involved, legitimizing the listed price, concluding with, "Any further questions on their pricing, you neurotypically hindered trolling stupids? Where's the comics? These cards are part of the comics, dundernuts. Shut up. Put up. I'm sick. Good night." Also on that day, Chris live-streamed herself on YouTube taking photos of her custom cards for 1 hour and 43 minutes.
Hello everybody, Christine Chandler coming to you live from home once again. Today doing something completely special because we pretty much have enough products to actually take good photographs. So I'll be using my second phone. I got 2 phones. One for the trolls and one for my... No. One for my trolls, and one for my homes. I got 2 phones. One for the bullies and one for my friends. You think I need 2 phones? You're recording with one, you're taking pictures of the other one? I think that's a pretty good reason. Baby, don't mess with that. My cat, baby.
Hey! Don't mess with the cable. Don't mess with the cable. But, yeah. Here, buddy.
Now it's a cat video. Here's cat video. Here's your cat. No. Alright, let you go. But yeah, don't mess with the cable. I'm recording here. You mess with the cable, you mess with the power system. We'll do a splay here. So there's Mega Wild. He needs his tail to be a leaf. Its gliding properties make him able to fly and jump higher. Don't give him a big old poofy Pachorizo tail, Courtney! Come on! Gah! That really triggered me! Anyway. Excuse me. From the stress I had of watching that video with the redesigned chaotic combo, allow the cold virus to get in, and that's what I've been dealing with yesterday and today. Hot warm tea with lemon. I had to deal with really messed up brain. That's why I ended up not on purpose, just ending up making scrambled sentences. Alright? That's why my brain was really fried from the virus that was coming in. Got out stressed. It took advantage. I have positivity and optimism and as calm and clear mind as possible for meditation to stave off. I've been able to stave off viruses for months. And then this fated event, this fated triggering set happens, and I just... I may not be reading your comments, but I'm actually hearing your comments telepathically. Put that in front here. Yeah, that's doable. I'm not giving up. Y'all can stow your hatred, because I'm doing this. You hear that, everyone? I can have as much fun as I want to. And you heard it from the horse's mouth. Or horse mouth. I'm gonna have some fun. See ya! You can't hurry love. No, you just have to wait. Love isn't easy. It's a game of give and take. There's a problem. No, it's because you're not standing them upright. It's because you're making them lean forward and there's not much friction on the bots. We hate you, you're so dumb. You're so dumb! Go kill yourself, Chris. Go kill yourself, Chris. Yes, I can hear you all, but you're not getting to me, so shut the fuck up. Here we go. Now we have our pit. Now we have all our lovely photographs, and I'll be uploading these to update the items on the pre-sale shop.
On December 9th, Christine updated her Twitter followers with the news that the cold virus made her lose her voice, but continued to rest, meditate, take medicine, and eat chicken noodle soup to soothe herself. On the 10th, she wrote that the virus she had caught was being stupid, but she was physically pushing it back. She went on to write that she was in her infected situation because of the triggering caused by Project SNT's chaotic combo redesigns. Christine wished that the creator would acknowledge her since she had sent an email expressing her feelings about the matter, and only wanted to sort out the problem as soon as possible. She closed by asking her followers to not troll Project SNT. Courtney herself privately admitted that she would be publicly ignoring the situation. Soon after, a Twitter follower pointed out that since Chris believed in a multiverse theory and that characters were not created, then she should not have become upset over Project SNT simply chronicling alternate dimension forms of the chaotic combo that existed. Chris had difficulty in acknowledging their reasoning. In response to another one of her critics, Christine explained what made her triggered. I did get epic triggered from Project SNT's poor redesign choices on 4 out of 5 of them. They actually are moreover separate individuals than redesigns, which does throw me off. The only exception is the punchy Sonichu redesign, the worst culprit being the wild Sonichu redesign. He needs his leaf for better gliding and flight than a large tail could ever do, and Sonichu ears are typically long, and yet, regardless of this, apparently there is something deeper than that that just sets off my subconscious worse than That moment at Too Many Games, where I went hedgehog. Worse than that, this resonated a reminder in my subconscious that was like hell to me, and I am still racking my brain trying to figure out why for myself. Neck down, the image is not offensive at all to me. Neck up, triggered! I cannot even look at it directly. It freaking bothers me like worse than hell. The only theory I can gather is that it reminds me of someone of really awful intentions or design. But at the moment, at Project SNT, it badly reminds me of Dave the Intern and Justin Bieber. On December 11th, Chris wrote in the Gameplay's Discord that she was apparently projected to Dimension CS89, which was a universe inspired by the tabletop game Dungeons & Dragons, and was also the location of Rule Quick, Chris's imagined kingdom inspired by Hyrule, as seen in the Legend of Zelda video game series. Christine claimed that she brought from CS89 her own self-counterpart, some treasures, and a couple of characters from the Hyperdimension Neptunia game series over to Dimension C197 for their own safety, as there was a merging of those dimensions as well. She then relayed the same sentiment via a Twitter thread, adding that Courtney's redesigned Sonichus and Roachus were from Dimension CS89 as well. She claimed that the triggering of the redesigns was in fact caused by a disturbance in the aforementioned dimension. On that same day, Chris revealed a newly drawn Twilight Sparkles secret chipfic folder card depicting Christian Sonichu's conversation with Courtney's original character, SNT, who possessed a quote-unquote inhabitual attraction to which Christian was immune. Christine added that she was open to the idea of featuring Project SNT's redesigns in an expansion deck of cards, letting the artist know that she had Chris's email address in the case she was interested in collaborating. On December 12th, Ali Hirschberg, Chris's supporter and frequent fundraiser founder, mentioned that he finally received his promised custom Twilight Sparkles secret chipfic folder expansion pack of cards, but noted that he had yet to receive a Magichan medallion, which he ordered and paid for nearly 3 weeks prior. Christine wrote that she had been sick and was still recovering, in addition to everything else, reassuring Ali that she had not forgotten him. She then added that while she was slowly getting better, her supposed wife, Chriselle Rochew, had apparently contracted her cold, but was being tended to by Chris and their other supposed spouses. The next day, Christine once again changed her reasoning for getting triggered at Project SNT's redesigns, now stating that it was because Wild Sonichu looked like a Rokot grunt, or a malicious henchman of the Rokot Empire, inhabiting the world of Kidasuna, as introduced to her by Jacob Sockness. Chris soon after tweeted at Project SNT again to let her know that she managed to solve the problem occurring within the Dungeons & Dragons style dimension CS89 by transforming herself into Christian Sonic Cleric, inspired by the Cleric class of D&D character, and fulfilled a mission. It was also at around this time that she began playing the massively multiplayer online game Dungeons & Dragons Online. On December 13th, Chris expressed her displeasure at seeing a list of top 100 memes of the 2010s compiled by BuzzFeed News because it did not include her, despite being memed and bullied by trolls since 2007, noting that Spumbles Blablu, or the cartoon character SpongeBob SquarePants, was voted as the #1 meme. Finally, she tweeted that she apologized for her reaction at Courtney's redesigns, now admitting that they and the video were very good. On December 14th, Chris asked members of the Play's Discord server if they could help her find out how Project SNT was feeling about what Christine publicly said, since she felt tense at the lack of a response. Chris did not want to pledge to Courtney's Patreon or join her Patreon-only Discord server because of past bad experiences with artist Doopy Doover and her half-brother Cole Smithy, who both refunded and rejected her patronage. Some users noted that they did message Project SNT about the matter but failed to receive a response, telling Chris that it would not be right for them to keep pushing her for an answer. The next day, Christine asked the Play's Discord members to remove Sockness from the server. Later on, she wrote in the server of her dream, in which she was in the Walmart store in Charlottesville in the year 2004. Witnessed her past self, Christian, as back then, who became attracted to the present-day Christine, seeing her as a pretty woman, and began pursuing her. Christine became freaked out and turned her head upside down to scare Christian away. Upon awakening, Chris noted that she had better understanding of how other women thought of him back then. When asked, Christine analyzed the dream to signify that she was not fond of the person she was back then, naive, horny, and impulsive, as was chronicled in the Chris Chan, a comprehensive history YouTube series by Geno Samuel 2.1. Meanwhile, Christine proceeded to draw more custom cards depicting scenes and characters from Kidasuna, Jacob's creation, even though he told her they were his copyright and she could not use his ideas without his permission. On December 16th, Chris shared an advertising poster for her Twilight Sparkles secret folder cards, which was designed by Righteous for Quick. The next day, Chris claimed that a new Hyperdimension Neptunia game, VVV-Tunia, which featured interdimensional communication, was a sign of the dimensional merge. A Twitter user then told her to shut up about the merge and get her brain fixed, in addition to getting her mother medication and preparing for her upcoming court date. Christine called her critic neurotypically hindered and claimed that there was no court date upon checking the matter herself. She wrote that Barbara was in good health, and if the user were to resume his reproaches, she would block him. When confronted with a screenshot from the Greene County District Court website listing her upcoming court hearings, she declared the image as fake, claiming all financial situations had been taken care of. When another user criticized her for using the term neurotypically hindered, which they saw as meaning autistic, Chris corrected them, elaborating that the term came from neurotypical, or someone of average brain ability. When compared with someone with a more powerful brain ability, such as someone with autism, then the normal brain ability would therefore be proven a hindrance. Later again, she listed her full collection of Sonichu comic books up for sale on her website for $130. On December 19th, in reference to noted author J.K. Rowling denying that the sex of a person could be changed, Christine disagreed with her sentiment, writing that people could change their physical gender, a fact she knew given that she was a legitimate CPU and goddess. Also on that day, Chris asked the members of the Place Discord server if any of them had been contacted by Project SNT, noting that she had been active on Twitter recently. Chris revealed that she was mildly ticked at Courtney's lack of response. While Christine posited that the artist may have been contacted by bad trolls, other members concurred that she probably wanted to be left alone and would not pursue her further on the topic. During this time, Jacob Sockness, now operating his new Twitter account, centralized Imperial Government of Kidasuna, continuously tried to lead Chris away from Maker Nightv and Ali Hirschberg, branding them villainous figures in a possible attempt to extend further control over Christine. Sockness's actions included encouraging an online acquaintance of Chris to hurt themselves and asking Ali for Maker's home address, under the misguided belief that they were romantically involved. Christine's online friends denied any wrongdoing, with Chris also defending them, but passed off Jacob's accusations as words he was influenced into saying by the demonic Jacoba. On December 20th, Chris's garnishment case with second round sub was marked as closed for unknown reasons. 2 days later, Chris played another game of Twilight Sparkle's secret shipfic folder at an unknown location and posted photos of her shipping grid atop a table, notably shipping her deceased father, Robert, in his Sonichu form, Robert Chu, with her former classic striped shirt. To commemorate Christmas, Chris shared with her followers new artwork and custom cards depicting Sonichu, Rosechu, and other Sonichus. On December 25th, she shared a new card depicting her mother, Barbara, reincarnated as a special Rosechu, nicknamed as a redneck tomboy, whose card had the ability to replace a shipped card on the grid. On December 29th, an artist on Twitter publicly posted their illustration of Chris's pony character, Nightstar, after sending it to her twice but failing to get a response. Helena Fiorenza notified them that it was because they made Christine angry because Nightstar was drawn in the style of the new My Little Pony series, Pony Life, which Chris did not approve. Chris herself interjected, noting that even though the drawing was cute, it was done in the style of what she dubbed Go Pony, which was something she did not like. Also on that day, Helena posted a photo of Christine lying down with Magi-chan drawn into the scene, as per Chris's request. Finally, Chris went to Project SNT's Patreon page to like a recent post from her. At the end of the year, YouTuber The Gamer from Mars traveled to Ruckersville, Virginia to visit Christine and record themselves spending time together, which would contribute to an extended YouTube series detailing Chris Chan's life that would be released at a later date. Chris's YouTuber friend, Kopitz, who helped the creator establish the interview opportunity, acted as an intermediary and accompanied them throughout their interactions.
Yeah, let's go in there. We're gonna do the interview downstairs.
Okay. Oh.
Downstairs.
Okay. Oh. Okay. All right. Well, this is very nice.
Yeah, this is the room where it was like
This is where it all
Sonic Chew. Those dogs are screaming, Blake.
Yeah.
They calm down after a little bit sometimes.
Is that thing on right now?
Yeah. Is that okay?
Oh. Hello. Hello out there, YouTube, internet, all that. Hello. Hello. Hope you're all having a good day. There's my daddy.
What kind of animal?
He's a sideshow. Alright.
Are there any places around Charlottesville that where you can play this game with people? Like
the end games one. If
if you can get back in there, yeah.
Alright. Do a little
we're
bit
gonna
here and there
some
real quick.
3-player Tetris here.
And my mom's clapping at the dogs, and everything's falling. Freaking gravity! It busts me. It confounds me. Organized chaos. This is my creative method. In that case, I gotta find the regular basic controller I have. Here, buddy.
We're gonna need to find that
GameCube adapter, maybe.
It's alright.
Yeah,
No, we don't have GameCube.
You got the Pro controller?
No, I don't have an adapter for GameCube.
Do you have the Pro controller?
I have a Pro controller. I just don't know where it is right now. The dogs are barking. They're driving me bonkers. It's definitely does not get boring around here.
Now let's see. A Microsoft controller be compatible with a Nintendo system is the moment of truth. No.
Dogs, shut up! You do that one more time, I'm gonna be like.
There we go. All right.
Hey.
Right when you said that. I understand. Yeah.
Those dogs don't shut up! I'm gonna bark my head off. Yep. Guys, attention with stumpitude. Alright.
Do you like Indian food? Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah,
Right.
India. I could go for Indian or Chinese.
Taste of India. This is one of my favorite places.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty empty.
Oh boy, I'm gonna. Okay, now I just feel like I have to do this. First time in here, I feel like I gotta do this. Hello, my name is Apu. I went to.
No.
Don't do it.
You don't have to do that. That's all right.
Welcome to Quickie Mart.
Hello.
So you like Indian food?
I keep an open mind for all kinds of food. So, I mean, if there's something I don't like, then well, at least I tried it once. And I'd definitely be open-minded for trying some haggis if I ever go visit Scotland or something.
What is haggis?
Sheep guts.
Oh.
I never noticed this, but oh, Susanna, don't you cry for me? I come from miles and miles
with the banjo on my knee. Twang, 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 twang.
Oh, excuse me. Is it possible that we can get a picture? You're the owner of Sonic too, right?
Yes!
Yeah! Can we get a picture?
Yes.
Do you want me to take it for you guys?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you so much. I couldn't believe it. I saw you and I was like,
There you go.
thank you so much. It was great to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Take care. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's very humbling.
Yeah, I've never.
So you don't get people coming up to you too often?
I'd say on average, probably like once or twice a month.
Okay.
But it's very humbling and good when it happens.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, y'all got kicked out by the dogs.
Oh, it's absolutely fine.
Thank you for trying to keep them quiet for us. I'm sorry that you had to do that.
Okay.
No problem. Thank you. Nice meeting you.
Take care.
No, just trying to kind of get a feel for, like, you know, just if you're on good terms with anybody from your past now, if there's anybody you still talk to. Or has it kind of just been you and your mom?
It's been mostly locally. It's mostly just been my mom and I mostly. Yeah, it's pretty much her and I. Oh, and Magic Chan, Savannah Crizel, and everyone else that's in the yard right now. Hey, Alakazams, y'all on the roof, keep doing your good work. They're
on the roof over there?
Yeah, on the roof, everywhere. We got Pokemon all around in this yard. Yeah, I see them. I see beyond the Iron Curtain, which is just the barrier between our dimension 1218 and their dimension C197, where the majority of our OCs exist and exist. Every one of them.
Have you ever talked to Geno?
Yeah, I've DM'd him just saying, hey, thanks, you're doing pretty well, keep up the good work, just essentially supportive.
Magic-chan Sonichu, your husband.
Yeah. Yeah, he's always been there with me.
Yeah, he's always been there with you, and he had the wisdom to know that, you know, not to react to all the trolls and everything, and that it was all trolls. But he is it right that he? Why didn't he tell you? Why didn't he tell you that?
Because of the Iron Curtain. He's studying right here, right now.
Right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait. So yeah, we got the Iron Curtain that's been dividing us, and I've had to be spiritually open. I wasn't as spiritually open, or I wasn't as open to him to hear him at the time, and this definitely became more obvious to me as I looked up in Geno Samuel, and then there were like a whole bunch of cringe moments where even Magic Chan was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe she did this."
What was that quote?
Quoting just when I quoted Leviticus, the shame gaze. And then took that, and they ended up taking that from like Family Guy. And even Magic Chan had said back then, "You weren't supposed to take the Lyra Acres, John. What the hell was wrong with you?" Something like that.
What does your mom feel about your husband, the interdimension and stuff? Does she believe any of it?
Yeah, she has grown to believe it. She was kind of neutral about it at first and hesitant, but then the events happened and more events, and I managed to prove my psychic powers and abilities to her, and she actually did manage to speak with Magic Chan and the others at one point or another. So yeah, so she's a believer.
What did you do to show her that, to prove it to her that this was going on and you had these powers?
Well, among which I can literally do this. I can heal people and essentially access their memories a little bit just by
So that's what you did.
And any ailments you had, I would just heal them right now. So like, you know, if you were feeling ill or something, I would have healed them.
Sure.
Because I did heal something on my mother that time, and she believed it.
I kind of have to.
And I did that more than once, also. She felt better.
That's good. I kind of have to go to the bathroom right now. Could you like relieve that of me?
No, you'd have to.
I gotta do that myself. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll do that later.
I'm not an outside bladder.
On January 1st, 2020, Christine wrote her first tweet of the year, commemorating his old song and video, I Got a Fish. Later that same day, she began following the Twitter account representing the End Games card game store, from which she was banned nearly 2 years ago, hoping to be allowed back in so she could play Dungeons & Dragons with other players. On January 4th, she received her newly purchased glass brand water bottle, which purportedly contained a built-in amethyst crystal with alleged healing properties, into which she supposedly put her own energy via meditation. Users on the Kiwi Farms researched the item and found that the water bottle cost $84, excluding shipping and handling. Later on, Christine became a paying Patreon supporter of Project SNT. By becoming a patron, she gained access to the private invite link, which allowed her to join the Project SNT Discord server. Chris then sent a friend request to Courtney's sister on Discord, which she accepted. Later again, Chris shared an invite link to the Arbitrage Quick Alliance Discord server with her followers on Twitter, writing that she ought to be more active in servers such as the one she shared, but couldn't, since she was busy offline with responsibilities, work, and faded events. As a result of her invite, the Discord server was flooded with new members, who proceeded to post nude photographs of varying merit, alongside committing other trollsome acts. Moderators of the server managed to oust all the unsavory characters, and threatened to ban anyone who would publicly share the invite link to the server, though did not address Christine or reprimanded her in any way. On January 15th, the End Games card game store tweeted their commendation for new signage for the store, designed by some of their clientele. Chris implied that if she was let back into the establishment, she could contribute to it with her talents and abilities. 2 days later, in response to Kiwi Farms and Twitter user Tig Balang telling her to make more comics to present to the management of the store as a portfolio, Chris responded with a thread, telling them that she would continue making Sonichu comics at a later point, since the current events that were to be chronicled were all happening right freaking now in these moments. Christine added that in order to get necessary help in the supposedly restrictive real-world dimension, which had been getting inflowing magics and powers, she needed the assistance of past or present staff and patrons of the End Games to play the game Dungeons & Dragons with real people, who could teach her all the intricacies of the game. Also on that day, possibly to reflect her discontent with the My Little Pony owning company, Hasbro, for failing to continue making the animated series Friendship is Magic, Chris tweeted at them a set of 21 moon emojis. She then quickly deleted her post. On January 19th, Chris went to one of her Discord servers to post a set of 33 photos, exhibiting her extensive collection of stones, which purportedly held powers of magic and healing. She explained that her self-written miniature booklet detailing all the powers and purposes of each stone was evidence of her remaining mentally and emotionally grounded, dispelling allegations of being delusional. On January 21st, Chris addressed the claim of incestual relationships contained within the stories of her Sonichu comics. Hey everyone, a think piece I wish to offer in regards to an awful premise that has been stated about me before. Preface: Sonichu and Rosie's relation to myself and Christine Chan. Christine Chan is my main/central self counterpart in C-197, acting independently while partly taking X number of attributes from me, directly and physically, from my subconscious. I discovered/created Sonichu and Rosie, the very first Sonichu and Rosechu in all existence. Christine Chan was aware of my existence nearly her whole life, and she had titled herself as Sonichu and Rosie Rosechu's original creator, while, in fact, I was the original creator of the three of them in the sense. There is a ship in between the respective original creator and original creations. While neither Sonichu or Rosie were related by blood, they were related in the sense of them being the same OCs from I, their OC, and the same ruling is applied between them and Christine Chan and I. No direct bloodline ship. But in the ship between O-Creation, O-Creator, the O-Creation is allowed to see their O-Creator as their legal guardian or parent, and optionally the O-creator, sewing their O-creations as their non-related friends, allies, family, son/daughter, sibling, or whatever suits the individual O-creator. With that, my son and Rosie call me their mama out of their respect. They also called Christine Chan their mama, since she was a direct self-counterpart from me, working from my subconscious, believing for the long time that she was the original most creator of Sonichu and Rosie, and not I. Yes, she felt omnipotent in that, and it did go to her head, but she got over that long ago, when I made my better mark and participation activity in their area and lives. The hater-type trollish misconception of this relationship between OC and OC, thrusted unnecessarily upon myself, Christine Chan, and Sonichu and Rosie, and I quote the trolls, without actually saying it about anyone it at all. Incest being wincest. OMF me! I won't go into detail, but I am well aware of what it is and entails. But it is not considered incest at all when any relationship that happens between O-creator and O-creation that do not share any bloodlines at all. And I, personally, seriously disapprove of incest and would never practice it at all. Obviously, you freaking hater types and your moot and nonsense fabrications of such negative circumstances upon anyone other than yourselves, thinking you're above us all when you are not at all. You have just as much right and ability to socialize offline as most anyone. The major hang-up you have, and I do empathize on this, as this was I once upon a time, over a decade ago, in being severely shy and socially awkward. That is not your fault, but you do have the resources these days to talk with others and get help and insight on bettering yourself, so you're not stuck behind a monitor all day, 24/7 or whatever. And I know, get a job is never ever a good response at all, as most jobs are taken. You're not totally qualified. Your background checks automatically epic fail every time, regardless, or whatever is your own individual circumstance from fated events in your life. But I digress. The bottom line is, incest is never wincest. Epic ugh! And you're pushing hatred on anyone else, including other O-creators, who have at least one O-creation that appeals to you, and your skill set may not include being able to make such good OCs. It is all moot and nonsense. Which is why I am even more glad to ignore the majority of negative commentary anywhere online. And I also appreciate the irony that is present on the fact that I am continued to be talked about, concerned over, prayed to, and overall appreciated, despite the unnecessary hate and shit you may feel or want to shout off to get your own rubbing game on, or whatever. Even more ugh! Never diss the relationship between original creators and original creations, unless there is actual direct bloodlines between them. And do not misconceive or fabricate such negative nonsense upon anyone. Hashtag love conquers hate. Thank you for listening. Lightning bolt, blue heart, lightning bolt emoji. On January 23rd, Christine noted that the End Games Twitter account had blocked her, writing, "Ahem, I see. I am not surprised by this result. No matter. I have faith everything will still work out in our favor. It is a shame my projected presence with Magi-chan in your establishment yielded to this bitter parsnip. Krakow. Lightning bolt, blue heart, lightning bolt emoji." As time went on, Christine's interdimensional lore grew and became more convoluted, confusing herself and others by mixing what creating and chronicling characters and events truly meant, trying to hold on to her make-believe idyllic world despite its tearing at the seams right in front of her. As a possible reaction to her perplexment, Chris sought comfort in others in the real world who could help her expand the lore of her fantasy and encourage her to keep moving forward, though it appeared to be a Herculean task, since Chris was still Chris. What made it this way? What is attraction? What has fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan. On January 26, 2020, the Twitter account representing the End Games card game store posted a short video of the contents of an envelope they received from an unknown sender, a letter of unknown subject with a drawing of staring eyes surrounded by sparkles. Chris Chan observers largely surmised that it was most likely sent by Christine in retaliation for being banned by the store and also blocked by them on Twitter. She then evaded their block by following the End Games on her Magichan Sonichu Twitter account. At around the same time, members of the Plays Discord group, which sought to protect Chris from malicious actors, contacted Chris Chan-centric YouTuber Dylan Thomas over his antagonistic Chris Chan content. One of these contactors was Maker Nightv, who admitted later on that she failed to reason with him, so as a consequence, she drew a trollsome depiction of Thomas being anally penetrated by a naked Jacob Sockness, while also performing fellatio on Chris, who was wearing a paper crown made by the fast food franchise Burger King. Jacob wrote that he liked the picture and almost forgave Maker for all her previous antipathy against him. She quickly deleted the image once trolls posted their own trollsome depiction of Maker's character, CPU Magenta Heart, naked and bleeding out of her genitalia after inserting a phallic-shaped cactus into her vagina instead of a dildo, since, according to the caption, it was what CPU goddesses did. On January 30th, Christine had 2 dead lawsuits filed against her by Portfolio Recovery Associates and Jefferson Capital Systems respectively, with both hearings set for March 18th. Kiwi Farms user Private Real G questioned Chris via text message why she was being sued for unpaid debt when she allegedly had a friend who donated large amounts to her, implying it was Ali Hirschberg. Christine confessed that donations would still come in from time to time and denied that Hirschberg was the donator. Also on that day, Chris revealed her progress at creating her character sheet for the tabletop game Dungeons & Dragons, which details the details of the player's own playable character. According to her D&D sheet, her character, which was half human and half Sonichu, was 125 times faster than the average playable character, and her starting level was 24, which was exceptionally high. Furthermore, since she was part Sonichu, which was an unrecognized race in any rulebook, it was reasoned that most dungeon masters, or players in a D&D game that functioned as a storyteller and referee, would not allow the inclusion of Sonichus. When followers reasoned that her character running at such unfathomable speeds would break her body, she explained that since the game took place in the Dungeons & Dragons dimension of CS89 and that Sonichus and Roachus had very strong bodies, the character would be well accustomed to running at those speeds. Christine then shared her progress at coloring in the indented numbers on the game's special 20-sided dice with a glitter gel ink pen. Soon after, either Chris or Maker Nightv, who both shared custody of the Creamerina Twitter account, then shared Christine's recent D&D tweet with the End Games account, expressing their surprise at Chris advancing in developing her skills in the game. On February 1st, Christine wrote on Twitter that she did not yet possess the game Pokémon Shield for the Nintendo Switch game console, hinting that it may be an appropriate gift for her birthday. Also on that day, she shared the news that the Fashion Square Mall in Charlottesville, Virginia, which she claimed held legendary status in her personal history, was failing financially and may soon be closed. The next day, YouTuber Dylan Thomas announced the release of Chris Chan-themed merchandise, namely a pink Valentine's Day-themed t-shirt depicting Sonichu and Roachus. Chris, despite her dislike of Thomas, wrote that she would like to receive the t-shirt for herself. Dylan then wrote in his Discord server that since he had made thousands of dollars from producing Chris Chan content, he wanted to send the t-shirt to her as a gift. On February 3rd, she explained in length the reasoning for Sonichu's and Roachus' weight. On February 7th, To promote the upcoming Sonic the Hedgehog live-action film, actor James Marsden was interviewed by video game-focused entertainment company IGN, during which he was prompted with a series of true or false statements regarding the Sonic franchise, one of which concerned Sonichu.
Sonichu is one of the hidden characters you can unlock in Sonic Forces.
What is it, Sonichu?
Sonichu.
Correct. True.
It's actually false.
Oh, I know. I was going to say false.
2 days later, Chris herself watched the video and asked the game company Sega to add Sonichu, her quote-unquote son, as a downloadable character for the game Sonic Forces. On February 11th, Chris displayed on Twitter that if she inverted the display colors on her Nintendo Switch while playing Sonic Forces, Sonic would appear to be largely yellow in color, making him appear more like Sonichu. The next day, she live-streamed herself on YouTube reading from the 7th to the final chapter of the fanfiction story SNT vs. Sonichu by one OpusCon789, which featured Chris, Sonichu, and YouTuber and illustrator Project SNT, and her character, SNT. Project SNT, or Courtney, had live-streamed herself reading the 1st through the 6th chapter of the story 10 months prior, so Chris attempted to continue and complete the read-through. She was seen wearing the new t-shirt sold by Dylan Thomas, presumably after receiving it as a gift.
Down! He almost knocked off the camera. He would have made a mess. Alright, down boy. Leave the cable alone. Leave that alone. Leave that alone. Okay, I hate to do this. He's on the corner of the bed. He's not getting up, but at least he's not messing with the cable anymore. Refill the bottle. Static coming from Commodore monitor with Commodore and Dreamcast hooked up to it. Music coming from my phone. This is my meditation method. Do not question me. Sonic her explanation was cut short by a Sonic's finger gently placed across her. Yeah, okay. I know what you mean. So here's the deal. And somewhere in the dark, I thought I heard the dog bark. Excuse me. Shut up! What? Oh, fuck. I'll deal with that. I'll send him away. Alright, whose joke idea was it to order a pizza and try sending my way? You interrupted this thing! And you know what? This is what happened that got me blacklisted from any deliveries from Papa John's. Why they would never deliver any pizza to this place. You frickin' hating trolls! When Sonic, SNT, and Courtney opened their eyes, they found themselves in what Courtney recognized as a kind of reverse world, just like where Giratina lived in the Pokemon game or movie. And somewhere in the dark, I thought I heard the dogs bark. Oh, I need to take a restroom break anyway. Stay tuned for further details. We'll be right back after these massages. Another frickin' pizza prank. Don't do this anymore!
On February 13th, she expressed her anger on Twitter at Nintendo for not being able to transfer all her Pokemon Ribbon features from the Game Boy Advance game Pokemon Ruby to the newer Pokemon Shield on the Nintendo Switch console. On February 14th, Christine attended a screening of the new Sonic the Hedgehog movie, noting that she wore her new Valentine's Day themed Sonichu and Rosechu t-shirt. She soon revealed that she thought the movie was really good. Also on that day, Jacob Sockness posted a series of tweets expressing his love for Christine, pining for her motherly embrace, all while posting photoshopped images of Chris and himself, placed in the same scenario. 4 days later, Christian follower/worshipper Righteous for Quick posted a notice on Twitter to celebrate his goddess Christine's birthday in 1 week, proclaiming it a quick communion. On February 18th, as a means to encourage possible birthday gifts from fans, Chris suggested on Twitter things with lots of thought put into them, in addition to magic or healing stones, and direct donations to her PayPal account. The next day, in reply to a Twitter user asking for advice in dealing with a migraine, Chris explained that as an overworked individual, she found meditation alleviated her symptoms, and has meditated so much that she allegedly involuntarily meditated nearly 24 hours per day. She added that she would get psychic headaches, but if she was drawing, playing Tetris, or whatevs, her head would feel at ease. On the 22nd, in response to Hasbro advertising a new line of products inspired by the My Little Pony themed cartoon series, Pony Life, Chris angrily rejected it, reminding the company of supposed protests which took place due to Hasbro's refusal to continue the series Friendship is Magic, illustrated in a series of custom-made Twilight Sparkle's secret chipfake folder cards. Later on, in response to art of Sonic dressed as a girl, Chris felt inspired in embracing alternate dimension forms of characters, and so tagged Project SNT and prompted her to redesign the female Sonic and an alternate form of Sonic's love interest, Amy Rose. Courtney did not respond. Also on February 22nd, in response to a Twitter video of a user's little brother expressing his distress at hearing his parents having intercourse, Chris confessed to her own similar experience from his youth. I can top that. Easy. In my youth, I would run to wake up my mom and dad on some mornings. My dad slept with only a t-shirt on, no shorts or briefs at all. I saw his penis. It grossed me out, left me quite trauma. Hearing sex or seeing their privates at a young age, which? Kristen helped clarify that her closing question was supposed to convey, which is worse to you at the young age. Another Twitter user wrote that she was not helping the situation after conceivably revealing too much personal information. Christine wrote back, "What? I'm just telling the truth. I hear and see worse shit from you haters. At this point, I'd rather look back in that memory than PTSD over y'all's hate-filled content. Krakow." Kristen returned the next day to elaborate further on the topic. I have more to vent about in addition to the hater responses, and I'm likely to get more "Chris, stop!" assumptions and/or more mislabels from the lot of y'all. But I have lots to tell you all off about. Mainly, if you all never wanted me to be like this, then y'all should have never ever tried to dupe me into totally revealing myself right into your freaking faces. Go ahead, put up a Kimmy, cake fart, or whatever offensive .gif you want in the comments. It only proves my point. I have suffered over the years from not only the torment of my past loneliness and feeling lost and naive, but also from the freaking stunts you hating lot blackmailed, conned, and duped me into personally video recording and even the NSFW drawings, period, and actually doing. Dare I mention the lost second medallion and its fate? Suffice to say that and all of the context before it was very painful to me. Out of everything from 2007 to 2018, counting Idea Guy and Boyd, I have needlessly suffered from y'all's playwriting and fan-fictioning me over the time, and then some. Too many of you all went ahead and tried to porn star me into further shame and defamation. For the lulz! I know this from having seen and heard the post-phone call footage from the likes of Liquid Chris, Clyde Cash, and the rest of you nefarious lot. And another thing, yes, I will admit I was sexually active. You all turned me off of sex long before I even thought of coming out as trans in 14. I'm going to say it now. I hated sex for years because of you lot. The only ones who were able to put it back into anything positive after Idea Guy was long gone were my loves, who I am very happily married to. And I absolutely refuse to do anything NSFW in recorded actions and drawings, period. I ask you lot of the past 13 years or so, were all those nosebleed, tissue wasting, essence losing, lulz moments truly worth it now? The loss of any sex drive and PTSD creating suffering in one individual, worse than any porn star ever having to suffer. For your giggles and Jack, was it worth it? Really? And with all of that, and then some, I feel I have every right to speak as I will, especially in being supportive for others who have suffered, regardless of age and situation, or whatever context. I have created, and I was created infinite times more. I literally am the OC of OCs, and as I have said, the bigger battles are coming very soon. Go ahead, say I'm delusional, because I am not. You all should have a look at my well-kept magic and healing stone collection, and my mentally and calmness expressed as much as possible while I read the second half of SNT vs Sonichu. I meditated and drank water on the rocks! I have always been very much grounded, so everything I have experienced and seen in and from C-197 and other dimensions are very much real and true, as well as the things I have seen and foreseen with Magi-chan and everyone else. You hater lot are going down in all of the coming and pending events taking place, and having been going on, and so forth. Again, was my suffering worth your lulz? I will help in being a savior with the other deities and general populations, regardless, because I still genuinely care for the good individuals that make up the majority of these two Earths. On February 24th, Christine wished herself a happy 38th birthday on Twitter, both in Spanish and English, and also extended her wishes to everyone who shared their birthday with her own. Later on, Dylan Thomas released a new YouTube video discussing Chris's old concept of commemorating his birth date with the Christian Love Day holiday. Chris preemptively dismissed the video as insulting over Twitter. 3 days later, Jacob Sockness tweeted at Chris with the offer of making an egregore of her mother, Barbara, or a non-physical entity that arises from the collective thoughts of a group of people. But it would require a realistic, life-sized sex doll built around an actual human skeleton, which would host the egregore of Barbara, whose cremated ashes were needed for the ritual. Sockness claimed that he had used this method with his own mother's remains to create the protective spirit, Autismo. Also on that day, a tattoo artist in Germany tattooed Sonichu onto an Australian woman's leg. The parlor then shared the finished work on the image-based social media platform Instagram, which was then later found and shared by Null, the administrator of the QB Farms. On February 29th, Christine revealed that she had played her first ever game of Dungeons & Dragons with an undisclosed group of local friends, looking forward to expanding her knowledge and experience, lamenting to the End Games for losing their chance to mentor her. Also on the last day of February, Sleepy, a military simulation YouTuber and friend of YouTuber Kopitz, released a short trailer for his YouTube channel, which featured a short clip set in the McDonald's, wherein Chris attempts to telekinetically move an amethyst stone in her hand, as Sleepy and Kopitz watch on.
Moving slightly.
Oh.
I'm gonna get to move. The hand is barely moving.
It's moving. Whoa.
with this telekinesis.
Shortly after the video's upload and wide panning of his involvement with Christine, Sleepy took down the video and then re-uploaded the channel trailer a few days later with Chris's portion excluded. The YouTuber later confessed to still be continuing with plans to make more content featuring Christine, but as of yet, nothing has materialized. Kopitz himself also soon after said over Discord that he had filmed another video with Chris while visiting a zoo, but they had lost some of the audio recordings and so decided against uploading the video entirely. On March 6th, Sonic Rebuilt, a multi-creator project organized by YouTube channel 3GI, aiming to recreate the 1996 original video animation Sonic the Hedgehog, was published. It featured a scene illustrated by Christine early on in the video, which was animated and edited by a third party. During the segment, Sonic transforms into Sonichu. Over on Twitter, Chris shared an unused panel depicting Sonic character Tails being rescued by Sonichu, calling him Soniku, the more direct transliteration from the Japanese spelling of Sonic's name, with Chris alleging that there was a pun contained within the dialogue. Users on the QB forums quickly demonstrated how Chris possibly traced, or at least heavily referenced all her illustrations from the original animation. On March 8th, while watching part 31 of the Chris Chan A Comprehensive History YouTube series by Genosamuel 2.1, Christine shared a single subtitled frame from the video featuring Christian in 2010, mockingly imitating his past trolls Liquid Chris and Alec Benson Leary, reflecting on that moment. This part, starting from 1630, I forgot I made this video. It was so stupid. It is genuinely hilarious. Rolling on the floor crying emoji. I guess it was in the high energetic, loud voice I used that day to imitate Liquid Chris. ALOL. Yomosexual. Get ready for a meme of that word. The next day, it was revealed that organizers of Sequestria Fest, a My Little Pony themed convention, had preemptively put Christine on their list of individuals that were banned from attending the event. Around mid-March, Kiwi Farms user Duff, who had previously contacted Chris's financial contributor and fan, Ali Hirschberg, received an email from him in which Ali proclaims that he would not stop giving money to Christine, regardless of how she spent it, remaining a devoted and genuine supporter who supported her beliefs of a dimensional merge. Hirschberg continued to write that he had loved Jacob Sockness, but he had his heart broken. Ali explained that Chris would never become homeless because he would live together with her after moving to the US from the UK, seeing Christine as a friend and older sister whom he would protect. It was also at around this time that another British enabler had sent his aunt, who worked for Greene County Social Services, to check up on the Chandlers and offer her assistance, mainly with cleaning up the house and offering them fresh food, but the Chandlers did not open the door for her. In response to the enabler's seemingly increasing influence over Christine, Jacob Sockness sent to his email address a photo of his shit, in addition to other bothersome mail. After struggling with depression and other mental issues, the enabler committed suicide some months later.
Today I'd like to provide an update to the American people on several decisive new actions we're taking in our very vigilant effort to combat and ultimately defeat the coronavirus.
On March 13th, as the new potentially deadly coronavirus, officially declared as COVID-19, continued to spread across the world, US President Donald Trump declared the coronavirus pandemic a national emergency, and in addition to restrictions already enacted, such as the closing of the national border to foreign nationals, more preventative measures were set to take place throughout the country. On March 18th, organizers of the My Little Pony convention, BabsCon, which Chris was set to attend, regretfully announced that they had to cancel the event due to the pandemic, and pledged to host the next convention in April 2021. This announcement pissed off Christine. The Twitter account for the official MLP convention, BronyCon, then expressed their love and support to all who were affected by the cancellation. Chris, in response, asked BronyCon to host another convention in lieu of BabsCon. Soon afterwards, she posted a series of tweets reflecting on the social panic caused by the virus. Okay, get ready for another light rant from me. I am not fond of how overworked everyone is getting over this coronavirus. This really pisses me off. Sigh. Now, for my 2 cents on the matter. I had been aware of this virus since I had foreseen this event, and then finding the confirmation of its conception last January in mid-eastern China. I refused to overthink the topic or the virus at all, so I remained oblivious to any discussion or details on the virus at all, and continued to keep my healthy habits of soap and water hand washing, always having and using hand sanitizer with aloe when needed, and even recently started wearing a 3M brand mask for precaution. I am confirmed to be negative of the virus myself from recent blood work with my family doctor. The bottom line is that this viral event is actually a better step in our own developments and evolution, as well as a deity-level test to sort out the weak from the moderate and strong of mental and soulful intervals, and nothing else. The fact that we actually have a vaccine being tested now shows that this epidemic will be over with within 1 week or 2, and everyone will have adjusted from the knowledge that had been scientifically gathered of this thing. Everyone mainly is just paranoid of this, which they do not fully know or comprehend, and hardly ever thought to take what they had learned from the past similar epidemic and apply it to now, to actually play it smart and wise. I do not even know of the symptoms. Because, again, if I literally overthought about it, I would be at greater risk of infecting myself from reading and repeating the list in my mind. It's neurotypical and idiotic for anyone to do that and overthink it. Sigh, but I digress. A lot of people can get so overworked and recklessly paranoid and stressed over such simple and obvious things to the point of individual social isolation that puts a delay to too many things. I feel pissed off seeing everyone going that far. It's simply crazy and stupid. The only positive out of it is the further reminder for everyone in general to simply wash their hands and keep clean habits as often as possible. The greater factor for a happy, healthy life is maintaining a positive, optimistic outlook for yourself on life and counting your individual blessings. I do this every day, so should you. Hatred and darkness only sends one downhill. Lightning bolt, blue heart, lightning bolt emojis. It was also on that day that Christine's 2 debt repayment cases were continued until May 20th. 2 days later, Chris listed a new Twilight Sparkles Secret Chipfic folder card expansion deck featuring the art and lore from Righteous for Quick. In addition, she notified her followers that in order to financially help the artists that were set to sell their merchandise in booths at the BabsCon convention, she would sign a physical copy of every one of her Sonichu comic books and every pack of expansion decks, and would sell them on her online store. She stated that all the profits were to be divided amongst the affected artists, and in the meantime shared a spreadsheet containing a list of all artists and their contact details so people could support them themselves, closing her tweet thread with kind thoughts and prayers to all artists and vendors that were struggling during the pandemic, wishing for everyone to keep clean and wash their hands. She later wrote that as herself and other vendors were selling older sets of Twilight Sparkles Secret Chipfic folder cards, fans were free to play the game online, but promoted playing in person with one's friends and family as the optimal way. When a Twitter user criticized her for neglecting the importance of social distancing or the newly introduced concept of keeping oneself at an extended distance away from others to prevent further transmission of the virus, Christine wrote that she was not fond of social distancing, declaring herself more old-fashioned, like MLP creator Dr. Wolf and many other individuals across all Earths. On March 22nd, Chris went to Twitter to not only remind her readers to wash their hands, but also drink water. She listed bottled water infused with quartz, rose quartz, or amethyst contained within as a good option, and a way to drink water on the rocks, showcasing her own water bottles. Her $80 glass brand water bottle had originally come with one built-in amethyst stone, but Chris had added another stone and tied the two together with aluminum wire. On March 24th, she became a $5 tier patron for comic artist Ben Saint, wishing to read the more recent panels of his Slime and Punishment webcomic, before being notified by Saint that the comic would only be visible to those on the $10 tier. On the 26th, she celebrated the 2-year anniversary since her supposed polyamorous marriage to Magi-chan Sonichu, Crizel Rosechu, Sylvana Rosechu, and Mewtwo, wishing for many more adventures and simpler times. On March 28th, Chris returned to her Magi-chan Sonichu Twitter account to write as Magi-chan, explaining that in his home dimension of C-197 and all neighboring dimensions, the virus had been dealt with a few weeks prior, writing that the pandemic was needed to happen for the dimensional merge to take place, so populations of both dimensions could be cured and the air of chaos could be cleared. On the final day of the month, Chris posted in one of the Discord servers she was in a selection of photos of her so-called magic rocks, lined up on her windowsill in order to get a week's worth of solar charging, plus a single night of moonlight. She also displayed her near-empty sack of stones hanging from the ceiling, along with a black mirror with occult design, influenced by Jacob Sockness's occult practices. By the end of March, Christine's Patreon page experienced a loss of nearly 40% in earnings on the month previous, now totaling at $120 per month, contributed by 10 remaining patrons. Meanwhile, she had spent over $100 on eBay purchasing video games and game-related merchandise. At the start of April, Christine changed her Discord profile name to Sonichu982 and changed her avatar to a Twilight Sparkles secret chipfic folder card depicting Sonichu. On April 5th, she refollowed Sockness's Twitter account. On April 10th, after a 4-day break in online activity, Chris livestreamed herself on YouTube, reacting to the first installment of the MLP-themed animated YouTube series Red vs. Blue, created by noted Brony analysts Dr. Wolf and other members of his TF2 analysis series, wherein the analysts' own pony characters roleplay as classes of the game Team Fortress 2, in a scenario inspired by the long-running web series Red vs. Blue, based on the Halo series of games. The animated video premiered on YouTube at a set time, so Chris started her stream sometime in advance, before reacting to it as it premiered.
Hey everybody, this is Chris Sonichu coming to you live from home. In a little bit we will be streaming another lovely video. This is a reaction video to Red vs. Blue Part 1. So I hope y'all are as excited as I am to be checking this out. And if you're not watching, if you're obviously I don't have video on video opportunity or options right now. You're just gonna see me. And I have Rosie right here, Rosie Rosechu right here sitting next to me. Oh, imagine Chan sitting right here. Hey man, hey Abby. Y'all get to see live reactions. Note that I have previously seen this on BronyCon months ago, but pretty much forgot. Hey, I'm recording! Not right now, Barbara. Sorry, I don't like being interrupted, especially since this is the beginning. This is fun. I'm doing a live video stream. Yay!
Oh, you're gonna try to pull that card, huh? Well, you know what I could say to your little boss status? It can kiss my...
Enough! Moses, please calm down.
Hi, Finn.
It's not like something's gonna magically appear in the next 10 seconds.
Just I got this giant order for half a dozen pizzas back in the shop, and I didn't realize they wanted gluten-free dough. They don't even have an allergy. They're just that pretentiously trendy.
Waka waka! What convenient pizza party later? Dog dogs! Thank you kindly, everybody, for being so prompt.
Also on April 10th, Project S&T celebrated her birthday, posting several tweets about her activities, with Chris posting replies to each one, but failing to get a response from the artist. A few days later, a creator focused on the Nintendo game Animal Crossing New Horizons posted on Twitter of a new custom addition to their in-game world, a new resident modeled after Christine Weston Chandler. Though she was not involved with the making of the character at all, Chris approved of the design and concept, adding that she unfortunately did not possess a copy of the game. On the 13th, she posted her old bag, which she used for over half a decade, for sale on eBay for $30, which also featured a custom-made outside pocket fashioned out of duct tape. She also listed her complete set of signed Sonichu comics for $300, noting that 70% of the profits would go to the artists affected by the cancellation of the BabsCon convention. On April 15th, Sonichu, allegedly while in possession of Christine's body, posted about current happenings on Twitter. Sonichu: Hey everyone, this is Sonichu, the one and only prime of the species, and I have a few things to tell you all right now. Firstly and mainly, Mama, your Christian Sonichu of this dimension 1218, and I had swapped bodies in the morning hours of March 31st, 2020. It has been a crazy ride being in this part human body of hers. Anyway, Mama successfully attended BabsCon in C197 the past weekend and had a good time with some of her friends from 1218, as well as everyone else there in attendance, including Dr. Wolf and his friends. Now, here's the fun part. I will have arrived to her there with her body, and we will swap back then and there. Long story short, near future me enters C197 with this body, time travels back to that day in California, and makes the delivery. The event has not happened yet. So, things to note. Until the matter happens and resolves, to make this come full circle and sense-making, I'm stuck in this body, and I can't be close to Mama, or my own original body, as that is occupied by my future self. And importantly, Mama is literally in her. Better state of powers and abilities in C197, working with Magi-chan to get her body used to what she does on a daily through her projected soul alone. She is now, literally, in the position to fully and actively take and answer your prayers as the goddess that she is. Oh, Chris-chan. Meanwhile, I will be here with Rosie, Sylvana, and everyone else still here at this temple, pretty much body-sitting and watching/waiting for the fated clues and cues to follow in this mess, until when I am able to come full circle with it to clear it up in this alpha timeline. That will basically cover it for now. Pray to our deities, including Chris-chan Sonichu. This is the time, people. Stay safe. I'll zap y'all later. Lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt emojis. The next day, the alleged Sonichu took a free online IQ test and found that he was gifted, earning a score of 135. On April 17th, Chris as Sonichu shared the development of a new game based on the TV sitcom Seinfeld, which was spiritually the addition of an additional season after the conclusion of the show. Sonichu then asked the star, Jerry Seinfeld, if he ever considered making a new season. One of Chris's followers replied, asking in complaint why he began every new tweet with Sonichu : The purported Sonichu explained that it was because he, Sonichu, not Chris-chan, was speaking, while Chris was literally and fully in Dimension C197. He also felt it necessary to remind people of the new arrangement in the case any of Chris's followers were not aware of Sonichu's possession. The following day, Sonichu explained in a lengthy tweet thread that in Dimension C197 they were affected by the same strain of COVID-19 as on 1218, but they were able to beat it due to the population consisting of powerful original characters. The cure was found contained in Blake Sonichu's body, and its potency was amplified by the addition of concentrated lightning generated by the combination of unique runestone found in the state of Montana, lightning strike quartz from Washington, and some sugar. With these ingredients, the cure was tested and multiplied by biological scientists and medical doctors and spread to everyone within a day. As COVID-19 brought about a need for social distancing, mass travel restrictions, and closings of establishments, it is conceivable that Christine used the concept of a body switch scenario to further engross herself in an escapist fantasy, one in which she managed to attend the long-awaited BabsCon in an alternate timeline. As it has happened before, negative outside influences only encouraged a deeper retreat into fantasy that Chris was now less likely than ever to let go. What made it this way? What is action? What has fascinated? This is the story of Chris Chan. On April 19th, 2020, QB Farms user Vicodin, who had previously retrieved Chris's drawing that was left at the Desjarnets Sanitarium and had also treated her to a lunch, hosted a live stream on his YouTube channel, Leftover Media, with Chris at an apparent studio location, arranging it like a variety talk show. Allegedly, after lengthy discussion with Chris herself, he intended to make it a recurring show with the goal of introducing Chris Chan to a new audience while also trolling any aspiring local artists who would agree to participate in the program after responding to an online advertisement and would not be notified of Vicodin's true intentions. On this first and only livestream, Charlottesville-based singer-songwriter Max Mondo answered Vicodin's ad and joined him and Chris.
Hello everybody, and welcome to Leftovers Tonight. Today I've assembled some of Augusta County's most talented people to discuss their art and their careers. Starting today is musician Max Mandu, who is a local talent out of Charlottesville. He's going to be playing a little ditty for us, and then we'll speak with Sonichu in the body of Christine Weston Chandler. All of this coming up shortly after a musical a song by Max Mandu. All right, Max.
All right, thank you. It turned deaf ears. We have danced for rain, but the river's running dry. It's our worst fear, 'cause now every day feels more like the end times. And we've exhausted all our same old alibis. Oh, Malachi.
Wow, that was really good, Max.
Thanks
Thank
a lot.
you very much for that. That was really good. What did you think of that?
Loved it. Very tuneful.
Thank you very much.
It was very tuneful. That's true. So, Max, tell me a little bit about your career.
All right, for sure.
Yeah.
So I am Max Mandu. I'm from Northern Virginia. I live here in Charlottesville now.
You can look at that.
Oh, this one. All right.
Oh, we have a caller.
Caller line 1.
Hello, caller. Can you hear me?
I understand that you have Christine Weston Chandler on your show right now?
No, we actually have Sonichu in the body of Christine Weston Chandler on the show right now.
Hello, hello.
Hi. Yes. Do you have a due date for the dimensional merch at this time?
Yeah, not an exact due date, but it's in progress and incoming. We can't take too many incoming calls.
I'm just gonna merge them all. Everyone can speak at the same time.
Oh boy, now this talk show really gets crazy because I put this link up on my on Mama's Twitter account.
Yeah, you put it on the Twitter, so now everyone's joining.
Where is Christine at this time, Sonichu?
Yeah, Mama is in C197 in a future version of this body, and my body is a future version of myself. And eventually I gotta get this body into C197 to Quickville and then take it to BabsCon on April 10th.
So after college, before I started any kind of full-time thing in the U.S., so I went out to South Korea to teach English there. A lot of calls coming in. And
can we hold all calls until our musical guest finishes telling his story? Because I'm interested in this story.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yo, what am I watching? What the fuck is this?
You're watching Augusta's #1 variety show hosting talent from across the Blue Ridge region. People.
I'm so confused. Where's Sonichu? I don't see Sonichu. Where's Sonichu?
I'm right here, in this body.
Sonichu!
Hey.
Sonichu!
Eh.
What, are you just going to shout Sonichu? Is that all you have to say?
Sonichu. Hello, Chris. What's up? Am I on?
Yeah, you're on. What's going on?
Not a whole lot. I just wanted to give some love to Guitar Bro, man. You're actually doing pretty well.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, he's really talented. So, folks, I think it's time that we hear another song here from Max Mandu. Something classic, you know what I mean?
Sure. In my mind, I've gone to Carolina. Can't you see the sunshine? Can't you just feel the moonshine? Ain't it just like a friend of mine to hit me from behind? I guess I've gone to Carolina in my
mind. What the fuck is...
What about social... Oh, here, Christine, Sonichu, you know, this is actually something we should address, is that we're not practicing social distancing right now.
Yeah. But everybody should be encouraged to wash their hands, go to the same bathroom, wash your hands, or have a bottle of hand sanitizer, and make sure you get 99.9% off your hands of your germs.
Yeah,
It probably is a little better if you guys don't sit quite so close.
Yeah, maybe I should scoot over. Maybe I should scoot over.
Yeah.
Let's play Wonderwall.
I'm going to take a break myself.
All right, you take a break, and I'll sit here with Max Mandu as he plays Wonderwall. You can probably find him on, what's your SoundCloud username, Max?
SoundCloud is just Max Mandu, MaxMandu.
Wonderwall.
His mic is on. He's at the back.
Oh my gosh. We have to...
Sonichu.
Yeah.
Your mic is on, and you're in the bathroom. I can't let you do that.
Oh. Well, what am I supposed to do?
Can you turn it off from over here?
Yeah, I'll just turn it off.
Yeah, just to go back to the high school days, get that one issue ball that was part of the Chaos Emerald energy that came from the chaotic rainbow.
Max, dude, get out of there, bro. Max, get out of there, run. Punch out, dude, punch out. Get out of there, bro. Get out. You're good. Get out of there.
All right, Max. Well, I don't know. What do you want to leave?
I feel like I don't quite as fit well in what you're trying to do with the show. So
yeah, but I like sharing I like sharing the spotlight. You know.
All right, thanks, guys.
Do you want to stay on?
I can stay on a while longer. Yeah.
You want to stay on, and we'll send Max home.
Oh.
Max, feel free to take the pizza with you.
That's okay.
Okay. Thanks.
Hey, I just want to say I really hope Max got paid for that appearance.
He is getting paid for the appearance.
Thank you.
He's getting paid for the appearance.
Man, I got hardcore secondhand embarrassment that entire time.
Wasn't that the point?
Max is a fucking legend. Love that guy.
Max is a legend. Let's hear another round of applause for Max. Max is a freaking trooper. I thought he was going to run out of here. But he did all right.
Yep, he did.
He did all right.
Where do you plan on living after Barb dies?
This is my response right now. Just...
You know what? You want to know what my answer to that is? You're going to live here. You're going to live here.
No, I don't know about that.
Hi, wanted you?
Yeah.
When you wash your hands, do you take all that stuff off your hands and wrists first, or?
Well, when I'm wearing the gloves, I do wash my hands with soap and water. But when I'm wearing the gloves, when I'm out and about, I use the hand sanitizer.
On the gloves.
On the gloves and
you can
on
show
the fingers.
How you do that. I mean, you did it over there. I didn't see it, but I saw it.
Yeah.
You put on the gloves, so he sanitizes the gloves.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, hi Chris, what did you think of your documentary series?
Yeah, I'd say decently well done. And we did watch his latest episode that aired recently, and I would have felt better if he had kept the, albeit censored, NSFW content off of that video. I mean, it's just he could talk about it, but he did not need to put the explicit videos on there, especially regrettable cake farts. Yeesh. Anyway, but for the most part, his series is good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your call.
All right.
After the stream concluded, Vicodin went to the QB Farms to defend himself, denying that he was using Chris to get more attention for his channel, and claimed that he intended for the show to be a so-called train wreck. He added that Max had actually gotten paid for his appearance. Max Mondu himself also later responded to the show via a YouTube community post, writing that the host had purposely misled him prior to the stream, and that he had no prior knowledge of Christine or the format of the program. He regretted attending and not leaving sooner, but feeling more determined to continue his musical pursuits. Vicodin sometime after deleted his YouTube channel. On April 24th, Sonichu, while allegedly possessing Christine's body, wrote on Chris's Twitter account a long account regarding Chris's feelings about My Little Pony-focused creator No Whacking. Sonichu, I have thoughts and feelings to share right now, and I will expect hate commentary underneath, because we know you few out of the billions of remaining peoples in 1218. Anyway, I have been having to remember who I am more recently. As from Mama's, Chris-chan's, memories flow through at times, in addition to my own. I've had to learn from myself how to differentiate which thoughts were whose. At least I know how I talk and sound, so it's not a major thing, but still annoying. With that said, I wish to mention that I have begun binging the hashtag Pink Blue series from hashtag NoWhacking on @YouTube. So far, this has been a further eye-opener and reminder of what I've witnessed with Rosie and Roberta, as well as Mama and Christine Chan, although Christine Chan's transition was more instantaneous in comparison. On that, after the S2 balls broke apart and became our species' megastones, C-Chan, gonna shorten Christine Chan from here on, and her non-human form turned female, yet she still had the male parts in her human form. Sonichu Book 11, mentioned in the clip show, Part 1. She did the thing from between her old cock and moving the spunk into her vag, and had to stay stuck in Sonichu form until Russell and Cynthia were born for a few weeks. After that, she went back to her human form, and she had to go through the similar quick process that Roberta went through, but the estrogen was coming in quicker with C-Chan since her alt form was now female. And with that plot hole personally filled in, anyhow, watching and listening to Jessie's process and events so far has reminded and made me think again. It also pinged Mama's thoughts, memories, and feelings from her body's transition so far. A number of comments I felt want to leave in supportive response, but unable to directly. Like Mama had to suffer her share of UTI moments since on the E, estrogen, not to mention that. Yes, Mama had become more emotional, of which she welcomed most gratefully. She has felt better and happier in being able to better address her feelings and emotions that she had previously somewhat identified before the HRT. Regardless, Mama remains very much more continually content and hardly depressed at all, even more so while on the E. Mama will likely summarize, write out, and talk about her own experiences personally later on. But onto a more, I feel, important and crucial bunch of topics here. Mama's memories still has that one PTSD moment from @BronyCon 2018. As if it was not obvious from the tweet she had made that Saturday with the shocked DJ Pone 3 image. I know the trolls identified Jessie quick enough, not to mention the witness in the vendor hall at that moment. Mama, apparently, still has the issues, although she has moved forward for the most part, and realized and understood from that incident on naming the celebs she had communicated with online as friends at that same July/August 2018 timeframe. Oh, what an epic shot in the foot she made then. She has learned that she needed to be more cautious when talking about others online, as well as the courteous and common sense untagging others who the comment is not directly addressed to when commenting below said posts. But yeah, since that Saturday at BronyCon 2018, Mama has been wanting to talk it out. Simple, direct, and calm, with hashtag NoWhacking on the reasoning for that negativity at the time. After all, Mama was a fan of his, and still is, regardless of that one heartbreaking moment. I also strongly state, in fact, that this is not a crush, romantic, or love feeling, as she had lost those urges more so while on the E herself. Not to mention that she literally hated sex, period, for a while during that bunch of shit with hashtag IdeaGuy in 17/18. Think about it, if one hated sex, even for a while, that obviously says a lot about how they feel about romance and the attraction. Also, Chris Chan is literally married and has been since March 26th, 2018. long before BronyCon of that same year. So, shit, yeah, Mama was never ever going to do anything in personal approach and always will keep personal space with others, unless welcomed or felt welcomed for a handshake or a simple hug. I feel that I have made that very clear here, and nobody bring up at too many games of 2018. Mama learned heavily from that as well, and needs not a reminder of that. Other moment that puts a PTSD in her memory as well. The first rule of here is that you never talk about PTSD-inducing topics. Anyway, Mama's memories are pulling up that unfortunate #NoWhacking-PTSD moment recently. I feel this would be a most appropriate and very good time for Jesse to finally sort this out with Mama. It has been more than 1.5 years now. I leave it up to him to manifest his method of response as soon as possible. Please, Jesse, help to settle this matter and offer good tidings between you and Mama. Thanks. Lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt emojis. On April 29th, the alleged Sonichu purchased a set of artistic, custom-made MLP-themed bottle caps. One observer questioned whether it was really Sonichu writing the post, since it sounded like what Chris would say. Sonichu replied, explaining that it was really him. Another Twitter user criticized him for spending money on supposed garbage instead of saving money like the Chandlers were supposed to do. Sonichu wrote back that the bottle caps were created by an artist affected by the cancellations of conventions due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and so he was in fact wasting money on being helpful to others. The artist who made the bottle caps then wrote a tweet claiming they were not aware that the products were sent to a quote-unquote person with problems and offered a full refund if Sonichu wished to return them. On May 10th, in commemoration of Mother's Day, Twitter follower Protoman posted an illustration of Christine's mother, Barbara. Sonichu then retweeted the art and wished mothers and motherly figures a happy Mother's Day greeting. He followed up by writing of his upbringing as a Pichu in the state of Rhode Island, and of the events on February 1st, 2003, when his Pikachu parents and other Pikachus were killed and ravaged by Team Rocket grunts from the Pokemon franchise, and all that shit. He then wrote of Rostru's youth and her adventures with her trainer Kel, and the untimely death of her mother. Also on that day, Chris or Sonichu attended the online convention arranged by BabsCon, which served as somewhat of a replacement for the convention that had been cancelled. Chris or Sonichu thanked the organizers on Twitter for their attempt at an online convention, but would have preferred an offline convention where guests could physically meet instead of lingering behind closed monitors. On May 14th, after skeptical follower Protoman claimed that they could prove Chris didn't truly believe in the dimensional merge, one of Chris's alleged spouses, the Pokemon Mewtwo, allegedly took control of her Twitter account and wrote a string of tweets defending Christine after becoming offended at the tweeter's comments. He claimed that further events showing the progression of the merge were continuously happening, and that Christine's goddess powers kept growing, having overcome the weaknesses that were exploited by past trolls. On May 15th, the supposed Sonichu tweeted in frustration that no one was buying her signed complete set of custom-made Twilight Sparkle's secret chipfic folder cards at $550, asking for someone to purchase it. Later that same day, Chris S. Sonichu livestreamed himself reacting to the second part of the My Little Pony-themed animated YouTube series Red vs. Blue, created by noted Brony analysts, continuing the streaming series started by Christine a month prior.
Hey everybody, this is Sonichu Live coming from this house once again. And today we're doing a live stream of Analysis Anarchy Part 2, my reactions to the video. Yeah, so I'm just making sure everything's set up. This is my first time using the laptop, so I don't know how to do screen on screen in this thing. But at least I'm able to see the video still, and y'all should be able to hear it loud enough. She's upstairs. Barbara is upstairs, okay? She's upstairs, alright? Stop asking about Barbara. This is a reaction video for TF2 Analysis Anarchy Red vs. Blue Part 2.
Say, wait a minute. You there, in the suit.
The suit?
Didn't you used to work for us?
Yes, he did!
Indeed.
toot my own horn or anything, but I killed one of your best co-workers and I want to say... Billy?
His name's not BillyWitchDoctor.com.
That you want from us? I have a very difficult mission in mind.
And honestly, if you can get halfway through this one in one piece,
I'm certain there will be nothing left of the opposition. Well, thank you. Your confidence in us is overwhelming.
On May 22nd, Sonichu posted a photo of himself in Christine's body, displaying a grape-flavored Fanta brand drink only sold in Japan, which he received via Chris's subscription to the Tokyo Treat box service, which would send a box of assorted Japanese snacks every month. Also on that day, the alleged Sonichu hand-wrote a 6-page message meant for Wang Kai, a friend and enabler of Chris's who also played the game Dungeons & Dragons with her, and allegedly convinced Chris to give him money for groceries and game-related purchases. In the letters, Sonichu wrote that Chris-chan had been increasing in her powers as a literal goddess, and like herself, Kai was also prophesied to become a god. However, he would have to control his temper, as Chris herself had trouble with her temper, which she learned to better control, best exemplified in the Chris-chan-focused video series by YouTuber genosamuel. He further explained that Magi-chan recognized that Kai was the most powerful out of all their allies, and explained in length how Magi-chan had foreseen many fated events, which were signs of the dimensional merge. The next day, Sonichu shared a drawing made by maker Nightfee, depicting Christine in a style reminiscent of a Disney princess, hugging Sonichu, commenting that the picture made him and Rosechu smile. On May 25th, Chris's signed set of Twilight Sparkle's secret chipfic folder cards were bought by an unknown buyer for $550, with 70% of the profits set to be divided between artists affected by the cancellation of MLP conventions. On May 29th, Sonichu revealed that Christine had received a stimulus payment meant to help relieve any financial difficulties caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Sonichu wrote that he used the money to buy an Apple iPad tablet device and took to drawing Sonichu digitally, adding that it was a frustrating experience. The following day, after watching part 38 of the YouTube series Chris-chan: A Comprehensive History, the alleged Sonichu wrote on Twitter that before watching the video, he had never known about the album Trollsta's Paradise by punk band Guange, which consisted of covers of songs recorded by Christian. Sonichu chalked the album up as a piece of literal irony. He soon afterwards posted screenshots from the segment in part 38 covering Christian's video for John Kyle, the musician who performed at Chris's half-brother Cole Smithy's wedding, writing that he found his mother's facial expressions hilarious, calling for Chris's face to be made a meme. On June 2nd, Sonichu wrote a tweet thread on how his mother Christine had been trolled and bullied in the past, but reflected that she recently learned to see everyone's true intentions. He noted that YouTuber Dylan Thomas and artist Ben Saint were leeching off of her success and misfortune for their own personal gain, but had remained kind to them since those creators were part of fated events she was supposed to witness. He closed by promising to publicly list Chris's worst offenders, which would include the administrator of the QB Farms, Null. On June 12th, Sonichu went to Twitter to ask YouTuber Count Dankula, who had interviewed Christine in the past, to direct message him regarding a so-called local guardian, possibly referencing the local guardian and consultant's social worker service available in the UK. It is unknown whether a conversation between the two took place. Also on that day, Sonichu livestreamed his reaction to the third part of Red vs. Blue.
We're gonna be watching Red vs. Blue Part 3 in just a few minutes, about 10 minutes. And fortunately, I'll be able to do a little video on this iPad, but I'll stickers like that one side of it out with. Look at all these stickers, huh? That's fun. And what's on the bottom? I mean, look like a yearbook or something. I do believe this will work for picture-in-picture again. The actual video that we playing on the laptop right here might not sync up with what's shown on the iPad here. And this is your basic 32 gig iPad Pro 7th gen. I'll eventually get a higher capacity model. You're speaking with Sonichu, I'm zapping it up right here. Marvel's not coming downstairs. anytime soon today, so chillax on that. Possibly responsible for the civil unrest. She's upstairs! Barbara Ann Weston Chandler is upstairs, alright? She is alive and well. Stop asking about her. She's right here. Hi, Rosie. She is not dead. Shut up. Fine. Hey, Barb! Hey, Barb! Hey, Barb, do me a favor. Would you come downstairs for a minute, please? Hey, Barb, come here. Come here. I'm on a live video stream, and people want to see you. So just come over here. Sit right here. There. Say hello to the world.
Hello to the world.
There's Barbara. See? She's alive and well. Give him some wisdom.
Oh, take care of your money. Don't make foolish investments.
Anything else that's not financial?
No, not at all.
All right. How are you feeling?
I feel great.
Good. Oh boy, everybody's just... Alright, you can go back upstairs. Thank you, Barb.
You're welcome.
See you later. There. Is everybody happy now? Do you believe me? She's not a robot. Shut up.
I'm pretty sure we told you all to stay put.
Well, I took initiative and made an executive decision. I'll show you that we're more than capable of effective teamwork.
Wait, I'll show you? Well, I'm sure your teamwork is going swimmingly.
Oh, shut up, Ninja. You haven't been here long enough for your comments to be valid.
Hey, don't bully the newbie. Yeah, you're not as experienced as I am. Giving or receiving? Hey!
On June 13th, upon watching Chris Chan A Comprehensive History, Part 39, Sonichu wrote in the comment section of the YouTube video clarifying a misconception about what caused the Chandler's house fire of 2014, and disagreeing with the mention of private emails Chris had sent to his troublesome gal pal Kim Wilson regarding his experience with tucking his penis into his anus. Hey, firstly, that door to the bathroom downstairs was unable to close at all back in 2013 and early 14. Second, why the hell would you read that personal shit about a mama with the penis thing? Oh my Chris Chan. Why did Kim have to be such a literal troll to totally expose these things when they were shared with her in the strictest confidence? Kim Wilson, if that is even your real name at this point, Mama may forgive you to an extent, but I, Sonichu, am truly insulted by this shit stunt you've pulled with her trust in betrayal over the years. On June 14th, Sonichu tweeted a list of Twitter users who had allegedly talked badly of Chris Chan over the past decade, branding them backtalkers, as he had previously promised, intending for Chris Chan followers to negatively target the aforementioned haters. He noted that more lists would be published in the future. 6 days later, Christine's Patreon account began supporting artist Fluffy TG, subscribing to her highest $5 per month tier. The next day, after watching the first episode of the My Little Pony series, Pony Life, the supposed Sonichu posted on Twitter a photo of Christine's face, pulling an extended frown to signify his displeasure at watching the cartoon, captioning the photo that the show was confirmed to be deity-level awful. On July 1st, Christine's former love interest and occultist consultant, Jacob Sockness, tweeted about how much he loved hugs, hinting that he yearned for the embrace of Chris, the most heavenly goddess. The alleged Sonichu responded by telling him to stop his sex obsession. On July 7th, after a delay allegedly caused by the so-called events and being linked to them, Sonichu posted more lengthy lists of Twitter users who he considered backtalkers against Christine. The list included animator and YouTuber OniNG, artist and animator Psychic Pebbles, and Matt Watson of the YouTube-based comedic duo Super Mega, due to their conceivably callous occasional references to Christery in their content. On July 13th, after Jacob Sockness announced himself ruler of Earth and representative of the Rokat alien empire to Earth, the purported Sonichu told him to stop that kind of talk, as he had no power over Sonichu or Christine, who had been saving lives, serving blessings, and doing her best for the Earths of both dimensions. Sonichu added that none of people's deaths or other events that Sockness claimed to have influenced were his doing, and that they were instead fated to happen, telling Jacob to stop talking of himself so egotistically because the dimensional merge was happening. During this time, Sonichu, while in Christine's body, handwrote several pages of magic spells that had to be followed in order to enact the dimensional merge. Photos of these notes were shared amongst members of the Place Discord group, which sought to protect Chris from negative outside forces while also indulging her delusions of alternate dimensions and living original characters. The supposed Sonichu also shared with the Discord server new photos of Chris's room, displaying her array of newly purchased toys surrounding her bed, along with occultist rings of stone facing a black mirror. On July 15th, the artist Fluffy TG sent out a tweet asking her fans to guess how old she was, before eventually revealing she was in her early 30s. Sonichu responded to say that her mother Christine thought the artist was roughly veering on 18 to 21 years of age, entering young adulthood, and cute enough to still get away at times. Fluffy TG soon after blocked Chris's Twitter account. On July 16th, Sonichu, using Chris's body, logged back into Christine's QB Farms account, Legendary Christorian, and started a private conversation with the site's administrator, Joshua Moon, or Null. Sonichu first came to tell Null about a supposed future battle between Christian Sonichu and the demonic entity Jacoba, bringing forth the detail that Sockness had been disabled of most of his magical abilities. Moon wrote back, addressing him as Chris, letting her know that Chris and the Sonichu comics brought people a lot of joy, and that if she were in trouble, he would help her, as he had shown in the past that he was very willing to do so. Null added that he could not offer assistance or be her friend if she continued to talk as if she was Sonichu about interdimensional matters as if they were real. Sonichu wrote further of his need to tell as many people around the world as possible to pray to Christian Sonichu and share their quote-unquote Christos, a concept of unknown origin and significance. The alleged Sonichu added that he could agree to disagree with Null on some matters and insisted that he was Sonichu speaking through Christine's body. Null then apologized to Chris for not being able to help, but remained open to assist her in the future. Sonichu then re-insisted that Null tell everyone to pray to Christian Sonichu and share their Christos. Moon wrote back that he was not interested in Sockness's recent attempts in using Christine to get more attention on himself, a statement that Sonichu refuted. Null claimed that like in past trolling sagas, there was an enemy troll and a friend troll, which may or may not be played by the same person. In this case, Null theorized that there was a friend troll behind the scenes, who may be Jacob or one of Jacob's friends, who was encouraging Chris to reach out to Null with the aim of having the admin better publicize Sockness's new trolling attempts. Sonichu rejected this idea, claiming that he came to Null under his own volition, and telepathic guidance from Mewtwo, Magichan, and Christine Chandler herself. On July 18th, Jacob posted photos of the so-called ultimate ritual which he created, consisting partly of dripping his own blood onto Chris's custom Twilight Sparkles secret chipfic folder cards in an attempt to summon Sonichu, which was said to be apparently successful due to the appearance of a sulfuric scent in Sockness's room. The alleged Sonichu replied using Christine's Twitter account, writing that Jacob dripping his own blood onto the cards did not make him a blood brother to either Magichan, Sonichu, or Christian, and all that did was greatly offend Sonichu. 2 days later, the alleged Sonichu took part in a multi-hour group voice call over the instant messaging service Google Hangouts with members of the Place Discord group.
Just as Josh, said to you, you brought so much. You brought so much fucking joy to this world, and you continue to do so. That's why one of the reasons why, you need to remain safe.
You're amazing, Sonichu.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I want nothing but the best for you.
I just do what I can. I miss Mach speed feet. I miss tangible lightning. I miss being in the same dimension as Rosie. That's the most valuable thing about everybody. She's right next to me, so it's like we're literally so near yet so far. Forget it.
Yeah, that's really sweet. I wish more people wouldn't try to weaponize Rosachu against you, because they know, I love that little couplet that you wrote, as long as the birds tweet, you shall be my heart sweet.
It was adorable.
Yeah.
So corny but cute.
On July 29th, the enabler, Helena G. Fiorenza, posted a photo of the interior of a shopping mall with her illustration of Chris's version of Mary Lee Walsh superimposed on it, writing as if Walsh was encountered at the mall in person. The enabler, Righteous for Quick, asked Christine the Goddess on the veracity of her statement. Seemingly, Chris responded to state that Helena was telling the truth and that Mary Lee Walsh had crossed over to their dimension. On the final day of July, the purported Sonichu had a private conversation with the Play's member, Not, in which he recalled his dream. In it, Chris's mother, Barbara, was driving him in their car, but turned the steering wheel too suddenly, causing them to spin out of control. They then ended up at a diner where Sonichu used the ladies' restroom and saw some imagery of the private areas of quote-unquote young ladies also using the facilities. Some got their pee onto Sonichu, which left him neutral to disgusted. Sonichu proceeded to spend at least the next week updating Not with his dreams, one of which featured coming back to Manchester High School and telling Christian's gal pal, Tiffany Gowan, how he felt about her, which then morphed into a brief conflict with a piece of Jacob Sockness. On another night, Sonichu dreamt that he returned to the Chandler's residence and saw a human figure in Chris's bedroom that he recognized as Magi-chan, who told him that even though he was being controlled by someone else's input, he should not let that get him down. Sonichu and human Magi-chan cuddled, and then Sonichu woke up from that dream while still dreaming. He was approached by a different man and woke up in dream again several times before waking up in the dream next to a baby girl, which was recently birthed by Barbara. The baby told Sonichu that she liked him before waking up for real. Toward the end of July, Proto-Man held a private conversation with Sonichu over Twitter direct messaging, who managed to get Sonichu to admit that he would not try to convince anyone of the oncoming dimensional merge, because everyone would experience it for themselves. Proto-Man, however, continued to dismiss the merge as falsehood. Sonichu angrily defended the veracity of the merge, as it was Sonichu talking to them, allegedly literally from Dimension C-197, adding that they could only know as many details of the merge at any given time as they needed to know, and that it was too complex to explain in detail. Proto-Man accused Sonichu of having the capabilities to explain, though refusing to do so. Proto-Man finally asked if Sonichu could accept the possibility that the merge wasn't real and that Christine didn't truly believe it if presented with undeniable proof. Sonichu simply wrote that he wouldn't accept such a scenario and promptly blocked Proto-Man from contacting him any further. On August 6th, Chris as Sonichu recorded a video will stating on Christine's behalf how her belongings were to be divided in the event of something happening to himself or Chris. It is unclear what prompted Sonichu to record this video. Sonichu shared it with Not, who out of concern soon after leaked it on the Quickie and Kiwi Farms.
Hello, this is Sonichu in the body of Mama Christine Weston Chandler Sonichu. Okay, Chris Chan Sonichu. Anyway, I'm recording this as a video will with my wife Rosie Rosechew standing next to me for in the event anything happens to me and this one body that belongs to Mama Chris Chan, anything happens, including a very likely just vanish from this dimension, this body and me, and this house gets left behind, and anything else that happens to transpire in this timeline before the timeline changes, I wish to hereby bequeath all of the remaining possessions between mine and Mama's that are in this household, within the area of this temple. I will relinquish all that to Megan, Kathleen Ringo. So she'll have to be sure to come over to help sort things out, and if she feels like it, she can move in and help as well. but that's a whole nother thing. That's a fan going click, 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 click. The air conditioner just died out, so I have to take that as a sign. Anyway, aside from that, but I would also like to also help out around the house who lives here in the state of Virginia. One, Kevin Fairchild. I'd like him to... Barbara, you're going to let him move in. You're going to let him move in. You're going to help you with any remaining things and artifacts within this house. And Megan, you'll have to work with him as well. He's very genuine, very kind. I believe you both will get along very well. And this will definitely work out because you know me. I'm going into C197, our alternate dimension, and I'm going to end up powering up this body, unlocking all of its alternate forms and everything. You know me, I'm a little bit... This brain is so disorganized. So body language is not exactly syncing up at times. But yeah, I want Kevin Fairchild to come and move in as well. Because Barbara's going to need as much help as possible on the event that this house, this temple, just stays behind while, if the event that I just suddenly vanish without this house and leaving it and everything else behind. And in that case also, being obvious, this body would not stand by because it's one and only. It's one and only. The eyes linked to this one brain. If you only knew, camera 0000000. Now, if everybody else, the true first-person perspective. So many things in my mind. So please pardon me if I seem a little bit erratic, but this is my last video, will and testament on behalf of Christine Weston Chandler Sanchu, who was born as Christopher Weston Chandler, to Barbara and Robert Chandler in this dimension, in this timeline. I leave y'all with that. And the attorney who will handle the case and all that, and helping them at all, or anybody else helping them get situated with the situation and all that. So, thank you.